Invincibility begins with contemplating the sun. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 151 Rainy Night Without an Umbrella or Knife. How's the situation outside the city? Not optimistic, very bad. Heng shook his head and said softly. The current state of Begin City could be described as being mired in hell. If this situation wasn't resolved, even more innate experts wouldn't help. I know that without you telling me, kid. Meng said in a deep voice, shaking his head. I wanted to ask, what did you discover outside the city? Wang Donglei rushed over to me earlier, saying you ran out of the city. I was wondering why you ran out at this time. After thinking about it, perhaps I discovered something. Old man, you have keen insight. Heng complimented. I did discover some things, such as the arrival of a strange realm from the underworld, not a newly formed realm due to abundant yin energy, but a strange realm in the underworld where demons and monsters exist. He omitted some information, giving only the general outline. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng pupils shrank. The situation has deteriorated to this extent? Heng nodded and said nothing more. And so, the two fell silent for a while, entering the inner city and returning to the Demon Extermination Bureau. They arrived at a courtyard where Meng had prepared a welcoming feast. However, Meng had no appetite. Hearing the news Heng had revealed, his anxiety intensified, the weight on his heart growing heavier, hanging precariously. Even with the delicious food before him, braised pork knuckle, braised pork intestines, soy sauce duck, 8 treasure chicken, and more, the aroma was irresistible. Yet, he found it tasteless. At this moment, Ma Suxun, who had been dealing with the 3 Wang family members for some time, finally returned. Seeing the large feast before her, she raised an eyebrow. At a time like this, you two still have the mood to eat and drink? Meng smiled wryly and quickly told her what Heng had said. Ma Suxun frowned. This was too fast. The situation is dire now. What has the prefectural government said? Nothing. No one has sent a message. She replied coldly. No explanation? This shouldn't be happening. This is a major calamity. It should alarm not only the prefecture, but the capital as well. Why hasn't anyone sent word yet? Meng was greatly surprised. HMPH, someone probably blocked my message, Ma Suxun sneered. But don't worry, I have a backup plan. Even if I'm not in the prefecture, the Grand Commandant is in seclusion. That guy can't control everything. Compared to that, I'm more worried about these 3 Wang family innate masters. She was somewhat concerned. Oh? Heng, who was leisurely eating, also looked up. Seeing their confusion, Ma Suxun explained, those 3 Wang family innate masters came here to investigate Wang Zuanzi's death, and incidentally, to resolve this calamity and reinforce the seal at the 3 Mountains gathering. However, their primary task is probably still Wang Zuanzi's death. If they can't find the real culprit, they probably won't do anything else. Besides, they even told me they want to rebuild the temple. Ma Suxun sneered as she spoke of this. I'm afraid they'll build a temple, receive offerings and prayers, and then turn their backs on us. To investigate Wang Zuanzi, they'll forcefully suppress us, fabricating charges against us. Hearing this, Heng smiled slightly. Another temple building stunt. These temples really aren't afraid of being destroyed. I might be fine, but you two might be. Ma Suxun shook her head. The two naturally understood Ma Suxun's meaning. Ma Suxun was, after all, a daughter of a prominent family. Even if the 3 of them truly had the ability to forcefully suppress her, they would probably hesitate. But they weren't from any prominent family. Although they weren't suspects, did prominent families really need suspicion in their dealings? They could simply suppress the entire city with absolute power and investigate one by one. They'd surely find something. If they couldn't find anything, they could just find a scapegoat to take back and report. Who could guarantee they wouldn't be a scapegoat? Lingayan, can you contact your friend? I may not have any karmic debt from the murder, but he might. If he's not in Bian County, that's fine, but if he is, he'll probably be found by the Wang family's secret methods. Instead of that, you might as well take the initiative and set a trap to ambush and kill the three of them. Ma Suxun's words were filled with murderous intent. Meng Lingayan was helpless upon hearing this. Suxun, I really won't lie to you at this point. I don't know that person at all, he's probably just using my name to do things. He shrugged, indicating that he didn't know. Ma Suxun frowned upon hearing this, and could only sigh helplessly in the end. Then there's nothing I can do. I can only see when the county government's reinforcements arrive. If they don't arrive by then, I'm sorry, I'll have to abandon Bian City and leave with you two ahead of schedule. After saying this, she felt a surge of frustration and turned to leave. Meng Lingayan stood there, stunned, not knowing what to say. Grandpa, why don't you chase after them now? Li Heng reminded him, and Meng Lingayan suddenly realized what was happening and hurriedly chased after them. Seeing this, he shook his head while eating. When it comes to love, even the brain doesn't work. The Wang family's innate talent? He sneered. Looks like these three haven't died. One person eating the entire welcoming banquet should have been stuffed to the point of bursting. However, for Li Heng, circulating his qi and blood allowed him to quickly refine it into essence, replenishing himself. This way, his stomach wouldn't swell up like a manure-producing machine. After finishing, Li Heng left and returned home. He sat on his bed, calculating his gains from the trip. His source power had reached 5,775 points, a meteoric rise. Indeed, a horse won't get fat without night grass, and a man won't get rich without unexpected wealth, Li Heng thought to himself. The sages were right. At the same time, he could sense a deep connection between himself and that ancient house. It seemed that with a simple summons, expending power, he could bring it down to suppress his enemies. The so-called city-protecting formation was utterly useless. But Li Heng's attention wasn't on that now. He directly pulled up his data panel, looking at the remaining 2% progress bars, now at 40%. Time was of the essence. With 3 Wang family members descending to the innate realm, he had no time to wait for the pure Yang soul-refining secret technique and the martial scripture to be fully deduced. He planned to directly pour his source power into them to instantly upgrade the deduction. He sensed that both techniques required 400 source power each. However, for Li Heng now, that was a drop in the bucket. He directly burned 800 source power, dividing it in half and putting it into the progress bar, instantly upgrading and completing the deduction. The name of the Pure Yang Soul Refining Secret Technique was shortened to 4 characters, Pure Yang Scripture Remnant. As for the martial scripture, the name given by Li Heng remained unchanged, but its content was expanded to the innate realm. 2 orbs of light appeared in Li Heng's mind, exploding like a cosmic explosion, unleashing a vast and profound information that gave Li Heng much insight. His realm rapidly improved, and he faintly broke through to the innate realm. The improvement of the martial scripture was within his expectations. It evolved into an innate martial arts divine power, a divine fist technique that used his own Taoist field within 3 feet as its foundation, grasping the flow of Yuan Qi and the power of heaven and earth around him, and then using Yuan Qi and the power of heaven and earth to unleash a terrifying punch. If struck by this punch, it wouldn't just be the force of Li Heng's terrifying power, but also the surrounding energy and the very fabric of heaven and earth. The enemy would be fighting not only Li Heng, but also the surrounding energy and the very fabric of heaven and earth. This punch pierced through the heavens and man, truly a punch of heaven and man. Li Heng sighed in admiration. Although this divine power didn't involve the rules of heaven and earth, it further enhanced his output limit. With the addition of the divine will of the earth, the divine will of the sun, and various other techniques, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that one punch could take down an innate being. As for the fragment of the pure Yang scripture, he slightly comprehended its information and was somewhat surprised. This technique was actually filling in his gaps, transforming the method of cultivating the soul into a systematic method for cultivating the soul. The pure Yang soul refining secret technique told him to find an extremely Yang object, using its extremely Yang intent to infect the soul, transforming the soul's yin nature to achieve pure Yang, without involving specific systematic cultivation. However, this fragment of the pure Yang scripture revealed the incantation for cultivating his soul. By reciting the incantation and silently cultivating, he could absorb the Yang energy of heaven and earth to strengthen his soul. Extreme Yang substances weren't necessary, but they were optional, and would speed things up. Although the incantation was still somewhat incomplete, allowing him to cultivate only a portion, Li Heng anticipated that removing the word fragmented would complete it. He subtly sensed the source energy consumed to complete it. Then, he apologized for the interruption. It had actually consumed over 5,000 units of source energy. Li Heng sighed slightly, thinking how easily money could be spent. However, he knew it was worth it, as this incomplete incantation was enough to support standard innate realm cultivation. With a complete incantation, could he possibly cultivate to the great innate realm, or even beyond? His thoughts calmed, and he sensed his divine path clone. With the clone's tireless efforts, the Great Sun visualization progress had reached 43%, and the Earth visualization progress had reached 26%. Li Heng nodded slightly. Only a few days had passed? It seemed it was time to prepare for advancing to the innate realm. He wondered when the old man would advance to the innate realm. What would the old man's expression be if he advanced before him? Li Heng smiled slightly, a mischievous thought playing on. He didn't dwell on it, banishing all distractions. He closed his eyes to cultivate the Taiyuan scripture, improving his cultivation. He cultivated a pure Yang scripture mantra, strengthening his soul. He cultivated the three flowers record, constructing the three flowers of essence, ki, and spirit, simultaneously visualizing the Great Sun to accelerate his progress. Time slowly passed, and night fell. Li Heng opened his eyes, a flash of divine light illuminating the dim room, radiating an inexplicable aura, causing the objects in the room to tremble. As the divine light faded, everything returned to calm. He slowly exhaled, feeling his combat power rapidly increasing, becoming increasingly confident in dealing with the three Wang family innate realm cultivators. Suddenly, a torrential downpour began. Li Heng stood up, opened the door, and looked at the dark clouds obscuring the bright moon, making the night sky even more gloomy. He was caught in the rain without an umbrella or a knife. He should have committed murder. Chapter 152 Innate True Seed. The rain poured down relentlessly, and the night was pitch black and silent. Only a few lights shone brightly throughout the city. On the side of a former earth god temple in the west of the city, a magnificent and even more resplendent temple had been erected in the rainy night in just half a day, its lights shining brightly. Such heavy rain, yet no thunder? This seems troublesome. The three Wang family members, all innate masters, stood watching the torrential rain. Wang Zhuan suddenly spoke, his expression full of worry. Something unusual was definitely amiss. Brother, why worry? As innate masters, even if danger were to strike, we could easily escape. The only ones in trouble would be these commoners. The second brother, Wang Yuan, waved his hand dismissively. Wang Zhuan remained non-committal, then asked, are those little ones properly taken care of? Don't worry, brother. I've already given them protective measures. Their safety is not a concern. If something drastic happens and the city falls, they can leave on their own. The third brother, Wang Jian, replied with a smile. But according to those kids, Wang Zuanji was defeated in his battle against Ma Suxuan mainly because the temple he erected in the city was destroyed by a mysterious person, cutting off its incense offerings and prayers, which led to his defeat. We must be wary of this, Wang Jian said cautiously. Don't worry, the three of us will each erect a temple, setting up a formation of heaven, earth, and man, with each of us taking turns to guard one side. Even if that mysterious person is powerful, they won't be able to do anything to us. I strongly suspect that the mysterious person might be related to Wang Zuanji's death. Once the three temples are completed, we should first use the power of the gods to sweep through this city. Wang Zhuan said with a faint smile. Although our main purpose in coming here is to investigate Wang Zuanji's death, what truly worries me is the strange events that have occurred in Bian County, and the matter of the female demon sealed within. It's truly laughable, really. If Wang Zuanji hadn't been so overconfident and gone to fight that female demon, how could he have been so severely injured and then killed by someone else? Wang Zhuan shook his head, his words laced with disdain. Brother is right. If Wang Zuanji hadn't been injured, even if his incense offerings had been severed, he wouldn't have been defeated by Ma Suxuan. But brother, what about Ma Suxuan? She's from the main branch of the Ma family, it's difficult for us to deal with her. But she's also involved with that mysterious person. Wang Yuan frowned. This matter isn't urgent. We'll confront her again tomorrow and force her to reveal the mysterious person's whereabouts. Although her status is higher than ours, don't forget that the Ma family is far away from here. The mountains are high and the emperor is far away. As he spoke, Wang Zhuan gave a cold smile, and the two of them wholeheartedly agreed. After a few casual words, the three turned their attention back to the unfinished statues within the temple, imprinting their own marks upon them and beginning the ritual to awaken their spirituality. In the rainy night, Li Heng suddenly stopped, his gaze shifting as he locked onto three auras similar to Wang Zuanji's, located in the west of the city, specifically at the same Earth God temple. He pondered briefly, then his true energy pierced the rain and he strode towards it. Soon, in the west of the city, he saw the brightly lit temple. Li Heng was slightly surprised. The temple's construction speed was astounding. Were the Wang family all professional temple builders, able to automatically generate temples simply by injecting true energy with the blueprints they carried? He couldn't help but recall the game's mechanics. His mind racing with chaotic thoughts, he suppressed them. He used his formless demonic essence to disguise himself, transforming into an ordinary person, and walked directly into the temple. What was the use of such speed? He hadn't even had time to collect incense offerings and prayers. Inside the temple, the three Wang family innate masters frowned slightly, clearly sensing that Li Heng had transformed into an ordinary person, and stopped their ritual. "Brother, this is just an ordinary person, a peasant?" Wang Yuan was slightly surprised. How, in the middle of the night, in this rainy night, can an ordinary person still be called an ordinary person? Wang Zhuan smiled faintly. "Then why don't I kill him?" Wang Jian said coldly. "No rush, let me take a look." Wang Zhuan felt this was related to Wang Zuanji's death. But reason told him it was unlikely. There were three of them. Would the murderer of Wang Zuanji dare show himself in front of them? That was practically courting death. Oh dear, it's raining so hard in the middle of the night. Finally found a place to shelter from the rain. Are the people inside? Are you the temple keepers? Sorry to bother you three so late at night. Li Heng walked to the eaves, peered inside, and seeing the three Wang family innate masters appear, smiled with narrowed eyes. The three Wang family innate masters already knew this person was definitely up to something. But seeing that Li Heng was completely dry, without a single drop of rain on him, Wang Zhuan's lips twitched involuntarily. Good heavens, you need to take shelter from the rain like this? You're not even pretending, are you? We three are the temple keeper of this temple, newcomers, Wang Zhuan said with a smile, stopping the other two from making a move. However, this believer doesn't seem to need shelter from the rain, does he? Of course I do. I've just improved my agility. Look, I'm wet now, aren't I? Li Heng smiled slightly, reaching out to dab a few raindrops on his hand, showing the three of them. The three men's lips twitched again. Disregarding them, insulting their intelligence? This time, Wang Zhuan lost interest in pretending. This man wasn't playing by the rules at all. Speak, who are you? Why are you looking for us? Is Wang Zuanji's death related to you? Upon hearing this, Li Heng pondered for a moment, then spoke. You say Wang Zuanji is dead? That's quite a coincidence. Members of our Yi family have also died, and they were all exceptionally talented individuals. I was sent by the Yi family to investigate this matter. The three members of the Wang family were slightly startled and exchanged glances. What evidence do you have that you're from the Yi family? Wang Zhuan asked in a deep voice. That's exactly what I wanted to ask you. You're investigating Wang Zuanji's death, so you must be from the Wang family, but how can you prove it? Li Heng smiled slightly. HMPH, you don't trust the three of us? We'll prove it with our Wang family bloodline. Wang Zhuan snorted coldly, and the three of them simultaneously released their divine power to prove their Wang family divine bloodline. Li Heng nodded. And instantly, he was enveloped in yin energy. A ball of yin energy floated in his hand, which he molded into various exquisite objects. This is our Yi family bloodline, how about it? It seems you really are from the Yi family. The three frowned, carefully examining the body, and finally said this. To be able to control yin energy with a healthy, living body, and to perform such exquisite manipulation, it was undoubtedly the Yi family bloodline. Since both sides have revealed their identities, I'll speak frankly. Li Heng said, his expression shifting from a smile to utter seriousness. The deaths of our Yi family members, are they related to the Wang family? HMPH, of course not. The three denied it outright. They didn't care what Wang Zuanji had done, they simply denied it and didn't want to incite conflict between powerful families. Compared to that, I do have some suspicions about your Yi family. Wang Jian said coldly. Are you sure you want to think that way? Li Heng smiled slightly, the yin energy in his palm transforming into a snake shape, its tongue flicking out as if it were about to devour someone. Ahem, third brother. These words were just my younger brother's unintentional remark, don't take them to heart. The eldest brother, Wang Zhuan, scolded, joining Wang Jian in their act. But it's strange, though. In this small Bian county, our Wang family has lost members, and your Yu family has also lost members. What's hidden behind all this? Could the murderer be the same person? Wang Zhuan returned to the main point, speculating in this way. Why don't your Yu family and our Wang family join forces to suppress Ma Suxun of the Ma family first, extract information from her, and then search the entire city one by one? What do you say? Wang Zhuan said with burning eyes. They didn't attack Ma Suxun immediately during the day because they felt that the three of them were newcomers and unprepared, and that a single attack might not be enough to capture her. But with an additional helper, they would be almost certain to succeed. Li Heng looked surprised. Your Wang family wants to attack the Ma family? How can you say that? We just feel that Bian City is full of danger, and as allies of powerful families, we should protect Miss Ma and safely send her back to the Ma family, shouldn't we? Wang Zhuan smiled slightly. Interesting. Aren't you afraid that she will tell her elders what happened when she returns to the Ma family? Li Heng asked in surprise. You can rest assured about that. I do know about Ma Suxun. She has a very bad relationship with the Ma family and hasn't returned to her family for more than 10 years. At most, her identity is just a little special. Wang Zhuan waved his hand and continued. So, how about the two families join forces to find the murderer? He reiterated his request for cooperation. So, where have you gotten to? Li Heng asked calmly. This? We already discussed it. Ma Suxun might know the whereabouts of a mysterious person, and this mysterious person is very likely the culprit who caused Wang Zuanji's defeat and death. Li Heng nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, powerful families are extremely domineering. Even with just a sliver of suspicion, they're willing to suppress and forcefully interrogate, disregarding Ma Suxun's noble family background? Of course, this is also because Ma Suxun is alone. Cooperation is fine, but can I trust your capabilities? Don't forget. This mysterious person not only killed your Yi family's young talents, but also your Wang family's Wang Zuanji, a master of the innate realm. Li Heng said calmly. Don't worry about that. There are 4 of us. Can't we handle a mysterious person? Besides, Wang Zuanji's death was also related to his pre-existing injuries. If you were at his peak, the outcome would be uncertain. Although Wang Zhuan thought Wang Zuanji was a waste, when facing other aristocratic families, he would boast as much as he could to avoid being looked down upon by outsiders. So what exactly is your cultivation level? Li Heng continued to emphasize. What, are you afraid we're hiding our cultivation? Don't worry, our interests are aligned. All 3 of us are at the peak of the lesser innate realm, about to condense our true seeds and break through to the stronger innate realm. And what is your cultivation level? Don't let the Yi family blame us for your death after you get killed by that mysterious person. The 3 of them looked at him with scrutiny. You're at the peak of the lesser innate realm? I don't believe it. Are you kidding me? The peak of the lesser innate realm isn't as weak as you. Li Heng shook his head and said disdainfully. The 3 of them raised their eyebrows, somewhat surprised, then exchanged glances, silently communicating, and finally confirmed their consensus. So how do you want us to prove it? The 3 asked in deep voices. Let's have a fight outside the city, Li Heng said with a slight smile. Chapter 153 The Fist of Heaven and Man. Outside the city, want to fight? The 3 laughed disdainfully. You say you don't believe in our cultivation and want to test your skills, we'd be happy to, but outside the city? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Big brother is absolutely right. The yin energy outside the city is dense, and you're from the Yi family, skilled in using yin energy. Outside the city is your home ground, advantageous to you, so why should we go outside to fight you? Seeing their disdain, Li Heng also laughed. You want to fight inside the city? If you make too much noise and arouse Ma Suxun's suspicion, causing her to escape beforehand, how will you get information from her then? As soon as he finished speaking, the 3's expressions darkened slightly. That was indeed true. Or are you afraid? Li Heng looked at the 3 mockingly. Although the tactic of provocation was outdated, it was still very effective. At this moment, the 3 secretly communicated with each other mentally. The Yi family has really got a good plan. What should we do, brother? Should we really agree to their conditions? This Yi family suddenly appeared out of nowhere. There's probably a trap. We must be wary of the dangers involved. Second and third brothers, have you finished refining your statues? The eldest brother, Wang Zhuan, asked. The other two were slightly taken aback, then answered in unison. The refining is almost complete, it's ready to use. Brother, do you mean? That's right. The Yi family thinks they are on their own now that they're outside the city, but little do they know that as long as our statues are usable, they can cast their incense and prayers outside the city to bless us, turning the tables on us. Wang Zhuan replied with a cold laugh. But we're new here, we haven't collected any prayers yet. The other two were confused. Don't worry about that. Don't forget our Wang family's secret method. If we want incense and prayers, these peasants, these sheep in the pen, have to give them to us, right? Wang Zhuan smiled slightly, and the two suddenly understood. After exchanging ideas, the three reached a consensus. All right, stop with your old tricks. We agree. Let's go, outside the city. They all sneered, harnessing the energy of heaven and earth, breaking through the rainy night, and flying towards the outskirts of Begin City. Li Heng smiled slightly, unconcerned, and followed closely behind, his expression leisurely, as if on a picnic. The four arrived at a remote mountain far outside the city. Isn't this far enough from Begin City? When we fight, Ma Suk-sun probably won't be able to sense us. The three stopped flying, hovering in the air, watching Li Heng slowly approaching. They wouldn't let Li Heng decide on a location. Who knew what kind of ambush he might have chosen? Li Heng also stopped flying, looking around. A dense forest, with a strong yin energy, hinted at a dark, gloomy place in the deep mountains. It was indeed a good location. Suitable for burying people. Okay. He nodded, smiling slightly. Since you have no objections, how do you wish to compete? Which of our brothers would you like to challenge? We'll all be happy to oblige and show you the strength of the Wang family. Wang Zhuan spoke loudly, his words laced with sarcasm. I want a one-on-one duel. Me alone, against all three of you. As soon as Li Heng finished speaking, the three members of the Wang family were stunned. This Yi family member really dared to challenge them all? Did he think he was some kind of young master from the Yi family? He was practically courting death. But this was fine, it suited their purposes perfectly. Since you're so arrogant, then don't blame us. The three of them grinned maliciously, each forming a triangle, blocking Li Heng from three directions. Their innate level power slowly rose, causing everything around them to freeze, tremble, and feel incredibly oppressive. This power even surpassed the torrential rain for a moment. Attack! With a shout, the three of them rushed towards Li Heng, intending to resolve this matter quickly to prevent any unforeseen complications. Although this person was from the Yi family, and they couldn't kill him, they still had to teach him a lesson. How dare he challenge all three of them to a one-on-one duel? They didn't take them seriously at all. Li Heng raised an eyebrow slightly. No wonder the Wang family sent these three to investigate. Judging from their aura, their individual strength was no weaker than Wang Zhuangji's. Now, with their combined attack, they unleashed power surpassing even Wang Zhuangji's. It seemed they had reached the so-called strong innate realm. The three were positioned strategically. Heavenly, earthly, and human positions formed a triadic balance, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth, using the human to withstand the killing intent of heaven and earth, creating a chaotic and destructive force. Therefore, their aura reached its peak. The surrounding, heaven and earth primordial energy, couldn't withstand it and began to tremble violently, forming waves that collided with the already dense yin energy, disrupting the energy field of heaven and earth. A howling wind then swept through the deep mountains, causing ghostly wails and howls. Li Heng, at the center of the combined attack, even felt that it wasn't three people approaching him, but heaven, earth, and humanity themselves, as if all things in the world were launching a killing intent against him, and heaven and earth were intolerant of him. It seems that aristocratic families aren't just full of useless people after all. This combined attack could even evoke divine intent? Thinking this, Li Heng smiled slightly, then unleashed a powerful aura. He visualized the yin energy in his mind, subtly drawing upon the power of the Earth's Dharma image to unleash a yin energy control ability no weaker than the Yi families. Now, it was his turn to enjoy the home field advantage. The surrounding yin energy surged and rolled with Li Heng's thoughts, forming a disciplined army. Wherever their forces pointed, the primordial energy of heaven and earth crumbled and scattered into nothingness. The three's combined attack had relied on the primordial energy of heaven and earth, using it to manipulate the power of the universe, thus creating this deadly trap. Now that the primordial energy had dissipated, this so-called deadly trap naturally dissolved, and the so-called killing intent vanished. Sure enough, before the three could even reach Li Heng, their divine will dissipated instantly. With a burst of protective yin energy from Li Heng, each of them was sent flying backward, returning to their original positions. Their defenses were breached, and they were drenched by the torrential rain, looking utterly disheveled, like drowned rats. The three looked at each other, utterly shocked. Their combined attack, executed by the three brothers, was broken? This combined attack technique had been used to kill at least 5 innate realm cultivators in a single blow. Those innate realm cultivators could only withstand it with their own cultivation, unable to break their combined attack. Yet now, against this Yi family member, their combined attack was easily broken? It was utterly unbelievable. They had fought the Yi family before, even when the Yi family dominated the yin energy field, nothing was this exaggerated. This is what you call the peak of the lesser innate realm? Too weak. Li Heng shook his head, his expression indifferent. He had originally intended to use this opportunity to assess the strength of these three Wang family innate realm cultivators, to gain insight into the general strength of innate realm experts from aristocratic families, and to clarify the distinction between lesser and stronger innate realm cultivators. But now, he suddenly felt it was unnecessary. They were too weak. Even without resorting to tricks or using yin energy to disrupt their combined attack, he could still shatter it with his true strength. The difference would just be a bit more effort. How, as expected of the Yi family bloodline, dominating the yin energy domain, even able to break through a combined attack. But do you think our abilities are limited to this? Wang Zhuan sneered. The three of them suddenly moved their minds, communicating with the statues within Bian City, intending to unleash the power of their divine bloodlines to forcibly collect incense offerings and blessings to empower them. An invisible wave, centered on the statues, spread throughout Bian City, seeping into the bodies of the sleeping citizens. Inside the Demon Exorcism Bureau, Ma Suxun frowned slightly. What just happened? It seemed like something had swept past. But when she released her senses, she found nothing had occurred. Those who were supposed to be sleeping were still asleep. Could it be due to overwork, causing hallucinations? At this moment, all the citizens were dreaming. Their dreams were interconnected, forming a dream network that permeated Bian City. And within this dream network, a deity as vast as heaven and earth appeared. The citizens were filled with fear and trepidation, kneeling in worship. The moment the three uttered their harsh words, Li Heng immediately sensed a change in them. Their auras slowly rose, appearing somewhat sacred and majestic, as if three deities had descended to earth. He raised an eyebrow slightly and used his heavenly eye to examine them. Oh, so that's it. These are their trump cards? Just like Wang Zuanji, they're using incense and vow power, the same old trick. Li Heng wasn't surprised, he had expected this. My name is Zhuan. My name is Yuan. My name is Jian. Mortal, do you know your crime? The three roared like gods, shaking the surrounding mountains and forests. Their overwhelming divine power overwhelmed everything. Fancy. Li Heng had already estimated the strength the three could achieve by using incense and vow power, but it was still too weak for him. Too weak, then worthless. It was time to send them on their way. The Earth Dharma image trembled almost imperceptibly, freezing the surrounding void. It directly severed the transmission of incense and vow power. Before the three could react, Li Heng flashed to Wang Jian's side. A fist was enveloped in yin energy, while secretly circulating qi and blood frantically. The divine will of the great sun. The divine will of the earth, the three flowers record, the Taiyuan scripture, and various other techniques were combined, and then unleashed with the divine power of the heavenly fist. Human power emanated from heaven, connecting heaven and man. In a flash, it struck Wang Jian. The next moment, Wang Jian's body exploded, and he perished. At this moment, the other two finally reacted. First, they were shocked, then angry, and finally incredulous, turning into terror. They turned and ran in an instant. One punch to obliterate Wang Jian. This was a master of the Yi family. This was a trap. They roared inwardly, wanting to escape and tell their family. But the next moment, Li Heng arrived beside Wang Yuan and delivered another punch, instantly obliterating Wang Yuan. Finally, it was Wang Zhuan's turn. He had already run far away, But he encountered the edge of the void where the Earth Dharma image stagnated, unable to break through. Li Heng caught up and delivered a punch. Wang Zhuan's strength was clearly superior, and he was still able to react, desperately trying to defend himself, using all his trump cards, but they were all shattered one by one. He felt as if the entire world was pressing down on him with this punch. The next moment, he himself was also shattered. Li Heng stopped his movements, frowning slightly, not pleased. The divine power of this heavenly fist was indeed very strong. Even these three Wang family experts at the peak of the lesser innate realm had to be shattered with a single punch, without any power to resist. However, after 3 punches, he was exhausted. The remaining blood and energy in his body was less than 1/10. It seemed that the improvement of the Great Sun's spiritual body had to be put on the agenda. He sighed slightly. At this moment, he caught a glimpse of a beam of light escaping from the spot where Wang Zhuan had exploded. The speed was extremely fast. If it weren't for the void barrier suppressed by the Earth Dharma image, it probably would have really escaped. He sensed the beam of light slightly, and it was a single sentence: the killer, the Yi family. Li Heng was slightly surprised. A spur-of-the-moment decision, and there was still this result? He smiled slightly, released the void barrier, letting the spiritual light escape, and simultaneously began to eliminate his own aura. The true fire of the sun manifested, burning away all traces. Inside the Wang family's hall, where the soul lamps of the Wang family members were enshrined, an old man frowned. He had finally received the message from Wang Zhuan and his companions. A Yin world invasion had occurred in that small place in Ben County. Before he could think further, the soul lamps of Wang Zhuan and his companions went out. He was utterly astonished by this phenomenon. What happened? The message had just arrived, and they were already dead? The next moment, a beam of spiritual light pierced through the void and arrived at the Wang family's hall. As the old man sensed it. The killers, the Yi family? The old man fell into deep thought. Chapter 154. My name is Yu Kiffin, come in for a moment. The old man spoke calmly. The young man named Wen Kiffin, who had been waiting outside the hall, entered and respectfully looked at the old man. Go and check if the Yi family has sent anyone to Ben County recently, he said calmly. Yes, Wang Kiffin replied, turning to leave. The old man looked up at the bright moon, lost in thought. The 3 Wang brothers were quite strong, yet they died so quickly. The murderer was clearly very powerful. They should also have been able to stop this spiritual light. Soon, Wang Kiffin returned. The Yi family did indeed send experts to Ben County recently, but they haven't returned yet. The old man was slightly surprised. This was unexpected. Meanwhile, outside Ben County, deep in the mountains, Li Heng had erased all traces of his existence, leaving not a single trace. He was certain that even if the Wang family came to investigate, they wouldn't find a trace of him. Unless the powerful families could still use causal tracking techniques. However, this kind of magic was protected by his own luck. After scanning the area several times with his mind to ensure there were no omissions, he left and returned to Ben City. The rain continued to fall. Countless raindrops contained a faint, almost imperceptible, yin energy. A change was gradually taking place. Back in Ben City, Li Heng arrived at the temple built by the 3 Wang brothers. He calmly looked at the rather spiritual statue before him, lost in thought. If I hadn't impulsively come back to check, I'm afraid it would have truly caused a disaster. In his divine eye's vision, the statue shone with the light of incense and prayers, radiating countless threads in all directions from its center. He opened his mind and sensed that these threads were connected to the people of Ben City. These threads intertwined, forming a huge net above Ben City. Each node displayed the dreams of the people, connecting the dreams of those sleeping citizens to form a vast dreamscape. In the dream, there exists a colossal deity with a blurred face. The people kneel and worship before it, offering incense and prayers, making the deity shine ever brighter. However, due to the deaths of the 3 Wang brothers, the culprits, this deity has lost its sentience and simply stands there silently. But Li Heng knows that if left unattended, the continued blessing of incense and prayers will inevitably give this dream deity sentience. It's only a matter of time. If it's a benevolent deity, it can protect Ben City. But if it's an evil deity, Ben City will be instantly overthrown, and the people will become its prey. In these extraordinary times, the entire city is under martial law and lockdown, and the people are filled with fear and uncertainty about the future. The incense and prayers, mixed with this fear and anxiety, are channeled into this deity. Presumably, what will be born will not be a benevolent deity. Interesting, the Wang family's secret method is indeed profound, a dream deity. Li Heng smiled slightly, a plan forming in his mind. Since the three Wang brothers used a secret method to connect the people's dreams into a dream network, creating this dream deity, it would be a real waste to destroy it. It would be better to make use of it. Although his main body cultivated martial arts, his clone happened to walk the path of divinity. He could completely occupy this deity, providing incense and prayers to help his clone grow. In these extraordinary times, the appearance of a deity could stabilize people's hearts, prevent panic, and also provide an extra alias. In this day and age, how can you survive without a few aliases? It's a win-win situation. Immediately, Li Heng's mind probed out and entered the statue. In the dream, the deity's face became clear, and its expression became even more lifelike. The people in the dream became even more fearful, kneeling and praying frantically for the deity's protection. Finally, the deity spoke, shaking the dream. "My name is Yu." Night ended and dawn broke. However, at this moment, the sky over Bian County was so dark, thick with clouds that blocked the sun, creating a depressing atmosphere devoid of any brightness or joy. Ma Suxun stood on the city wall, looking down at the sky. Dark clouds pressed down on the city, threatening to crush it. The situation was worsening. Looking at everything outside the city, she sighed deeply. There were wolves within, and strange forces outside. She wanted to kill the traitors, but was powerless to reverse the situation. What could she do? At this moment, Meng Lingyuan suddenly leaped onto the city wall, his movements swift, creating gusts of wind as he walked, quickly arriving beside Ma Suxun. "Lingyuan, you're back so soon? Have those three from the Wang family made any moves?" Ma Suxun was slightly surprised. "No, I didn't see them. It's as if they vanished into thin air. I also secretly observed the Wang family residents. Those young men from the Wang family seemed a bit panicked," Meng Lingyuan said in a deep voice. "What? Vanished?" Ma Suxun was slightly shocked. She immediately unleashed her innate senses, scanning the entire city. Her heart sank immediately. She couldn't find the three people at all. There were no Xianshan realm cultivators in the city. This couldn't be. Three living people wouldn't simply vanish into thin air. Moreover, the three members of the Wang family weren't just three living people, but three Xianshan realm cultivators, transcendent, capable of flying and escaping. She cleared her mind again, scanning the area repeatedly, but still found nothing. Undeterred, she used her Xianshan ability to ride the wind and arrived at the Wang family residence, calling out to the young members of the Wang family. Initially, the young members didn't want to go out. However, remembering that Ma Suxun was not at the Xianshan realm, and that they had suddenly lost contact with a family expert who had just arrived yesterday, they had no choice but to go out and pay their respects to Ma Suxun. Ma Suxun didn't bother with such formalities and directly asked, "How do these people know this?" Their expressions were all blank. Seeing this, Ma Suxun used her Xianshan level perception to detect that they weren't lying. Now, she was even more puzzled. Could it be that the three were dead? She couldn't help but recall the strangeness she had sensed yesterday. Could it be related to this matter? "My lord, we can go back." These young members of the Wang family were about to ask a question, but before they could finish, Ma Suxun had already hurriedly left, returning to the city wall. These little fellows weren't worth her trouble. Meng Lingyuan, seeing Ma Suxun return, quickly inquired, "How is it? Any news?" Ma Suxun silently shook her head, a sense of powerlessness rising within her. She had thought that with her innate cultivation, dealing with a crisis in this small county town would be a piece of cake. But now, with these successive anomalies, she was increasingly uncertain. Seeing this, Meng Lingyuan's heart sank. He could ultimately assess the situation. Although these innate cultivators of the Wang family didn't get along with them, they ultimately came with a mission of resolving the calamity. But now they had vanished without a trace. Did this mean they saw the situation was hopeless and fled in advance? Or did they encounter a terrifying enemy and die? If it was the latter, wouldn't it mean there was no hope for Bian City? That enemy could kill 3 innate cultivators. Naturally, they could also kill Ma Suxun. As for whether that terrifying being was friend or foe, he wasn't a 3-year-old child, he wouldn't harbor any illusions. No matter how hateful the 3 Wang family innate masters were, they were still human, while this being was highly likely a supernatural entity. It couldn't be that a person killed someone, could it? There shouldn't be such a master in Bian City, the chances were too small. Lingayan, I will wait until evening. But if by evening the three Wang family innate masters haven't shown up, and there's no news from the prefecture or reinforcements arriving, then I can only apologize and temporarily abandon Bian City, forcibly taking you and Xiao Heng away. We can also take Meng Hao, who is about to awaken. You don't need to object to this, I've decided. Ma Suxun said coldly. Meng Lingayan remained silent upon hearing this. I'll consider it. Then he turned and left. Ma Suxun's gaze was deep and unfathomable. Although she cared about the lives of ordinary people, she ultimately distinguished between close and distant relatives. She wouldn't allow her lover and her descendants to perish in this city destined to fall. The Demon Extermination Bureau. The gate to Li Heng's courtyard was flung open with a bang, hitting the surrounding walls and sending dust flying, splintering pieces and creating dents, adding to the damage. What's wrong, old man? Why such a temper? The culprit, Li Heng, sat in the courtyard, a cup of tea on the stone table. He gently put down the dossier in his hand, looked at Meng Lingayan who had already entered the courtyard, and smiled slightly. Plans can't keep up with changes, Meng Lingayan sighed. He approached Li Heng, picked up the empty cup on the table, poured himself a cup of tea, and drank it all in one gulp, his expression somewhat resentful. Xiao Heng, if nothing unexpected happens, we'll have to leave today. Li Heng raised an eyebrow slightly. Normally, this old man wouldn't use such a mushy address. Something serious must have happened. What happened? What happened? Meng Lingayan shook his head and told Li Heng what had happened. There might be a great terror lurking in Bian City right now. Logically, the sooner we leave, the better. Sujuan has already been extremely accommodating to me. Is that so? Li Heng was inwardly amused and exasperated. What else could it be? Don't think this is a small matter. You can't even imagine how strong someone who can kill 3 and 8 level beings is. Even if you, me, and Sujuan joined forces, we probably wouldn't be enough to defeat that terrifying being. Don't be stubborn about this. Just listen to Sujuan. Although you have high talent, it hasn't reached the level of being able to translate it into combat power yet. Anyway, the future is promising. Even if you're not convinced, you can get your revenge after you improve your combat power. Meng Lingayan earnestly advised. Is he saying this to kill himself? And your grandfather even said I'm stubborn? It feels like he's saying all this to himself. Using the guise of persuading me, he's trying to persuade himself, isn't he? Li Heng's expression was strange. I see, I understand. However, sir, you can take a look at this file. Li Heng smiled slightly, handed the file on the table to Meng Lingayan, and took a sip of tea, appearing calm and composed. File? Meng Lingayan was slightly taken aback. He carefully examined the file, his pupils shrinking sharply. A deity named you? Chapter 155 The storm is brewing. A deity named you suddenly appeared overnight? Meng Lingayan frowned, looking at the file. Yes, I was browsing in the merit hall just now and unexpectedly came across this file. It might be related to the disappearance of the 3 members of the Wang family. Li Heng smiled slightly and took another sip of tea. This is important information. I'll take this file with me. Although I don't know much about their departure, you should still prepare in advance and pack your things. Meng Lingayan picked up the file, took his leave, and left swiftly. Li Heng watched Meng Lingayan leave, sighing slightly. Was this matter really that frightening? He clearly felt that the 3 members of the Wang family weren't particularly strong. Sigh, it seems I'm too strong. Soon, Meng Lingayan arrived at the city wall. Ma Suxun was taken aback when she saw Meng Lingayan's hurried appearance. You're back so quickly? Have you figured things out? Or has something else happened? This time it's the latter, Meng Lingayan said in a deep voice. He handed the file to Ma Suxun. You can take a look, the information inside might be the truth behind the disappearance of those 3 members of the Wang family. Oh? Ma Suxun frowned slightly. She took the dossier, browsed through it carefully, and was startled. The deity in the dream, whom the people call you, claims to protect this Bian city in the future? Ma Suxun read some information from the dossier and fell into deep thought. Suxun, the Wang family should be skilled in the way of gods, right? Yes, that's right. The bloodline of the Wang family is simply born for the way of gods. But where does this deity called you come from? Was it sealed by the 3 brothers of the Wang family, or was it transformed by the 3 of them? Or perhaps, an alien deity, a benevolent god or an evil god? Ma Suxun murmured to herself, making such guesses. This time, Meng Lingayan did not disturb her, silently waiting by her side. Finally, half an hour later, Ma Suxun spoke again. Lingayan, if it's as I think, perhaps we don't need to leave early. Quickly go and get 9 sticks of incense and 3 sacrificial offerings. I want to see that deity named you. Is that all right? Meng Lingayan was somewhat worried. What if this deity named you was an evil god? That would be terrifying. He was afraid something might happen to Ma Suxun. Don't worry. If he wanted to make a move, he would have done so last night. Apart from martial arts cultivators like you and me with profound cultivation, no ordinary person would survive. Ma Suxun explained. All right then, I'll go prepare immediately. Meng Lingayan nodded and left. She watched Meng Lingayan leave and breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she had said, this deity was most likely not an evil god, but its origins remained shrouded in mystery. Soon, Meng Lingayan had everything prepared. The two arrived at the center of the city, where there was a small altar, long abandoned and somewhat dilapidated. However, its origins could be traced back to the Ming dynasty, supposedly used by the government for sacrifices to heaven and earth. This damage isn't too bad, it's still usable. Ma Suxun nodded. Time was of the essence, and she didn't have the leisure to set up an altar. She directly arranged the sacrificial offerings and lit 9 incense sticks. Then, using a secret technique, she guided the smoke from the 9 incense sticks into the void. In a void layer similar to reality, various incense offerings, wishes, people's thoughts, and dreams drifted. And amidst these layers of thoughts and dreams, stood a colossal deity, none other than Li Heng's mysterious disguise, the deity named you. At this moment, just as the incense smoke had entered this layer, following the guidance of the unseen, passing through layers of incense offerings, wishes, thoughts, and dreams, it arrived before the deity. Interesting, it actually managed to find this place? Li Heng looked at the smoke emanating from the incense before him. Finally, the smoke actually spread out, forming a very wide smoke path, allowing his colossal deity to pass through. Since you want to see me, then let's meet. With that thought, Li Heng stepped onto the path of smoke. With each step, his form shrank, until he entered the mortal realm, appearing before Ma Suxun and the other woman indistinguishable from an ordinary person. You are you? Ma Suxun asked in surprise, looking at the golden-haired deity before her. I am you. He was determined to play his part completely, Li Heng said calmly. What is your origin? What is your purpose? Is the disappearance of the 3 members of the Wang family related to you? Ma Suxun asked. Why should I tell you? Li Heng countered with a smile. You have no obligation to tell me, but if you do, perhaps we can get along quite well, Ma Suxun said in a deep voice. Why do you say that? Li Heng asked knowingly. Didn't you say you wanted to protect this Bean city? We do too, our goals are actually the same. And if your background is clean, and you're not some evil god, I can report to the Grand Commander and grant you a pardon from the Imperial Court, so you won't be targeted by them. Then you'll be the righteous god of Bean County, how about it? Ma Suxun's eyes burned with desire as she offered extremely tempting conditions. For the gods of this world, especially those wild gods, a pardon from the human dynasty is incredibly alluring. After receiving the title, they can enjoy the blessings of the Imperial Court's fortune. Interesting, then I can tell you a thing or two. You don't need to guess my background. As for my purpose, it's naturally to protect Bean City, and even Bean County, during this cataclysmic event. As for the 3 members of the Wang family, you don't need to worry about them anymore. Ma Suxun was shocked upon hearing this. You killed the 3 members of the Wang family, she blurted out instantly. I can't say. Li Heng smiled slightly. Ma Suxun calmed down upon hearing this, realizing she had spoken out of turn, and stopped bringing it up. Since you dare to do this, you must have something to rely on. This matter cannot implicate us. You can rest assured about that. Alright, in that case, I can represent the court to temporarily allow you to stay in Bean County and assist us in stabilizing the emotions of the people in the city. What do you say? Agreed. Li Heng nodded, then vanished. Meng Lingayan, standing beside him, was somewhat stunned. This matter was somewhat beyond his expectations, it went too smoothly. The 2 sides actually negotiated so pleasantly, without any major conflict. Even though Su Zhuan had used the phrase temporarily allowed, this deity did not get angry, cooperating unexpectedly. Ma Suzhuan was also quite surprised by Li Heng's straightforwardness, but then quickly dismissed these thoughts. Regardless of this deity's purpose, as long as he was straightforward and agreed to cooperate, that was fine. These were extraordinary times, doubt should not be used, and using a deity should not be doubted. Is it really that simple? No verification is needed? Meng Lingayan asked doubtfully. Not yet. I can't conduct in-depth verification on my own. Besides, the layers of golden light around him show no resentment, so he's probably not some evil god. No civilians died last night, so we can trust him. Of course, his origins are unknown, so we must be careful. After saying this, Ma Suxuan flicked 2 strands of Yang True Flame from her hand and sent them to Meng Lingayan. Keep the strand of flame safe. It can be used as a protective measure. If this deity attacks you immediately, I will sense it. Oh, and give the second strand to Xiao Heng, don't forget. Meng Lingayan nodded, naturally not forgetting this. But after thinking for a moment, he said somewhat awkwardly, Suxuan, should I give him another strand? Ma Suxuan frowned upon hearing this, looking coldly at Meng Lingayan, and then flicked out another strand of Yang True Flame. Here, keep it. If you bother me again later, you'll be sorry. With that, he turned and left. In the courtyard, Li Heng came to his senses, recalling the conversation, but took a sip of tea, its aroma intoxicating. A righteous god of the court, blessed by fortune? He didn't care much for that, it was merely icing on the cake, an insignificant bonus. He simply wanted to use this opportunity to investigate this anomaly. The divine path, borrowing the power of the people's incense and prayers, could manifest even greater divine abilities, monitoring the entire city, even the entire county. For example, right now, his divine identity, named Yu, was using the power of incense and prayers to unleash divine power, spreading its influence outside Bian City to observe the anomalies in the yin energy outside. In his perception, after last night's torrential rain, the concentration of yin energy had once again undergone a qualitative leap. At this moment, the area outside the city was no longer suitable for human travel, even for those at the Blood Exchange realm or even the True Key realm. As for the 3 mountains gathering, Peacock arrived just in time. Not everyone inside had died, but they could only huddle together in one place, barely clinging to life under the protection of the divine avatar's power, trapped in their confinement. Li Heng shook his head. This wasn't a solution. People needed to eat, and if time dragged on, supplies would run out, leading to utter despair. He had to wait. If the prefectural government didn't send news, he would have to intervene. Meanwhile, at the Wang family's place, in the hall containing the Wang family members' soul lamps, the old man was presiding over a ritual to determine who had killed the 3 Wang brothers. He felt the Yi family had no reason to kill the Wang family and needed to verify the truth. Soon, a blurry image appeared above the ritual. The old man was slightly pleased and tried to make it clearer, but the more he did, the blurrier it became, eventually shattering like a bubble. However, this also allowed him to glean some information. A blurry figure, its surface densely covered in yin energy, manipulated with precise variations, attacked the 3 Wang brothers. The old man fell into deep thought. This looked exactly like someone from the Yi family. His expression turned cold. And he immediately called for reinforcements, intending to do something. In the courtyard, Li Heng raised an eyebrow. His luck points had decreased again. Who was plotting against him? But it didn't matter, he'd probably just blocked it. Meanwhile, outside the Great Li Kingdom, the Yi family's schoolteacher was almost weeping with joy, for he was moving forward in the direction of the dense yin energy, about to leave the area of the void turbulence. He had even glimpsed the outline of the Great Li Kingdom. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156 White Mist. The next day, as the yin energy grew increasingly dense, the protective array of Bian City began to crumble. Even the magistrate, Lord Ren, was burning through his coffers, and the array teetered on the brink of collapse. The yin energy pressed down on the city like dark clouds, threatening to invade. At the critical moment, Li Heng had no choice but to intervene. Using the guise of a deity, he unleashed divine light upon the entire city, while secretly using the divine will of the Great Sun to sweep away the excess yin energy, restoring it to normal concentration. The previously despairing paupers erupted in cheers, wildly praising the greatness of you and offering a torrent of incense and prayers. If it weren't for the government's intervention, these people would have even wanted to bestow upon you the titles of Celestial Venerable or True Lord. This surprised Ma Suxun, who had been planning to retreat and flee upon seeing the city on the verge of collapse. This deity could even purify and protect against yin energy? What was its origin? However, Ma Suxun temporarily abandoned her thoughts of retreat. Only a few days later, the situation outside the city continued to deteriorate, and the reinforcements from the prefecture government had not arrived. The messages sent out had vanished without a trace. This made Ma Suxun realize that her backup plan had also failed, otherwise, she wouldn't have been delayed for so long. She acted decisively, immediately contacting the deity named Yu. It now shows that there's no hope for reinforcements from the prefecture government, Ma Suxun said in a deep voice. Then what do you intend to do? Li Heng asked calmly, playing the role of the deity. I want to abandon this Bian city and leave with my people. As for you, although I don't know how strong you are, you were able to kill 3 members of the Wang family, so you can probably use teleportation techniques to move some civilians. Ma Suxun had made her intentions clear. Abandon the city, abandon most of the people. Li Heng seemed thoughtful upon hearing this, then slowly spoke. I admit that if there are no reinforcements, this method is the most appropriate. However, just now, another anomaly occurred outside the city. Another anomaly? Ma Suxun was slightly surprised. Outside the city, eerie forces roamed, with towering, bizarre domains teeming with an almost tangible, yin energy. How could such a dire situation escalate further? Li Heng nodded. That's right. At the end of his sentence, the golden-haired deity pointed. A scene appeared before the two, depicting the situation outside the city. Ma Suxun looked at it. The scene showed the area where everyone had perished at the beginning of the mutation, now transformed into a bizarre village, thick with yin energy and teeming with strange creatures. She was somewhat bewildered. Wasn't this normal? She'd seen this all the time these past few days. Ma Suxun turned her questioning gaze to Li Heng, who shook his head slightly, zooming in with 2 fingers to reveal a specific corner. This corner, while dense with yin energy, also contained wisps of white mist. At first glance, it didn't seem like much, but upon closer inspection, she saw that this white mist was gradually infiltrating and assimilating the yin energy, and it possessed the same characteristics as the original yin energy. What is this? Ma Suxun exclaimed in shock. This thing can actually devour and assimilate yin energy? Li Heng didn't answer. He shrank the image with 2 fingers, bringing him directly to the sky above Bian County. Looking down, he saw Bian County shrouded in yin energy, and a slowly rising white mist. Look at this bird. He pointed to a strange bird in the image. This strange bird was about to fly through a cloud of white mist, leaving Bian County to plunder its prey elsewhere. Then the bird disappeared. Yes, they could only see the bird enter the white mist, they couldn't see it emerge. And this white mist wasn't large, at most only 5 or 6 meters in area. At the speed at which this thing appears, you'll probably be surrounded before you even leave Bian County. How do you plan to escape under this white mist? Do you think you can burrow underground? That won't work either. There's even more white mist beneath the ground, Li Heng said in a deep voice. Ma Suxun frowned. What kind of evil thing was this? What kind of eerie place is Bian County? Why did this problem suddenly occur now, when it's never happened before? Of course, she still had a chance to escape. She possessed a special treasure left by her family, allowing her to break through the void and escape directly. However, this treasure could only be used by one person, it couldn't take anyone else with it. Was she going to let Ling Yun die here? That was impossible, she'd rather die herself. It seems we have to try this white mist. But you don't seem panicked. Do you have a plan? She looked at Li Heng, somewhat puzzled. She had many doubts about this deity. It appeared overnight, as if it had fallen from the sky. If it weren't for all the signs indicating it was a benevolent god, everyone would have thought the white mist was created by this deity. I have a way, but it will take time. During this time, you can boldly test this white mist. As long as you don't get trapped, I can cover for you, Li Heng said calmly. At this moment, his great sun contemplation progress had reached 48%, his cultivation accumulation was already extremely sufficient, about to reach the point of overflowing, breaking through to the innate realm. Once he reaches the innate realm, His combat power and essence will be even higher. Then this white, eerie mist will be nothing to worry about. As I said before, those whose essence is inferior to the sun should step aside. How can I trust you? Because you can only trust me now. Ma Suxun fell silent upon hearing this. That's true. Then I'll prepare as soon as possible. I hope I can hear good news from you. With that, she hurriedly left. Li Heng, in his divine form, narrowed his eyes, sensing the entire Bian County. Strange things were rampant outside the city, even reaching the point of strange waves. The reason he hadn't hunted them recently was to fatten them up so he could obtain more source energy later. But now, the appearance of the white, eerie mist had disrupted his plan. It actually dared to devour his lost source energy? If it wanted to break through to the innate realm, it would be in for a surprise. Bian City, inner city, within the county government office. Ren Hai paced back and forth in the courtyard, somewhat agitated. Because of his surname, Ren, he still had connections, so like Ma Suxun, he had already contacted the county government. But his situation was the same as Ma Suxun's, a complete loss. This made him wonder if the higher-ups had abandoned the area. He felt a pang of regret. If he had known this would happen, why had he spent money maintaining the Great Formation? He could have simply run away. Why was he now penniless and relying on a mysterious deity for help? If he had successfully defended the city during this calamity, he could have used his connections to have the matter reported to the emperor, making it a great achievement. A promotion wouldn't be an option, he might even have been promoted directly to the capital. But now he had lost his gamble. The one maintaining the city wasn't him, Ren Hai, but the deity named you. Even if the calamity ended and he had merit, half of it would be taken. The risk and reward were clearly disproportionate. Moreover, as the county magistrate, he knew that Bian County's food supplies were dwindling. After a while, perhaps the merchants would still have something to eat, but the common people would certainly starve. Eventually, riots and civil unrest would erupt. If he stayed here, even after the calamity ended, he would likely be punished by his superiors for incompetence. Even with his family's help, he probably wouldn't be able to remain an official. This major event, combined with this great calamity, couldn't be suppressed. He might as well just run away. That way, he could use the pretext of seeking help, not be considered desertion or abandoning the people. Staying without reinforcements was simply waiting to die. After much thought, just as he was about to use the luck within his official seal to break through the dense yin energy and escape Bian County, he heard Ma Suxun's summons. Ren Hai was slightly surprised. Could there be a solution? Well, he'd go check it out first. He took the official seal to the summons location and found that Ma Suxun had summoned not only him, but also the leaders of various forces in the city, and even true Key Realm Grandmasters. Clearly, something big was about to happen. These true Key Realm Grandmasters and force leaders gathered together, looking at Ma Suxun with some suspicion. Ma Suxun didn't waste any time and explained the white, eerie mist. This fog is quite strange, so we must go out of the city to investigate. Otherwise, if this white fog spreads to Bian City, it will cause a great disaster. But what about the current concentration of yin energy? Ren Hai asked doubtfully. Don't panic. I will cast a protective barrier of Yuanqi on you, allowing you to walk freely outside the city for 2 hours, Ma Suxun said calmly. Everyone was even more surprised. Casting a protective barrier of Yuanqi on so many of them? This innate realm exorcist was really going all out. It seems that this strange white fog is really extraordinary, that it would attract such attention from an innate realm expert. We will naturally obey your orders, sir, they answered in unison. In the end, everyone still had great trust in the mysterious innate realm, even harboring unrealistic fantasies of omnipotence, so they didn't pay much attention to the terror of this strange white fog. In fact, it could be said that if they hadn't known that there was an innate realm expert suppressing Bian City would not be so peaceful now. They would probably have retreated in a hurry at the very beginning of the anomaly. No one wanted to stay in such a dangerous environment and wait to die. Even those forces that hadn't retreated, unwilling to abandon their hard-earned territories, would probably fight tooth and nail over the city's resources, resulting in many deaths. Alright, let's set off now. Ma Suxun waved her hand, manipulating the surrounding energy to create an extremely resilient and highly protective energy shield for everyone. She then propelled them into the air, sending them flying towards the city's outskirts. Li Heng watched the departing figures in the sky, his heart utterly calm, gradually reaching a state of profound stillness and emptiness. At this moment, his great sun contemplation progress had reached 49%. It was time for him to go into seclusion and break through. Chapter 157. Are they all dead? In the sky, Renhai pondered for a moment. What exactly was this strange white mist? Why was it worth all this trouble, and why did it make Ma Suxun, a powerful innate expert, so wary? He had reason to suspect that a new anomaly had occurred. If that were the case, should he take advantage of this trip to leave Ben County? After all, he carried the official seal, and the current concentration of yin energy couldn't stop him, unless there was some innate demon or monster. After much thought, he decided to take another look, to see the truth behind this strange white mist. In this way, he would have the necessary leverage and information to inform the prefectural government and avoid the negative consequences of his unauthorized escape. Who said he was escaping? This was a strategic retreat, a plea for help. Did he understand? Thinking of this, Renhai smiled slightly, which made the true Key Realm Grandmaster beside him, the leader of the power, somewhat puzzled. At a time like this, with natural disasters and man-made calamities, why was this Master Ren smiling? The group traveled on the wind and soon arrived at their destination. This was a spot carefully chosen by Ma Suxun. The terrain was very flat, with a wide view. Although there was a white, eerie mist swirling around it, it wasn't too thick. If anything unexpected happened, such as the mist suddenly expanding, they could evacuate quickly. After everyone landed, Ma Suxun spoke loudly. I know you all possess some skills, but this is a matter of life and death. Please don't be stingy, use them freely. At the same time, be careful not to get too close to this white mist. Otherwise, if you are swallowed up or disappear, I will not be responsible. Her words were sharp and her tone serious, causing everyone to tremble. We will naturally obey your orders, sir. Seeing everyone answer seriously in unison, Ma Suxun's expression softened slightly. All right. I know you may all have some complaints about me sending you out at this time, and there might even be some friction among you, but I hope you can all stay safe during this period. I don't want to see you fighting amongst yourselves. Furthermore, once the calamity is over, I will report it to the prefecture and record your contributions. If you can investigate the nature and truth of these wide, eerie mists, you might even have the opportunity to break through to the innate realm. Ma Suxun painted a rosy picture for everyone. Even though it was just a rosy picture, it still made everyone's spirits soar. Almost everyone present was at the true Key Realm, and who wouldn't yearn for that transcendent, wind-riding innate realm? Alright, you can stay here and explore. After saying that, Ma Suxun dismissed everyone. Suxun, will this really work? Meng Lingayan approached, somewhat worried. He had already learned from Ma Suxun how terrifying these wide, eerie mists were. It seemed that there was another world within the mist, and once you entered, you couldn't come out. Could this really be solved by someone at the true Key Realm? True hope is a last resort, just stalling for time. Ma Suxun waved her hand. By the way, you insisted on going out this time, and I didn't refuse. But don't you dare get close to that white, eerie mist. Who knows what might happen inside? She whispered, reminding Meng Lingayan. Meng Lingayan knew the danger and nodded. Wisps of white, eerie mist drifted again, some already tangled into clumps, obscuring what lay within, as ethereal as the morning mist in the mountains. Everyone tensed up, using various methods to probe. Some used their true energy, others their spiritual perception, some used secret techniques, and some even used their blood essence to create puppets. But all their efforts were in vain. Especially the puppet, which vanished immediately upon entering the white mist. This caused the puppet's creator great distress. They were horrified, all their methods were ineffective. It seemed this white, eerie mist was indeed powerful. At this moment, Ma Suxun also frowned slightly. She was sensing the white, eerie mist through her methods. They all seemed harmless and ordinary, but when she sent a wisp of her consciousness to probe it, the connection between her and that wisp of consciousness was severed. Yes, severed. She could sense that her consciousness was being projected to a place that seemed to belong to another world. Because of the extreme distance, the connection between her and her consciousness was broken, and she couldn't perceive it anymore. Wait, could this be swallowing up the present world? Ma Suxun was suddenly startled. The principle of yin energy swallowing the present world is that the concentration of yin energy continuously increases, eventually turning the present world into a yin place, and it also follows certain basic laws. But this white, eerie mist seemed to swallow up wherever it drifted, extremely domineering. At this moment, Ren Hai, carrying the official seal, also began to investigate the eerie mist. As expected of someone with an official seal and the protection of fortune, he was skilled and daring, getting closer to the white, eerie mist than others, exploring its essence and obtaining important information. He was confident that with the protection of the official seal, he was temporarily invincible. After all, the official seal symbolized the fortune of the Great Li. Of course, he wasn't one to court death. He didn't actually come into contact with a strange white mist, but merely stood close enough to use his official seal to probe it. As the magistrate of Dali County, and carrying the official seal, he was fully capable of monitoring the entire Bian County like a god, provided he was willing to sacrifice his own fortune and official luck. Generally, he wouldn't be so willing to expend such resources. But now, he had to make an investment. Your subject, a 9th-rank magistrate of our dynasty, requests to inspect this object. Ren Hai solemnly declared, using his own fortune. Granted. A detached voice resonated in his mind, echoing endlessly. At the same time, the official seal emitted a light of fortune, directly plunging into the strange white mist to begin its investigation and analysis. The others were startled by this action. This Ren the Skinflint was really willing to sacrifice. In the past, no matter how much chaos and famine the demons and monsters caused, he had never been willing to use even a fraction of his fortune and official luck, but now he was using it? Could it be that he was about to steal the opportunity to break through to the innate realm? Some were unwilling to accept this, but Ren Hai smiled slightly. The power of the official seal was simply unstoppable. He could sense it. A lot of information began to surface in his mind, all about the nature and origin of the white, eerie mist. He had originally intended to perceive it. But he discovered that this information seemed to possess life, chasing after him and instantly engulfing his mind. The official seal erupted with a violent light, then vanished the next moment. Ren Hai was stunned, lowered his head, and fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was taken aback by this. What had happened? Then, before Ren Hai could remain silent for long, his expression became a mixture of crying and laughing, extremely distorted, and he kept muttering to himself. Everyone was shocked and quickly retreated, keeping their distance from Ren Hai. They dared not approach. Something must have happened. So that's it, I understand everything, no wonder they did this. Ren Hai suddenly raised his head, his expression manic, laughing wildly. I'm dead, you're all dead, everyone's dead, this world is dead too. Ha ha ha, so this is the truth. He looked at the crowd, a look of confusion on his face. You're all dead? He tilted his head, puzzled. It doesn't matter, this was destined, you will. Saying this, he laughed maniacally, staggering and falling into the white, eerie mist. The official seal fell to the ground, shattering. My lord, what is this? The crowd looked in shock at Ma Suxun, who had been silent all along. Ma Suxun exhaled a breath of turbid air. I roughly understand the origin of this mist. As for Ren Hai, he's beyond saving. My intervention just now was in vain. She shook her head, smiling bitterly. Pick up that official seal. There might still be some information inside. Don't worry, it won't be contaminated. An official seal imbued with the fortune of the Great Li dynasty won't allow contamination. The crowd hesitated. Ma Suxun shook her head, and in a flash, picked up the broken official seal, putting it away, intending to investigate the information within it later. I roughly know the origin of this fog. So, she was about to speak, wanting to tell everyone to retreat, when suddenly her expression changed drastically. In an instant, she manipulated the vast, heaven and earth energy, to pull everyone to her side. Everyone was shocked by this action, thinking that Ma Suxun was like Ren Hai, but they found that Ma Suxun did not show any abnormality and did not kill them. Instead, the white fog that was very close to them began to churn and surge to varying degrees, spreading outwards. Only then did everyone realize that Ma Suxun was saving them. My lady. Before they could ask what was going on, Ma Suxun took a deep breath and uttered a single word, go. She commanded everyone to take flight and quickly leave the place. Not long after they left, everyone was shocked to see that a massive white fog had erupted from the place where they had just been. Its momentum was as fierce as a volcanic eruption, covering and devouring everything. Its speed was like a tsunami, with white waves sweeping around. Seeing this, Ma Suxun's expression turned grim, and she rushed back to Bein City. She hadn't expected this strange event to escalate further. Could it be due to the stimulation of the great Li fortune within the official seal? Was this mist truly from that cursed place? Why hadn't she seen it before? Various doubts weighed heavily on her mind, unanswerable. But she knew now wasn't the time for answers, survival was paramount. So she quickened her pace, heading straight for Bein City to prepare for battle. But could she truly defend herself against this white mist? She felt uncertain. Was she left only to rely on the deity named Yu? Inside Bein City, Li Heng, though in seclusion for a breakthrough, had also diverted a wisp of his consciousness into his divine body to monitor the movements outside the city. He noticed Ren Hai's madness, Ma Suxun and the others' evacuation, and the eruption of the strange white mist. This made him shake his head. The anomalies were relentless, constantly exceeding his expectations. Fortunately, he always left himself room for maneuver. His great sun contemplation progress had already surpassed 50%. The main body has also begun to break through to the innate realm. The golden light god's eyes traversed the void and landed on the Demon Extermination Bureau. In that small courtyard, the aura was swirling and rising, like a dragon emerging from the abyss and leaping into the heavens. Chapter 158 Breaking Through the Innate Realm, the Great Sun Rises. The innate realm. One reverses their innate state, cultivating inner strength and achieving a state of gentleness, thus attaining transcendence. This allows one to bridge the gap between heaven and earth, connecting with them, borrowing their boundless power, and unleashing supernatural abilities such as flight and earth-shattering. The innate realm is also a goal, a state. Therefore, various forces possess unique secret methods for achieving it. For example, in Taoism, swallowing a golden elixir reveals that one's fate is not determined by heaven. One condenses a golden elixir, using it as the core to achieve transcendence. Similarly, in Buddhism, one achieves a golden body, becoming indestructible, and so on. Li Heng, however, chose the path most suitable for him. Although before achieving the innate realm, his blood and qi were insufficient to allow the three flowers record to reach the innate level, his Taiyuan scripture inherently cultivates qi, his pure yang soul refining secret technique inherently cultivates spirit, and his great sun spiritual body belongs to the realm of essence, making it incredibly abundant. Therefore, breaking through to the innate realm did not require the three flowers record's blessing. His own accumulation was already sufficient. Besides essence, his qi and spirit were abundant, overflowing naturally. He needed no further condensation or breakthrough of bottlenecks. He naturally reached and sublimated his essence. His progress in visualizing the great sun had reached 50%, breaking through the critical point. As long as he used his source power to upgrade the 50% progress of the great sun dharma form, he could further sublimate the great sun spiritual body, replenishing its slightly weaker essence. His mind was calm as he directly burned 1,000 units of source power. Buzz! At this moment, an invisible wave seemed to spread, pervading the entire city of Bein, warming the hearts of the city's inhabitants, as if something was shining upon them. Simultaneously, a brand new great sun rose slowly behind Li Heng. This great sun dharma was more real than before, its structure more intricate and complex, with runes faintly flowing within, radiating the magnificent and radiant divine intent of the great sun. At this moment, he suddenly felt himself floating. His mind soared 90,000 miles high. Then, opening his eyes, he saw the magnificent great sun before him. This time, it was even clearer than before. The great sun emitted boundless light, illuminating heaven and earth, its flames surging and rolling, burning everything in the world. Even space itself was being reduced to ashes. This was the first thing Li Heng saw. With a second glance, he noticed the reflection of the sun on the sky and earth. This reflection was now much darker, like pitch-black ink, seemingly still churning and larger than before, filled with eerie and inexplicable shadows. There were also more shadows than he had seen before. After those two glances, Li Heng's mind was instantly pulled back to reality, back to the courtyard of the Demon Exorcism Bureau in Bein City. His body had undergone earth-shattering changes. The most significant change was in his great sun spirit body. First, his connection with the great sun in the sky became real. Although still weak, it was no longer elusive. He seemed to be able to borrow some power from the great sun and unleash supernatural abilities. At the same time, the power of the great sun within his body grew stronger, even appearing somewhat sacred. When he unleashed his power and stood there, It truly felt like the Great Sun was before him, deserving the title of Great Sun Holy Body. He even felt that some extraordinary phenomena might occur. Moreover, he lowered his head, and a ball of true solar fire ignited in his palm, churning and surging, causing the surrounding space to distort violently, like ripples on water, as if it could actually burn. If the previous true sun fire was a low-end version, then the current true sun fire is a mid-range version. With his essence, ki, and spirit all complete, he has surpassed the acquired stage, broken through to the innate stage, and attained transcendence. His mind can extend to the outside world, and he can interfere with the primordial energy of heaven and earth without using the Taiyuan scripture. With the added blessing of the Taiyuan scripture, Li Heng is certain that the primordial energy of the entire Begin city will be at his disposal. With a great sun dharma image and the blessing of other techniques, a full-force explosion could even destroy a city. He sighed slightly. No wonder they say the innate is extraordinary. Excluding geniuses like him who can interfere with the primordial energy of heaven and earth even before entering the innate stage, comparable to standard innate beings, those in the innate stage and those below are simply two different species. Because the innate not only elevates their own essence, becoming extraordinary and transcendent, but also controls the great power of heaven and earth, how can those below the innate stage, relying solely on their own strength, compare? At this moment, Ma Suxun and the others had already escaped back to the vicinity of Begin City, but the white, eerie mist wave followed closely behind. This wasn't a white, eerie mist chasing after living beings, rather, the mist itself was surging in all directions, and Begin City was merely within its range. Destroy you, drown you, what does it matter to you? As the eerie mist approached the vicinity of Begin City, Li Heng's divine disguise also made a decisive move, using the accumulated incense and prayer power of the past few days to unleash divine power and resist the mist. Boundless divine radiance manifested, completely enveloping Ma Suxun and the others, as well as Begin City itself, even the underground, forming a golden sphere. Under the protection of divine power, it seemed to truly block the white eerie mist. It hadn't broken through. Ma Suxun breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the deity hadn't lied to her. However, the next moment, Yu spoke calmly. No, you're mistaken. I can't resist either. The voice resounded in everyone's ears, startling them. Then they noticed that the protection formed by divine power was gradually being breached by the white eerie mist. Or rather, the white eerie mist was corrupting the divine power, just as it corrupted and assimilated yin energy. Didn't you say you could block it? Ma Suxun was horrified. Within the territory of Begin County, if even this mysterious you couldn't be stopped, who could? For a moment, despair filled her heart, but she quickly rallied. Her special treasure could only allow one person to escape. It seemed she had no choice but to send Ling Yun away. She gritted her teeth, made a decisive move, and was about to take out her treasure when she heard Yu continue speaking. I can't stop the white eerie mist, the one who can stop it is someone else. As soon as the words fell, the white eerie mist broke through the divine power's protection, sweeping towards them and towards Begin City, threatening to devour all living beings and plunge them into the abyss. Ma Suxun despaired. The speed was too fast. There wasn't even enough time for her to take out her treasure. Were they really going to perish here? Just as everyone was in despair, suddenly, laughter rose from within Begin City. You've done your best. Immediately, everyone froze in shock. For they saw a great sun rise slowly from the city of Begin, radiating boundless light that illuminated the city and everything around it, utterly sacred. The churning, surging white mist instantly froze. In the sunlight, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the incredibly eerie mist, seemingly capable of devouring everything, melted away like ice and snow, fading and dissipating. In various parts of the world, as well as in some hidden places and even spiritual realms, those figures who were like gods and saints within them couldn't help but look up, revealing expressions of confusion and bewilderment. Why did it feel like that incredibly absurd sun trembled? No way, everything is destined to fall, why struggle? Or is it an illusion? They wondered and muttered to themselves. At this moment, the tutor from the Yi family had already escaped the range of the void turbulence and returned to the territory of Dali. This was a continuous mountain range, with dense forests and unexpectedly rich yin energy, blocking out the barren land. He checked his location. He was still in Beijun? Is the yin energy in Beijun really that dense? Or did something happen while he was away? But his deviation wasn't too far off course. If he'd gone straight south, He'd be spitting blood. He shook his head, thinking of using a secret technique to break through space and directly attack the so-called Begin City. He was in a bad mood and wanted to kill someone. Why not just smash Begin City to pieces? That way, he wouldn't have to bother finding the murderer. He nodded, thinking it was a good idea. He hadn't been back for so long, the students were probably going to cause trouble again. He had to act quickly and get back to his business. But just as he took a step, his expression suddenly turned cold. Immediately, 5 figures appeared around him, radiating powerful divine energy. Their auras were linked, forming a formation, clearly indicating they had been lying in ambush for a long time. The elders' calculations were indeed correct. You would appear here. The 3 spoke in unison, coldly. You are. The schoolteacher narrowed his eyes. He seemed to have fallen into an ambush. Thinking back to his deviation from the Greatly realm and his journey into the void turbulence region, he vaguely sensed he was being targeted. His expression suddenly turned hostile. Seeing the teacher's change in expression, the 5 men were all startled, realizing the clan elder's foresight was indeed remarkable. They hadn't even made a move yet, but he displayed such hostility, a murderous intent. Clearly, he was the culprit. However, remembering the clan elder's instructions, they felt they should be cautious and polite, not kill him outright. Therefore, they spoke with forced smiles. Third young Master Yi, we have long admired your name. Our Wang clan elder wishes to meet you. Please. Do not make things difficult for us. The 5 men said in unison. These words made the third young Master Yi's expression even more gloomy. So, it seems the Wang family was plotting against me behind my back. Meeting me? Did they intend to use this to imprison me and extort benefits from the Yi family? He recalled past grievances between the Yi and Wang families and suddenly understood something. Is this the good deed you did in Begin City? He said coldly, wanting to confirm again. The 5 men already had a very bad impression of this third young master of the Yi family, daring to kill someone from their Wang family. So, based on their preconceived notions, they directly distorted this statement, thinking that it meant their Wang family sent people to Begin City, ruining the Yi family's plans. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Third young master, please, the clan elders can't wait that long. The 5 men spoke again, unleashing the aura of peak-level innate realm experts, carrying a threatening tone. How, it seems you're not even pretending anymore. 5 peak-level innate realm experts, united as one, forming a formation, quite a grand scheme indeed, enough to disrupt the entire northern prefecture. The third young master of the Yi family sneered. Unfortunately, your Wang family's intelligence is still lacking. Don't you know how I've managed to maintain my title as young master for so long? He grinned maliciously, his aura exploding and sweeping across everything around him. He whipped up gusts of wind, instantly blowing away deeply rooted trees, sending them flying, tearing, and shattering them in the air. Instantly, the 5 men felt the surrounding, heaven and earth energy, under their control freeze and become uncontrollable. Their minds were also stunned by the overwhelming power. The next moment, they realized that the power of the was boundless. This was a great innate realm. The 5 men were horrified and turned to flee. But the next moment, their bodies exploded. They instantly perished. The third young master of the Yi family watched all this expressionlessly, then fell into deep thought. Finally, he emitted a wisp of spiritual light, disappearing into the void, to inform the family of the matter and let the old folks decide. Then he took another step, breaking through the void, and headed back to Begin County to see if there were any more Wang family accomplices there. No, just kill them all. It's just a county. Chapter 159 Mysterious Mist enters the underworld. The underworld. A continuous mountain range, shrouded in yin energy, spiraling upwards and rising to the heavens. 3 figures stood there, exuding and swirling with rampant demonic and monster-like aura, staring straight ahead. Strangely, there was nothing in front of them. Third brother, you're really bold this time, daring to lure the thing out. Aren't you afraid of being caught off guard? Yes, that thing is incredibly strange. I'm afraid it won't be able to dissipate later, and we'll be left with nothing. All our plans will be ruined. Eldest brother and second brother, what are you afraid of? You weren't afraid when you plotted against me before. The last figure said quietly, making the other 2 somewhat embarrassed. Don't worry, I'm confident I can create it. Let these things cleanse themselves first, so that when we occupy that mortal realm, there won't be any messy resistance that would waste our energy. The figure made this assurance, leaving the other two doubtful. Huh? After that assurance, a hint of doubt flashed through their minds. What's going on? Why does it feel like those things have decreased after the eruption? Is it just his imagination? Jinpeng stared straight ahead, his gaze seemingly able to pierce through the void and project it into the present world, seeing the state of those strange white mists. At this moment, the strange white mists near Bein City receded, dissolved, and were swept away completely under the bright sunlight, returning to peace. Even the plants and animals that had been swallowed and covered by the mists returned. Everyone was greatly astonished. Who exactly is this person? Why does he possess such great power? How could he suppress such strange white mists and make them dissipate and dissolve? Why is a great sun rising again in the city? Is this an illusion or reality? If it's an illusion, why can these rays of light overcome the strange white mists? If it's reality, that's impossible too. Who could possibly perceive the power of the great sun in the sky? To do that, one would probably have to be a god or immortal. Just as everyone was wondering, Ma Suxun suddenly thought of a possibility. Could this great sun be a Dharma form? She gasped in shock. Could there truly be a powerful being beyond the innate realm within Bein City? Had that mysterious expert reached that level? But even so, how could they possibly condense a Dharma image of the great sun? No one can touch the great sun. This is an ironclad law of the world. Various speculations flashed through her mind, but she quickly suppressed her shock and doubt, and spoke loudly, "Thank you, Senior, for saving us in Bein City. We will never forget your kindness." Ma Suxun took the lead, and the others, startled, also bowed towards Bein City and the blazing sun. "You don't need to do that. Come in." The voice rang out again. "Yes, Senior." The crowd replied respectfully, returning to Bein City. At the same time, they noticed that the blazing sun was moving away from the city, seemingly chasing after the lingering white mist in the distance. "I'm going to investigate the truth behind this fog. You all stay here and don't move. Don't worry, with my purification power and the protection of that Bein City will be safe." Everyone was stunned, and before they could say anything, the blazing sun had already moved away. Ma Suxun watched the sun disappear, her expression complex. Hearing the joyful cheers of the people in the city, she breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, Bein City was saved. Although the white, eerie fog that had surged towards Bein City had receded and dissolved, the other forces were still surging and engulfing everything. Li Heng's departure was to deal with these troubles. As he flew, the radiant sun's image moved slowly. The originally ferocious and indifferent white fog retreated and dissipated as if it had seen a ghost, as if it had encountered its natural nemesis and could no longer be so imposing. However, Li Heng also frowned. Even though he had advanced to the innate realm, his mental interference with the power of the primordial energy of heaven and earth, while not limitless, was still very vast and subtle, gradually penetrating the essence of heaven and earth. Even with a mental capacity of this level, he couldn't decipher what these white, eerie mists were. Perhaps, what would Ren Hai, who had gone mad and jumped into the white mists, know? He had used the luck within the official seal to investigate, and the power of luck should be a level higher than innate power. He just didn't know what he had learned that drove him insane. Or perhaps, that information contained some indescribable mental pollution? Even so, he couldn't possibly jump into the white mists to find Ren Hai. That would be extremely dangerous. It seemed he had to retrieve the broken official seal upon returning. Perhaps some information remained within it. He suppressed these distracting thoughts and anxieties. Li Heng focused on dispelling and dissolving the white mists, while also suppressing and destroying the re-emerging anomalies and strange domains, harvesting source power. The previous yin energy anomaly was a strange natural disaster for humanity, a calamity for humanity. And now, he was the strange natural disaster of these strange beings, a calamity for humanity. In the underworld, the expressions of the three figures changed drastically. They could clearly sense that the released white mist was slowly decreasing, which was simply illogical. "Third brother, what's going on?" The green lion and white elephant looked at Jinpeng in bewilderment. "I'm not quite sure either. Logically speaking, this white mist is extremely powerful. It's something from that place. I just found a gap and leaked it into the present world. So, its power hasn't diminished at all. Don't even mention us. Even those above us at the Taizianshan level would probably have to run if they encountered this. If they didn't run, they would simply disappear. And as the mist dissipates, they would disappear completely." Jinpeng said in a deep voice. "Could it be that the white mist has dissipated now?" So quickly? The two demons asked again, puzzled. Impossible. I observed that gap, and the mist didn't seem to be flowing back. Someone must be interfering. Could it be a powerful being above the Taizianshan level? That shouldn't be possible. How could such a powerful being be in such a small place? Jinpeng was also extremely puzzled. No, I don't care who's interfering, this matter must be completed. I'll widen the gap later. I refuse to believe this white mist can continue to dissipate, he said fiercely. At the same time, he had another reason he didn't voice. The appearance of the white mist might force out the Peacock clan's treasure. Although he couldn't sense the Peacock's aura in the mortal realm, it was definitely in this so-called Bian County. Then you'd better hurry. Don't mess things up. There are more than just the three of us watching the mortal realm. The Azure Lion and the White Elephant said quietly. In the mortal realm, within Bian County. Li Heng raised an eyebrow. He felt that the white mist, which had been fleeing like a stray dog, was now becoming even more turbulent. Even more refined white mist was surging from it. He used his heavenly eye and could vaguely see several wisps of pure white energy within the white mist, which remained unmoved even by the influence of his great sunlight. What was this? Li Heng sneered, causing the great sun dharma image to tremble again, its power and radiance reaching new heights. Simultaneously, his great sun's sacred body connected with the great sun in the heavens, causing it to send down a wisp of power to strengthen the great sun dharma image. In the underworld, Jinpeng was filled with doubt. What was going on? He had created a large breach, even releasing some difficult-to-handle things, but why was the white, eerie mist dissipating faster and faster? Bang! An explosion came from somewhere, and the three demons felt the surrounding space tremble. Then, several wisps of pure white energy tore through the void and appeared before them. Instantly, the three demons were terrified. Run! Jinpeng roared, flying away. The other two demons hurriedly followed. At this moment, with the appearance of these wisps of pure white energy, wisps of white, eerie mist gradually appeared above the 10,000 demon ridge, like morning mist. In the mortal world, Li Heng was somewhat puzzled. What were those wisps of pure white energy? His second-level blazing sunlight blasted the surrounding white, eerie mist into nothingness, but it only shook off the pure white energy, sending it disappearing into the void, its whereabouts unknown. He sensed a slight danger but felt no threat. His own luck hadn't given him any warning either. It probably wouldn't affect him anyway, so be it. Li Heng continued flying forward. His destination was the Three Mountains Gathering. There were also many living people there, suffering from the onslaught of the white, eerie mist, and were on the verge of collapse. At the Three Mountains Gathering, all the surviving people huddled near the local earth god temple, barely clinging to life, afraid to venture out. The dense yin energy outside was already difficult enough, but now they could see the surging white, eerie mist even more clearly, and the protective layer of light around them was teetering on the brink of collapse. Clearly, they were about to give way. Some had even despaired to the point of contemplating suicide. Peacock looked at all this, a look of shame on his face. He had failed his people's hopes. Should he also fail his master's entrustment? Although she wasn't very strong, she could sense the danger emanating from the white ghost, and knew she wouldn't survive against the eerie white mist even with her own strength. Damn it, I don't want to live anymore. Suddenly, a man lying on the ground, already lame, cursed angrily, about to smash his head against a pillar in front of him, hoping for an early end. At that moment, he was stopped by a somewhat obese middle-aged man with a family of 3. Brother, give me some face, don't die now. Let's be friends, my surname is Lu Dafu said with a smile. In this oppressive and disparate environment, it was unacceptable for someone to commit suicide in public. It might set a bad precedent, like everyone wanting to commit suicide. Miss Peacock, is there really no other way? Lu Dafu's wife, Tang Rong, said softly. This. Peacock looked at Tang Rong and the child she was holding in her right hand, seemingly able to see the spark within her, and hesitated. But quickly, she suddenly froze, her face lighting up with joy. Her master had arrived. Li Heng rushed over, dispelling the white, eerie mist and suppressing and destroying numerous strange entities and ghostly realms. He quickly arrived at the Three Mountains Gathering and easily dealt with the encroaching mist. Then he drifted away, leaving Peacock with a message, "Help me protect it a little longer, I have things to do." Peacock was taken aback, then nodded happily. It seemed her master hadn't abandoned her. Li Heng continued onward. The reason he didn't linger at the Three Mountains Gathering or even look for the female demon, was because the white, eerie mist was still spreading in all directions and needed to be dealt with quickly. Of course, he wasn't a selfless firefighter. The reason he did this was that after forcibly dispelling the white strange entities, the strange entities and ghostly realms that had been swallowed would be revealed, each one a walking source of energy, which couldn't be let go. He had already gained over 2,000 units of source energy on his way to the Three Mountains gathering. The source energy in other directions would certainly be even more, not less. His ki and blood were abundant, so even if the Great Sun Dharma form's duration ended, he could still manifest it again, so there was no need to worry about its endurance. The Great Sun Dharma form was of extremely high quality, and with the Great Sun in the sky also sending down a trace of power to enhance it, the mere white eerie mist was nothing to worry about, and the dense yin energy was also easily dealt with. It was just that the yin energy was more persistent. It was unclear where it came from, and even if an area was purified, it would faintly emerge from the void, clearly a long-term problem. After going around in circles, Heng finally finished dealing with the surging white eerie mist, and these things no longer appeared within the territory of Bian County, unlike the yin energy which was inexhaustible. Because of the yin world, above the 10,000 demon ridge, the three demons looked at the gradually emerging eerie mist, wanting to cry but having no tears. Above Bian City, the third young master of the Yi family broke through the void and emerged. He looked around, then looked at the city below, comparing it with the information given by the old man. He nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that he had not deviated from the direction. This was the so-called Bian City. He unleashed a strong aura, instantly suppressing the entire city. I am the third young master of the Yi family. You all await your deaths. His voice carried far and wide, echoing throughout the city, even reaching Heng, who was far away in Bian City. Heng frowned. The Yi family? This person was clearly hostile. But did this man want to die? Chapter 160 Great Innate. A long wind howled high in the sky as the third young master of the Yi family stood there. He didn't immediately attack the city, because he sensed a lingering light and scorching divine intent within it, suggesting some great disturbance had just occurred. Therefore, to be on the safe side, he had to be cautious. If he recklessly destroyed the city, and there were powerful figures of his level within, it would be tantamount to forging a deadly enmity, which would be extremely unwise. Although he was arrogant, he wasn't stupid. Ma Suxun, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, was immediately shocked upon hearing this. Why had the Yi family arrived at this time? And it was that murderous bastard again, telling them to face their deaths. They were clearly up to no good. Ma Suxun's expression turned grim. The so-called young masters of the Yi family actually referred to the most outstanding young talents of this generation. Excluding the extremely lucky second young master, the other young masters were all ruthless and powerful figures. Especially the third young master, who was extremely bloodthirsty. She had heard that this third young master had once slaughtered an entire county for some reason, a crime that was universally condemned. However, the Yi family eventually suppressed the matter, and the punishment given was merely confinement to the home, temporarily disappearing from mainstream view. Now that he has reappeared, uttering such murderous words, does he intend to slaughter the entire Bian County as before? If so, then things will be troublesome. She thought frantically. She flew into the air to meet the third young master of the Yi family. You are. The third young master of the Yi family narrowed his eyes. A member of the Ma family? Ma Suxun took a deep breath. Indeed. May I ask what brings you to Bian City, third young master? She answered calmly. Interesting, it seems the city is under your jurisdiction? This is the Ma family's city? I am the second chief of the Demon Extermination Division of the county government, and this is a city of Dali. If the third young master has nothing else to do, please leave. Ma Suxun invoked this title. Hell, so it seems you're not only a member of the Ma family, but also the guy's subordinate, the second director? To be honest, we Yi family can disregard the Ma family's face. After all, they're mortal enemies. But in Bijan, we still have to give that guy face. How about this? I'll allow you to take some people related to you out of this city. As for the others, they'll still die. Who told our Yi family members, even that lucky fool, to die in this county? I have no choice but to use ruthless methods. The third young master of the Yi family smiled slightly. Ma Suxun's expression was icy, her fingers twitched almost imperceptibly, a glint of light flashing past. Third young master, even if your Yi family members died here, the culprit is still that murderer. Why implicate the innocent people in Be'in City? The third young master smiled even more smugly upon hearing this. The reason is naturally that I'm too lazy to distinguish, so I simply killed them all. Oh, that's not right either. How am I supposed to know if you're the murderer, or if the people related to you are the murderer? The third young master rested his chin on his hand, somewhat troubled. Why don't we just kill them all? As long as I kill them quickly and thoroughly enough, and don't leak the news. That guy in seclusion definitely won't know. He clenched his fist, his eyes lighting up. By the way, what do you think this thing is? He reached out and squeezed, directly conjuring a ray of spiritual light from the void. This ray of light seemed to have life, constantly pulsating, trying to break free of its restraints, causing Ma Suxun's expression to change drastically. I see you're that guy's man, and you're from a similar aristocratic family, so you're qualified to speak to me here. So why are you resorting to these petty tricks, secretly sending messages? Are you courting death? The third young master of the Yi family spoke in a low voice. Never mind, what a waste of time. He shook his head with a sigh, pressed his palm down, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly changed, instantly causing wind and clouds to surge, actually forming a giant hand of spiritual energy covering the entire city in the sky, pressing down on Be'in City. Seeing that her message had been exposed, Ma Suxun initially wanted to forcefully take action to buy time, but upon seeing the massive hand of primordial energy, the surrounding, heaven and earth primordial energy, no longer obeyed her commands and froze. She was horrified. The primordial energy covered the entire city, reaching far and wide. Had this third young master broken through to the great innate realm? The great innate realm was characterized by its vastness, allowing the mind to expand into the expansive, heaven and earth primordial energy, interfering with and controlling more, and further delving into the essence of, laying a foundation for future comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth. Second young master, are you sure you really want to do this? I'm not a branch of the Ma family, but part of the main branch. If you kill me and destroy the city, can you bear the consequences of the Ma family's wrath? Recovering from her shock, she roared. Do you think I'm a fool? Would someone from the main branch go to the Demon Extermination Bureau and become a lackey of the court? Do you think I've been staying at home for so long and don't know about this? The third young master's expression was strange. At this moment, the massive hand of primordial energy was already very close to Be'in City. Why aren't you making a move? Ma Suxun cried out anxiously. Her right to interfere with the primordial energy of heaven and earth had been taken away by the third young master, leaving her unable to protect Be'in City. She could only rely on this deity named you. Although she didn't believe you could withstand a great innate realm expert, as long as she could buy some time until that mysterious expert returned, it would be the end for the third young master of the Yi family. Just as the primordial energy hand was about to crush Be'in City, bursts of divine light rose from within the city, burning incense and vows to create a protective shield for Be'in City, colliding with the primordial energy hand. Instantly, an invisible shockwave erupted from the collision, sweeping outwards and directly affecting the surrounding forests, blowing them away and leaving bare hilltops. The third young master was somewhat surprised, narrowing his eyes slightly. The sudden burst of divine light was truly unexpected. He had thought that apart from the Ma family, everyone else in this city was an ant without even reaching the innate realm. He never expected that there was actually a deity hidden within. And it even managed to block his palm strike. Interesting. But, the Wang family follows the divine path, right? He chuckled coldly to himself. It seems this deity is from the Wang family, and very likely the murderer. Moreover, it seems to know this Ma family member. Could she also be the murderer? Then his earlier thought was correct. They all must be killed. How? You can block one of my palm strikes, but can you block a second, a third? The third young master sneered, his voice spreading throughout the city through the medium of heaven and earth's energy. At the same time, his mind interfered with the heaven and earth's energy again, condensing another large hand of energy. I'd like to see how much incense and prayer power you, this deity, can accumulate. Immediately, the large hand of energy pressed down again, continuously condensing more and more large hands of energy, giving no chance to breathe. Ma Suxun, standing nearby, felt somewhat stifled upon seeing this. This third young master of the Yi family only knows how to show off his power. If he had arrived earlier, before the white mist dissipated, or if that mysterious expert were still here, would it be his turn to act so arrogantly? Seeing Ma Suxun's expression, the third young master smiled slightly. What, are you still not convinced? Do you know that if you weren't from a noble family like me, you would be dead by now, he said calmly. This was his honest opinion. He would crush any weakling who dared to act arrogantly in front of him. He had been wasting time talking to Ma Suxun to try and glean some information. How, can you really kill me? Ma Suxun sneered. She dared to show herself, so she naturally had her trump cards. Whether I can kill you or not, we'll see later. Anyway, these ants under your feet are going to die. The third young master looked at the city of Bein below and smiled calmly. At this moment, under the continuous bombardment of the Yuan Qi, the protective shield of Bein City was teetering on the verge of collapse, and cracks appeared. Ma Suxun was extremely anxious as she looked at this situation. Why hadn't that mysterious expert returned yet? At this moment, a golden divine figure soared into the sky from the city, surrounded by incense and the power of vows, looking sacred and majestic. The third young master of the Yi family wasn't surprised by this situation. Instead, he smiled slightly. What, finally willing to escape that tortoise shell? The golden light god didn't answer, instantly throwing a punch. The third young master didn't take it seriously at all. You, a cultivator of the divine path, practicing martial arts and boxing? It's a joke. I'll let you hit me once, and you won't even break through. He was about to say this when he discovered the punch was incredibly fast. He hadn't reacted in time, and the punch had already broken through his layers of energy shield, arriving right in front of him and striking him directly. Bang! The fist struck flesh with a muffled thud, and the third young master was sent flying backward. Ma Suxun, standing beside him, was stunned, greatly surprised and puzzled. A god who cultivates the divine path, so good at boxing? The golden light god knew Ma Suxun's doubts, but he was too lazy to answer. It was just connecting to Wi-Fi. As for what Wi-Fi was, it was, of course, Li Heng's true form, about to return to Bein City. Within a certain distance, it's normal for an avatar to borrow the power of the true form. His punch was imbued with the divine intent of the great sun and the earth, further enhanced by divine power and the blessings of incense offerings. It was quite normal for him to send the third young master, a grand innate realm expert, flying with a single punch. At this moment, the third young master's backward flight was halted. His face was grim. Although the punch hadn't injured him, it had left him looking rather disheveled, his clothes were tattered, and he had almost been caught off guard. Who would have thought a deity would be such a skilled fighter? Fine, you hit me once, I'll return the favor with 10 punches, shattering your divine golden body. The third young master laughed in anger, his Yi family bloodline surging, and yin energy began to swirl around him. The golden light deity didn't reply, instead throwing a punch at the third young master. You've already done your best, the third young master said indifferently, his yin energy extending towards the golden light deity, instantly reaching him, enveloping and eroding his body. That punch was indeed powerful, but its speed is inferior to mine. Now it's my turn to deliver 10 punches to you. He grinned maliciously. Li Heng, on his own, withdrew his consciousness from the golden-haired deity's body and shook his head. He had reacted to the attack earlier, but the divine body couldn't. However, now he smiled slightly. Having returned to the vicinity of Bein City, and within range, he activated the Dharma body secret technique he had obtained from Wang Zuanji, allowing his main body and divine avatar to switch positions. Instantly, he appeared before the third young master. The third young master threw a punch at him, and he returned the punch. Chapter 161 The Great Sun Holy Body Phenomenon. The two fists collided. Bang! The arm of the third young master of the Yi family suddenly swelled and exploded, flesh and blood flying everywhere. A fist-shaped dent appeared in his chest, and his body flew backward. With one punch, the difference in skill was immediately apparent. Ma Suxun's eyes widened in disbelief. Just now, when you was bound, she thought she was completely defeated. But now, he could easily break free and send the third young master of the Yi family flying with another punch? At this moment, Li Heng was enveloped in golden light, obscuring his appearance. Although it was slightly different from the golden light of a god's body, in this situation, with her mind in turmoil, Ma Suxun found it difficult to distinguish, only finding it unbelievable. Your fist is too weak, Li Heng said calmly. He didn't press his advantage because the third young master of the Yi family had already reacted, forcibly stopping his backward flight, already looking disheveled, his face grim as he stared at him. Who are you? Where is that god from before? The third young master of the Yi family said darkly. Although the person before him was also bathed in golden light, he was definitely not the same deity from before. The difference in power was too great. There was no trace of incense or prayer power in that punch either. He looked at his own arm, which had been smashed. This was the first time he had ever suffered such a loss. It was utterly humiliating. He, the third young master of the prestigious Yi family, a prominent figure of his generation, would he really be defeated in this small, insignificant county of Bian? With a muffled groan, yin energy surged, repairing his smashed arm along his shoulder, transforming it into a hand of yin energy, a strange and eerie combination of yin energy and remaining flesh. The next moment, he attacked. Rather than hoping to extract anything from his enemy, it was better to suppress him first and then forcefully extract answers. He was so arrogant after only smashing one of his arms, even claiming his punch was weak. He'd show him the true power of the Yi family. He roared inwardly, unleashing a torrent of yin energy. Seeing this display of power, Ma Suxun quickly moved away, fearing the clash would affect her. At the same time, she was greatly surprised by the words of the third young master of the Yi family. A change of person? This golden light deity wasn't that you? When? Why hadn't she noticed? For a moment, she felt a tightness in her chest. She had thought her innate cultivation was enough to dominate a small place like Bian County, but the successive blows made her feel incredibly weak. The third young master had already rushed in front of Li Heng, and at the same time, the surrounding yin energy had already covered the sky, assisting him in attacking Li Heng, continuously adding power to him, and his momentum was surging. Be careful, that's the power of a great innate. Ma Suxun shouted. She didn't care whether the golden light deity in front of her was that you or anyone else. She had an obligation to warn him to prevent any accidents. So that's how it is, a great innate? No wonder the momentum was so overwhelming, covering the entire city. Li Heng was thoughtful, his blood and qi surging, the Taiyuan scripture running wildly, the embryonic form of the three flowers of essence, qi, and spirit within his body trembled, strengthening himself. Visualizing the great sun and the vast earth, strengthening his divine will. Finally, he unleashed a fist of heaven and man. The two collided with a deafening boom, unleashing a massive shockwave that spread outwards, affecting the surrounding area. The third young master of the Yi family's expression changed drastically, sensing the terrifying power of the punch about to erupt within him, destroying his body. He could no longer hold back, frantically circulating his Yi family bloodline, endless yin energy rising from the void, and the primordial energy of heaven and earth bolstering him, allowing him to withstand Li Heng's punch. Li Heng remained unmoved, continuing to throw punches. Seeing this, the third young master of the Yi family could only hastily defend himself. If he failed to defend in time, and a single punch landed, his body would explode completely. Who was this person before him, so powerful? He clearly hadn't sensed any great innate realm aura. He felt frustrated. Moreover, why could this person continuously unleash such ferocious punches without seeming to expend much energy? The ferocity was one thing, but he could easily neutralize it with a little yin energy circulation. However, this man's fist seemed to contain some kind of power, extremely suppressing yin energy and his Yi family bloodline, causing his yin energy to dissipate upon contact and requiring him to expend even more yin energy. The speed of their battle created sonic booms that tore through the sky. At this point, even their complete figures could not be seen, only after images remained. Even Ma Suxun, who was also a Xiantian, innate realm, cultivator, couldn't react in time. She was shocked. Was this a great Xiantian? The difference in levels was so great. After the battle continued, the third young master of the Yi family breathed a sigh of relief. Although the man's fists were fierce, they couldn't break through his defenses for the time being, and he couldn't do anything to this man either. It seemed that this battle would have to continue. At this moment, Li Heng was deep in thought. He had roughly assessed his own strength. Excluding the Great Sun Dharma form and the Earth Dharma form, relying solely on his own cultivation and physical strength, he could probably compete with this so-called Great Xiantian. The Great Xiantian was indeed very strong, withstanding so many of his punches. No wonder his Yuan Qi overwhelmed the entire city. Li Heng nodded. Not bad. He didn't plan to use the Great Sun Dharma form, as this might reveal information. As for the Earth Dharma form, it hadn't been upgraded yet and couldn't withstand this kind of innate battle. But that didn't mean he had no other trump cards. The Three Flowers record hadn't been upgraded to the innate level yet. But now was the time. With a thought, he summoned the data panel during the battle. The third young master of the Yi family saw Li Heng distracted and was furious. Was this a sign of disrespect? Was he courting death? Li Heng ignored the third young master's impotent rage. Half of the blood and ki of the great sun's sacred body slid down, upgrading the 3 flowers recurred to the innate level. The nascent 3 flowers instantly became perfect, blooming into the 9th grade. In an instant, his essence, energy, and spirit surged, and his combat power reached a new level. The third young master noticed Li Heng's blood and ki slump for a moment and thought Li Heng was about to give up. He was overjoyed and launched a frenzied attack. The next moment, he noticed Li Heng's aura surging and was dumbfounded. Blood and ki slumping, aura surging, what kind of secret technique was this? It was contradictory. He heightened his vigilance, frantically circulating his yin energy and yuan ki to enhance his attack and defense, clashing with Li Heng. In an instant, his body was blasted apart. The 3 flowers record had upgraded to the innate level, significantly boosting his combat power. Li Heng's punch rendered all his defenses and attacks futile, shattering him instantly. However, looking around, the overwhelming yin energy hadn't dissipated. The next moment, the figure of the Yi family's third young master materialized from the overwhelming yin energy, but this time it was no longer flesh and blood, but entirely a body of yin energy. The third young master was now completely enraged. "How dare you destroy my body?" he roared, causing the surrounding yin energy and the yuan ki of heaven and earth to tremble, like thunderclaps, instantly reverberating throughout the city. Li Heng frowned slightly. Was this a high-level aristocratic bloodline? Directly transcending flesh and blood, using yin energy as a body? Wasn't this strange? He wondered if killing him would grant him yuan ki. Li Heng pondered, when suddenly he noticed a strange change in his surroundings. Space distorted, and yin energy surged, seemingly transforming into a ghostly realm. Interesting, Li Heng smiled slightly, letting the ghostly realm form. Finally, the ghostly realm fully unfolded, completely separating the mortal world and enveloping Li Heng, yin energy surging and rolling. At this moment, the third young master of the Yi family stood high above, looking at him arrogantly. "What are you thinking? You actually dared to let the ghostly realm fully unfold? Or did you discover that this process couldn't be stopped? Or do you think this is the same as an ordinary ghostly realm? Naive? Die? Here I am a god." The third young master roared, and the surrounding ghostly realm instantly distorted. Li Heng felt a terrifying spatial distortion force surging towards him, trying to sever him from the spatial level. Li Heng remained unmoved and took a step forward. With his current cultivation level and the strength of his flesh and blood, he naturally couldn't withstand an attack from the spatial level. But this was just a ghostly realm, an exceptionally fragile distorted space. After taking that step, the extraordinary phenomenon of the great sun's sacred body then manifested. The sun rose over the sea, illuminating the world and radiating boundless light, filling the Siri realm and stabilizing the distorted space. Li Heng was slightly surprised. This was the extraordinary phenomenon of the great sun's sacred body? Interesting indeed. It seemed to be a gift from the great sun of this world. The third young master was greatly astonished upon seeing this. A phenomenon of a special physique? Who exactly are you? Li Heng didn't answer and attacked the third young master directly. Since the extraordinary phenomenon of the great sun's sacred body had manifested, he was too lazy to summon the great sun Dharma image. He couldn't waste it, could he? He could also test the strength of this phenomenon. He had a feeling that this phenomenon might be able to merge with his great sun Dharma image, but his current cultivation level seemed insufficient. Upon seeing this, the third young master made a decisive decision. Run. The extraordinary phenomenon emitted by this special physique was extremely effective against his eerie realm. If he didn't run now, when would he? Did he really want to fight to the death with him? That would be quite unwise. He directly dispelled his eerie realm and fled towards the direction where the yin energy was dense. Li Heng raised an eyebrow, causing the strange phenomenon to dissipate. The creature had actually fled in the direction of the 3 mountains gathering. Without hesitation, he gave chase. Ma Suxun, seeing Li Heng enveloped in yin energy, was initially quite anxious. She felt she needed to do something outside to break this eerie domain. But before she could act, the domain vanished, and the third young master had simply escaped. What was going on? Then, she noticed Li Heng chasing after the third young master and realized that a wisp of sunlight remained because the great sun phenomenon hadn't completely dissipated. She fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, at the Three Mountains gathering, at the place where the great demoness was sealed, she felt a surge of relief. She had nurtured a yin demon primordial embryo, which was also incredibly ambitious, diligently cultivating. Moreover, despite the changes in the world, she could absorb yin energy within the great formation to recover. Now, her cultivation had returned to the level of a strong innate realm cultivator. She wasn't far from her peak great innate realm. With the opportunities presented by this change in the world, perhaps she could even glimpse the supreme innate realm. If she could still enter that place, even if it meant reaching a realm beyond the innate level, she would have a chance to glimpse that unfathomable depth. Now, with enough accumulated power, the great formation could no longer hold her back. It was time to break free and reign supreme. She laughed heartily 3 times in her heart and began to move. Then she sensed 2 auras approaching. Chapter 162 The Realm of Dharma Form, Chaotic Key and Fortune. A wisp of yin energy swept across the towering mountains. Behind it, however, was a magnificent, sacred golden light. The golden light drew ever closer to the yin energy. The third young master of the Yi family couldn't understand where this mysterious figure had come from. Not only did his power counteract the Yi family's yin energy, but his escape technique was also incredibly fast. Even though he was currently in a yin energy body, ignoring most obstacles, and even using the Yi family's secret technique to escape, he still couldn't outrun this mysterious figure and was about to be caught. Finally, he stopped running and stood in the air. Heng, seeing this, also stopped, raising an eyebrow. The third young master of the Yi family had chosen a good spot. Not only was the yin energy dense, but it was also very close to the seal of that great female demon. Who exactly are you? Do I have any grudge against you? The third young master of the Yi family said in a deep voice. Of course not, but now don't I? Heng smiled slightly. The third young master's face was indeed grim. Although we have our grievances, we haven't formed a life or death feud. Why not resolve this now instead of fighting to the death? I guarantee that if you spare me, you'll gain the friendship of the Yi family. Your strength is formidable, you might have a chance to glimpse beyond the innate realm, and our Yi family happens to have an elder of that level. I can persuade that elder to grant you an opportunity to break through to the innate realm. How about it? He said in a deep voice, his tone no longer arrogant. His words were a mix of sweet promise and harsh reality. Spare him, and you'd gain the opportunity to break through to the innate realm, but if you didn't, you'd have to consider the innate realm elders of the Yi family. So, what is the innate realm? Heng smiled slightly and asked. You don't know? The third young master was slightly surprised. He had assumed that a mysterious person of this level must have a terrifying background, probably a genius from some hidden powerful force, and should know such things. Why should I know? Just tell me. Heng spoke calmly, taking a step forward. The extraordinary phenomenon of the great sun's sacred body fatally appeared, as if warning the third young master not to utter any more nonsense, or he would surely be executed without mercy. Above the innate realm is the Dharma aspect, touching upon the laws of heaven and earth. However, since the cataclysm in heaven and earth, the Dharma aspect has become extremely difficult to achieve. One must glimpse the truth. Yet, without the protection of their elders, idle people have no right to break through to this realm. The third young master's words were incredibly informative. At the same time, he realized from Heng's expression that this mysterious man before him seemed genuinely unaware of these things. This made him feel incredibly stifled. Could this person not be a genius from some powerful force, but some lowly rogue cultivator? He, a genius from a prestigious family, ranked among the third young masters, was being forced to this extent by a lowly rogue cultivator? The third young master felt utterly humiliated. And what is this truth you speak of? What is this cataclysm in heaven and earth? Heng continued, asking these questions without restraint, clearly not intending to let him leave alive. A dead prestigious family is a good family. HMPH. I haven't broken through to the Dharma aspect stage, how would I know? Even if I did know, why would I tell you everything? Unless you let me leave now, I can consult my family elders. He said in a deep voice. Heng shook his head. It seemed the probing phase was over. His blood and ki suddenly erupted, his aura surged, his essence trembled, and his essence energy soared into the sky. His divine power surged, once again manifesting the phenomenon of the sun rising over the sea, illuminating the heavens and earth, and he threw a punch. Upon seeing this, The third young master's expression immediately went mad. Why do you think I stopped here? Don't think that having a special physique makes you invincible. I don't care if you're a genius from a powerful force or a rogue cultivator. You can't take my life, Invincible. He roared, borrowing power from the surrounding heaven and earth, directly drawing upon the dense yin energy around him, causing it to surge and form a surging sea of yin energy that rushed towards Li Heng, seemingly capable of devouring the heavens and earth. Li Heng remained composed, throwing another punch that unleashed a series of sonic booms. His divine energy surged, and a radiant light emanated from his body as he charged towards Invincible, instantly colliding with the sea of yin energy. This sea of yin energy was turbulent, its waves rising in layers, seemingly higher than the sky. Li Heng's figure appeared as small as an ant, as if he would be swept away in an instant. But at this moment, the small portion of the yin energy struck by his fist was instantly shattered, sent flying backward. The damage then spread from the point to the surface, affecting the entire sea of yin energy, where it was also shattered. No matter how much power Invincible poured into his punch, how many secret techniques he used, each wave higher than the last, seemingly endlessly stacked, all of it seemed utterly powerless against Li Heng's punch, a punch that could pierce through the heavens and earth. Impossible. Invincible roared, his yin energy body trembling violently, twisting and contorting. Today, he would fight to the death, just like before, carving a path to survival and slaying this man. He unleashed his life or death secret technique, burning himself, sacrificing his very life essence for astonishing combat power. His yin-ki body spontaneously combusted, burning fiercely. The burning pain penetrated his soul, and his yin-ki body shrank continuously as it burned, but his combat power soared rapidly, his aura rising steadily, seemingly capable of reaching the heavens and standing shoulder to shoulder with the world. This secret technique burned his very essence, burned his soul. Once used, there was no turning back. His combat power exploded, forcefully raising him to a new level. He continuously poured his power into the sea of yin-ki, blocking Li Heng and attempting to completely engulf him. At the same time, the surrounding, heaven and earth primordial energy, began to obey his command, constantly gathering and solidifying, forming a seal imprinted with the character Yi, which pressed down on Li Heng. This was also a secret technique of the Yi family. Utilizing the all-pervasive nature of heaven and earth primordial energy, it penetrated deep into the opponent's body to suppress them, essentially an upgraded version of the myriad things primordial energy lock. This technique was originally only usable by those at the Taizianshan level. But now, having burned his life essence and experienced a surge in combat power, he could barely use it. Li Heng's expression remained natural. He wasn't surprised by the third young master's various trump cards. After all, he was a genius from a prestigious family, bearing the title of young master. When he killed the second young master, he had even managed to perish together, unleashing a terrifying force. However, these trump cards were mere flashy tricks to him. A tremor of energy emanated from his body, his yuan-ki surging forth like a vast ocean, seemingly an inexhaustible torrent of great yuan-ki, resisting the sea of yin-ki. A tremor of divine energy caused Li Heng's mind to surge, vying with the second young master, a Taizianshan level cultivator, for control of the yuan-ki of heaven and earth. Under the great yuan-ki, the yin-ki instantly retreated and dissipated. The seal composed of yuan-ki of heaven and earth also remained suspended due to Li Heng's interference, unable to fall even slightly. Invincible felt a sense of despair. Who exactly was this person? Why were all his methods ineffective? He had killed many peerless geniuses, some of whom could even resist the erosion of yin-ki. But never before had yin energy been so blatantly ignored. Finally, Invincible's power injection ceased, and the vast sea of yin energy was completely shattered. The resulting shockwave sent him flying a distance, his body staggering. Kill! Since he was fighting for his life, he would disregard everything. He roared, stopping himself. He charged towards Li Heng again, his body growing larger with each step, expanding against the wind until he became a small giant. Combined with the flames burning on his body, he resembled a demon god from hell, tearing through the sky. Li Heng remained calm, delivering a punch as Li Heng wished. The two fists collided, one large, one small. No shockwave was generated. Invincible stopped, his expression calm. You are strong. You did your best, Li Heng said calmly. Invincible's body exploded instantly, turning into a cloud of yin energy. He hadn't tried to destroy Invincible's soul, because he had already burned his own soul away. That was the final, strongest attack, leaving Li Heng's fists aching. At the same time, he felt the source energy arrive in his mind. Source energy plus 1000. Li Heng slightly admired this, truly worthy of a great innate realm expert, 1000 per person. He also roughly understood that Invincible, whose body was made of yin energy and not flesh and blood, was quite strange. He wondered if other aristocratic families also had this form. Suddenly, a warning arose in Li Heng's heart. Immediately afterwards, large chunks of yin energy and mist disappeared, leaving only a little bit in a few breaths, as if they were being devoured by something unseen. Li Heng frowned. Was it that kind of great terror again? Just like when the second young master of the Yi family died. He wanted to see what this so-called great terror was. He directly used his heavenly eye to look at the empty space in front of him, and vaguely saw a strange and inexplicable black shadow. This black shadow had a huge mouth, constantly devouring yin energy. Li Heng knew that this was definitely not its true form, but probably just a projection of this great terror from some level onto the present world. He merely watched, yet felt his spirit somewhat polluted. Faint murmurs arose in his mind, ignoring the protection of the current fragment of the pure Yang scripture. Only when he visualized the great sun, suppressing his mind with its supreme essence, did these murmurs gradually disappear. Strangely, however, this great terror didn't attack him like the previous one. After consuming the yin energy clouds, its form gradually faded, as if about to depart. He frowned slightly, summoning the great sun dharma image. The great sun dharma image shone brightly, and the great terror seemed startled. Its shadow trembled violently, fading even faster until it completely vanished. Li Heng was slightly surprised. It didn't attack. It seemed truly afraid, or wary of the great sun's light. At the same time, he brought up his data panel and saw the luck option, immediately taken aback. His luck had plummeted from 4 points to 3, a moment he had witnessed firsthand. Could this great terror be some kind of creature beneficial to heaven and earth? The great sun dharma image startled him, and it directly deducted a point of his luck. He was puzzled. He clearly felt an indescribable terror, definitely not from a being of this world, and certainly not harmful to heaven and earth. Just as he began to doubt himself, he suddenly noticed his luck points fluctuating wildly, dropping to 0 one moment, then soaring to 100 the next, before plummeting into negative numbers. Li Heng was speechless. What was going on? Was the panel broken? It didn't make sense. The data on the panel truly reflected what he possessed and his physical condition. Other functions were added by the visualization module. The data was merely a display and couldn't possibly be broken. Unless his luck was truly fluctuating wildly. Finally, his luck point stabilized at 5, not dropping any further, but actually gaining a little. However, this made Li Heng somewhat worried. He had a feeling that this phenomenon meant something. At this moment, inside the sealed formation, the great demoness witnessed a battle, her scalp tingling. What was going on? How could such a powerful figure appear in Bian County? A member of a powerful family at the great innate level, and a mysterious expert whose cultivation was unknown, but who could suppress and even kill a great innate level cultivator? Had things outside become that dangerous? She glanced at the yin demon primordial embryo, who was still diligently cultivating. Then she considered her own current great innate level cultivation. Perhaps she shouldn't go out? Staying here was fine too. There was yin energy to cultivate in, and the yin demon primordial embryo was quite capable. Feeling guilty, she stopped her attempt to break free. At that moment, she noticed that the mysterious expert who had killed the great innate level cultivator was turning his gaze towards her. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 Kindling of the Noble Family. How could this be? Why is he looking this way? The female demon was shocked. She was separated by a ceiling array, and his gaze hadn't shown any malice. Logically, this mysterious powerful figure shouldn't have noticed her. Could it just be a coincidence? Thinking this, she felt a slight sense of relief. But the next moment she froze again, because this mysterious powerful figure was heading towards her. And his trajectory was almost a straight line, clearly with a strong purpose. At this moment, all her hope vanished, And she gave a bitter smile. It seemed what was coming would eventually come, there was no escaping it. She composed herself, restoring her calm expression, dispelling the yin energy surrounding her, and returning her figure to its natural state. Against her beautiful face, she appeared ethereal. Then, with a thought, her image appeared in the outside world. Li Heng, pondering the chaotic state of his fortune but unable to find a solution, could only suppress the matter for now and deal with it later. He was very close to the female demon's seal and planned to visit her. But he hadn't expected the female demon to be so sensible as to reveal herself directly. "My name is Qin Ling, greetings, senior." The female demon named Qin Ling bowed to Li Heng, displaying the demeanor of a great demon, unlike the eerie aura of a demon surrounded by yin energy. "Oh, so your name is Qin Ling? I thought you, a female demon, didn't have a name." Li Heng smiled smugly. Qin Ling was startled. So this mysterious powerhouse also knew her true nature? Then all her previous disguises were unnecessary. "Senior is too kind," she said awkwardly. "What, weren't you planning to break the seal and come out? How come you have time to come out and see me now?" Li Heng said with a half smile, seeing through Qin Ling's plan at a glance. Qin Ling was shocked. What was going on? It was one thing for this mysterious powerhouse to know she was watching. But why did he even know she was planning to break the seal? There was a thick ceiling array between them, and she hadn't even made many moves. Could it be that this mysterious powerhouse had just crawled into the array to watch her personally? Such a thought arose in her mind, but then she found it utterly absurd. Just now, this mysterious expert was fighting with that powerful clan's grand innate realm expert. How could he possibly have gotten here? "To be honest, senior, I don't plan to go out," Qin Ling said solemnly. "Really?" "Yes, really." "Alright, then swear to heaven and earth that you will never go out again, or you will be struck by lightning and condemned by heaven and earth. How about it?" Hearing this, Qin Ling was stunned and fell into an awkward silence. This was not what she had expected. He actually asked her to swear an oath? Could this mysterious expert be here to seal her away? But the one who sealed her away before was clearly a powerful clan, and just now this expert was fighting with a powerful clan's grand innate realm expert. The two sides were clearly not on the same side. "What, are you feeling guilty? Are you afraid and dare not swear?" Li Heng smiled and stared intently at this female demon. Qin Ling gritted her teeth and slowly spoke. "What does senior want to do?" "What do I want to do? Evil and heretical paths should be killed by everyone. What do you think I want to do?" Li Heng asked with a strange expression. Qin Ling smiled bitterly upon hearing this. She was indeed an evil and heretical path expert. Even facing such a powerful figure, one who could suppress even a great innate realm expert, a powerhouse she couldn't defeat even at her peak, she still didn't want to swear an oath. Give me liberty or give me death, it was that simple. "It seems you really don't want to swear an oath, huh? You really want to get out," Li Heng said quietly. "Originally, given your mindset and your status as a great demonic anomaly, I should have killed you with a single punch. But now, even if you haven't done anything wrong, you've still put in the effort, so let me ask you." He stared at Qin Ling, his expression extremely serious. 20 years ago, did you kill the people of Jing village?" Li Heng didn't consider himself an extreme racist, but he wouldn't let any demonic anomaly who slaughtered humans go unpunished, even if the other party was stunningly beautiful. He wasn't inexperienced in killing women. Qin Ling was stunned. Jing village? Her memory instantly drifted back 20 years, her eyes somewhat unfocused, as if lost in reminiscence. "You mean Jing village? I didn't kill the people of Jing village, but they died because of me." 1,000 lies flashed through her mind, but in the end, she chose to tell the truth, speaking in a deep voice. "What do you mean? Back then, that small village called Jing village was too close to the place where I sealed it. To prevent future trouble and to prevent me from tempting them to corruption, the aristocratic families killed them." Li Heng frowned slightly upon hearing this. "Did you ever intend to tempt them to corruption?" Qin Ling was silent for a moment, then spoke again. "Yes, but I didn't have time to do it." "Then why did Jing village become a haunted village recently?" "Their resentment still lingers after 20 years. With a yin energy so abundant, I naturally wanted to make use of them, turning them into a haunted village to prevent others from disturbing my side." Qin Ling spoke truthfully as always. "Besides that, have you killed any other humans?" "Of course, I have, like my relatives, but I don't believe they were innocent. Otherwise, how could I, a former genius of an aristocratic family, have fallen into the state of a bizarre demon. She gave a self-deprecating smile. Li Heng fell into deep thought upon hearing this. He could sense that the female demon wasn't lying, but he couldn't believe everything. Her words were undoubtedly evasive, downplaying her crimes to lessen her own guilt. These sins, combined with the female demon's hard work in teaching the yin demon primordial embryo, seemed to cancel each other out in the future, but for now, he didn't want to kill her. However, guilt was guilt, and it couldn't be completely absolved. After a moment's thought, he devised a way to maximize his gain and immediately spoke. I can spare your life, but you must do your job well, teach that yin demon primordial embryo properly, and pass on all your skills and knowledge to him. Once the teaching is complete, I will consider releasing you. He needed to extract everything from this female demon first, squeezing out every last drop of value. He would decide whether to kill her later. The female demon was slightly startled. The yin demon primordial embryo? This mysterious expert was after the yin demon primordial embryo? Her heart sank. The female demon didn't doubt how this mysterious expert had noticed the yin demon primordial embryo. She could see her even within the grand formation, so she could naturally see the yin demon primordial embryo. But she wanted to rely on the yin demon primordial embryo. Now that she'd almost finished teaching it, it had been snatched away? Qin Ling felt utterly devastated and confused. What? You're unwilling? It's alright if you're unwilling. I'll kill you, take the yin demon primordial embryo, and nurture it myself, Li Heng said with a slight smile. Qin Ling, however, sensed an overwhelming killing intent and malevolent aura emanating from that smile. It was as if she didn't agree, this mysterious expert would truly strike and kill her within the grand formation. I agree, she replied, her voice filled with resentment. That's not enough. Swear an oath, Li Heng said calmly. Fine, I swear. Qin Ling had come to terms with her situation. She was at the mercy of others, forced to submit. However, as long as she didn't betray her freedom and become someone else's master, things would be alright. Since you've already sworn an oath, I'll arrange the rest. The yin demon primordial embryo will become the righteous god of this place, protecting the humans gathered at the three mountains. You mustn't obstruct this. During this time, you can rest assured infusing the yin demon primordial embryo with demonic energy. If you can truly make him successfully demonize, that's your own skill. How about it? Li Heng smiled slightly. Qin Ling was overjoyed upon hearing this. This was easy. What newly born god could withstand the infusion of yin energy and demonic energy? This mysterious powerhouse was simply overconfident. Even if the powerhouse had a backup plan, at worst she could use her final trump card. Seeing this, Li Heng smiled slightly. That's more like it. Don't force employees to work, motivate them and give them hope. Although under the suppression of the supreme essence of the great sun, the yin demon primordial embryo had no chance of demonizing, seeing Qin Ling's joy at her attempt to suppress it, Li Heng still decided not to tell her. There had to be hope, right? Alright, obediently return to the great formation and teach others. Li Heng casually slapped Qin Ling back into the great formation. After thinking for a moment, he added another layer of great sun divine intent to the outside of the seal to prevent Qin Ling from finding a loophole and breaking the seal instantly. He nodded slightly. Although he didn't understand the great formation, he had stronger methods. Qin Ling was stunned for a moment before realizing she had been quietly slapped back into the formation. She was horrified. What was the strength of that powerful figure? So terrifying. Could it be a Taizianshan expert? Looking at the yin demon primordial embryo constantly absorbing yin energy and cultivating the demon summoning scripture, her expression was complicated, then she showed a resolute look. Although her strength was not as good as that expert's, she had 1,000 methods. And she had become a righteous god here, protecting the human race? Watch me turn her into an evil god. She thought smugly. Li Heng ignored Qin Ling's thoughts. With the great sun's high essence suppressing her and the yin demon primordial embryo closely monitoring her every move, this female demon was like a monkey unable to escape the five-finger mountain, nothing to worry about. Compared to that, it's better to get back to Begin City as soon as possible. Let's see what information remains in that broken official seal. Meanwhile, in Begin City, Ma Suxun had descended from the clouds and returned to the ground. Meng Lingayan, who had been anxiously waiting beside her, immediately approached. Suxun, what's the situation now? Who won and who lost? Ma Suxun pondered for a moment before speaking. If nothing unexpected happens, the third young master of the Yi family will definitely lose. What if something unexpected happens? Then the third young master of the Yi family will die. Meng Lingayan was puzzled. What kind of answer was that? So, whether something unexpected happens or not, we're guaranteed to win? Is the mysterious person that strong? Seeing Meng Lingayan's confusion, Ma Suxun couldn't help but shake her head with a smile. You didn't observe closely just now, so you have no idea how powerful that mysterious expert was. To be able to suppress the third young master of the Yi family, who is at the great innate level, is something no ordinary person could do. Come with me, I need to verify a hypothesis. She grabbed Meng Lingayan's hand and headed straight for the inner city, entering the Demon Extermination Bureau. Meng Lingayan was very curious, what was inside the Demon Extermination Bureau, and what hypothesis could it verify? She arrived directly at Li Heng's courtyard. There, she saw the courtyard gate wide open. The two glanced inside and saw Li Heng sitting in the courtyard, enjoying tea. Chapter 164 The Ore of Truth. In the courtyard of Li Heng, at the Demon Extermination Bureau in Bian City, three people were enjoying tea and conversation. Ma Suxun drank her tea, her mind filled with doubt. She had thought she would likely not see Li Heng this time. But she hadn't expected to actually see him, and he seemed so calm, as if the events that had happened before had nothing to do with her. Was there any connection between that powerful figure and Li Heng? Her intuition told her there was. The nature of their powers was far too similar, identical, both so bright and scorching, like the sun in the sky. But she had no proof. She had initially thought Li Heng was the mysterious powerful figure. But now, thinking about it, she felt it was impossible. That mysterious powerful figure was so strong, while Li Heng was only at the true key realm. Even if his cultivation speed was extraordinary and he had already advanced to the innate realm, he couldn't possibly have caused such a commotion. This was not something someone newly entering the innate realm could do. She vaguely guessed. The relationship between that mysterious powerful figure and Li Heng was most likely that of a teacher, an elder, or a protector? You said that after Renhai went mad, he left behind a broken official seal? Following their previous conversation, Li Heng naturally brought up this question. That's right, I suspect there's residual information inside. After I acquired it, I tried many methods, but I couldn't find anything unusual. It's like a broken piece of jade. Ma Suxun shook her head with a wry smile. So what do you plan to do? I don't know either. Perhaps I should take it back to the prefectural government. There are more experienced people there, they should be able to find out. Are you interested? Li Heng smiled slightly. He naturally understood the probing meaning in Ma Suxun's words. However, with his current strength, he didn't need to deliberately hide anything or explain, so he let her guess. I am indeed interested. How about I take a look? Ma Suxun nodded, directly taking out the broken official seal and placing it on the table. Although some events had made her impression of Li Heng somewhat ambiguous, she still trusted Ling Yun's judgment of character, and also trusted her own. She didn't think Li Heng had any bad intentions or was deliberately plotting anything. He just seemed increasingly mysterious. Compared to that, she was more worried that Li Heng might be involved with some bad influences and go astray, which wouldn't do. This was one of the reasons she had come here specifically. Meng Lingayan, who was standing next to her, was somewhat bewildered by their encrypted conversation. However, he could roughly understand the atmosphere. Sujuan was testing Li Heng? What was going on? He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He still trusted Li Heng completely. As for Li Heng's mysteriousness, he was already used to it. Li Heng didn't care and directly took the broken official seal and examined it carefully. At the same time, he subtly summoned the data panel and used the identification function to find out the details. Then, he saw a bunch of garbled characters. He pondered for a moment, could it be that this broken official seal was tainted by some high-level power, and the current level of identification function was no longer able to keep up? But this was not a difficult problem. He was now rich and powerful. Although he had consumed 1,000 source power to manifest the innate level Great Sun Dharma image, the Great Sun Dharma image had swept away the white eerie mist and suppressed the strange creatures, covering the entire county and gaining 5,000 source power. In addition, he had also killed the third young master of the Yi family, a grand innate level cultivator, gaining 1,000 source power, bringing his total to 9,975 source power. Spending 1,000 source power to upgrade the appraisal function was harmless. It was a necessary function, and worthwhile. With a thought, he burned 1000 source power, upgrading the appraisal function again. Instantly, the previously garbled appraisal information bar displayed numerous characters, arranged in an orderly fashion. Finally, it appeared before Li Heng's eyes, broken official seal, originally the seal of a 9th-rank county magistrate in the Great Li dynasty, capable of mobilizing the fortune of a county and the official fortune of its owner, possessing unfathomable divine power. Later, due to contact with the essence of true Qi, the owner underwent a mutation, the seal was damaged, and it lost all power. Note: the term true Qi has been distorted by heaven and earth. The seal retains the following additional information: everything will decline, destined for despair, and the struggle is meaningless. Carefully reading this long passage, Li Heng was astonished. Such a vast amount of information, no wonder it cost him 1000 source power to upgrade the appraisal function. But what exactly is this true Qi, this so-called distortion of heaven and earth? As for the accompanying message, if it was left by Ren Hai, what could it be? If it was Ren Hai, what truth did he know to utter such despairing words? Li Heng shuddered at the thought, his heart sinking. It seemed there was something truly terrifying and bizarre involved. What's wrong? Ma Suxun asked anxiously. She was genuinely afraid something strange might happen to Li Heng. Nothing, I just think it's a pity such a beautiful official seal is broken. Li Heng shook his head, not intending to tell the two of them this information, at least not now. Firstly, the source of the information was inexplicable, and secondly, there was no need. Seeing that Li Heng spoke, his breathing was good, and his expression was normal, Ma Suxun breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that he was alright. After that, the three of them chatted for a while before deciding to take their leave. As they were leaving, Ma Suxun hesitated for a moment. Please give my regards to that senior. With that, she pulled Meng Lingayan away. Li Heng was slightly taken aback, then his expression turned strange. What was she imagining? Giving her regards to that senior? Was she asking herself? He shook his head, a hint of a smile and pleasure in his eyes, and began to ponder the future. At the Yi family ancestral land, the old man of the Yi family stood in the void, looking down at the small teaching courtyard belonging to Yizuingxiao. Yin energy swirled within, incredibly dangerous. The strange energy within had begun to surge violently. He frowned slightly, having received a message from Yizuingxiao. Yizuingxiao claimed that the reason he hadn't received any news for so long was because he had been tricked by the Wang family, straying from his destination and wandering into the void turbulence region, only recently returning to the Great Li territory. Moreover, he had encountered an ambush by 5 peak level and 8 realm experts from the Wang family. Forced into a corner, he had no choice but to retaliate. Yizuingxiao also said that the deaths of members of the Yi family within Ben County might be related to the Wang family, and suggested a thorough investigation. The old man knew that this matter was highly suspicious. Although the Yi family had some past grievances with the Wang family, they weren't life or death feuds, merely disputes over interests. It was clearly illogical for the Wang family to attack them over such trivial matters. He suspected this was just an excuse Yizuingxiao was using to slack off, or perhaps he'd been misled and misjudged the person. He needed to investigate carefully. More importantly, he didn't want to think that way. If Yizuingxiao, the third young master of the Yi family, had truly killed 5 members of the Wang family, 5 peak level and 8 realm experts no less, the Wang family would be furious, potentially sparking a war between powerful families. This was clearly not in the Yi family's interest. After all, they were businessmen. They couldn't afford to fight. How could they make money if a war broke out? He planned to wait until Yizuingxiao returned before investigating cautiously. He also intended to send some men to test the Wang family's reaction. Such a major event would be easily known. But then, a figure flew in from afar. Xiao Hai, what's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? The old man recognized the person immediately. It was Yu Hai, a junior, one of the guardians of the soul lamp. Seeing the junior's impatience, he frowned. Were all young people these days so restless? What would become of the Yi family if this continued? Was Kaiankyu, the eldest son, indifferent? He shook his head and sighed. Elder Feng, something bad has happened. Yu Hai said in a panic. Don't panic, speak slowly. He spoke calmly, his voice seemingly possessing a magical power that penetrated deep into Yu Hai's heart, calming his panicked heart slightly. It's probably just one of the soul lamps going out. But why panic so much? Young people traveling abroad are bound to suffer injuries and deaths. We'll send someone to investigate later. But, the third young master's soul lamp is out. Yihai said anxiously. What? Elder Feng's pupils shrank, his expression shocked. The next moment, he flashed, instantly breaking through the void and arriving at the hall where the life lamps and soul lamps were stored, his gaze sweeping over them. Just as Yihai had said, Yizuingxiao's soul lamp was out. Out meant death. Soul, return. Soul, return. Elder Feng didn't immediately think about what had happened. He directly released a green, eerie, sinister flame from his palm, forcibly igniting Yizuingxiao's soul lamp. He muttered incantations, employing the Yi family's secret soul summoning technique. Unfortunately, he failed. There was no response. His face stiffened, realizing this was the worst-case scenario. Yizuingxiao's soul was shattered. Otherwise, with their Yi family's soul summoning technique, even if the soul was sealed, there should have been some response. Yizuingxiao, a great innate realm expert, was dead just like that? And so completely? Even the lucky yet useless second young master at least had his soul return. Although that useless one was ultimately eaten by the ancestors in the ancestral hall. Could it really be the Wang family's doing? He considered this possibility. In the present world, within the Great Li dynasty, only deeply rooted powerful forces like aristocratic families could kill a great innate realm expert so completely in such a short time. Especially since this great innate realm expert also bore the name of the Yi family's young master. Logically, he should have been even more difficult to kill. Coincidentally, Yizuingxiao also said the Wang family was plotting against him. The Wang family was the prime suspect. His expression turned icy. He took a step forward, returning to the sky above Yizuingxiao's teaching courtyard, appearing beside Yihai. With a single slap, the strange creatures in the courtyard were annihilated. Yizuingxiao was dead, and these creatures were of no value. Yihai trembled with fear, not understanding what this senior elder wanted to do. The elder spoke. Yihai, I know you've been complaining and don't want to watch the soul lamps. Then I'll give you a chance. Go and investigate the Wang family's movements recently. Meanwhile, at the Wang family's side, the elder's expression was grim. He had already seen the soul lamps of the 5 Wang family innate cultivators he had sent go out. Through his ritual, he could also discern some blurry images. It was the Yi family who had killed their Wang family members. The Yi family, you've gone too far, he said hatefully. The 5 Wang family innate cultivators he had sent only intended to invite the Yi family member to the Wang family as a guest, to inquire about the details, and to prevent being schemed against or misunderstood. He had no intention of killing. But now they had been directly killed by the Yi family member. What did this mean? The Yi family was definitely up to something. He stepped out of the soul lamp hall, intending to see the patriarch. Meanwhile, in the underworld, at the 10,000 Demon Ridge, the 3 demons watched in silence as the white, eerie mist, barely contained but still showing signs of spreading, lingered. Finally, the eldest, the Azure Lion, spoke. Third brother, what do you think we should do? We've even used the resources of the suspended mountain to resolve this. Kill, only kill, the Golden Rock replied softly. Chapter 165 Biguo County in danger. Kill? Tell me how you intend to kill them. Qingshi spoke calmly upon hearing this. He was starting to dislike his third brother. The white, eerie mist hovered above Wanyao Ridge. If it weren't for the methods provided by Zhuan Kongshan, they probably wouldn't have been able to resolve it. In the end, they would have had to flee like stray dogs. Even if they temporarily resolved the matter, the price was painful for him. He had originally intended to use Zhuan Kongshan's methods in his next plan, but unexpectedly, he had to use them now. Another powerful trump card was gone. Jin Peng naturally knew that his eldest and second brothers harbored some resentment towards him. So, in order to make amends as soon as possible, he didn't keep them in suspense and slowly revealed his next plan. This strange turn of events is not of my choosing, but it has already happened and there's nothing I can do about it. The only thing we can do now is to remedy the situation as quickly as possible and recover the losses. As for where to recover, I'm sure you already know. The mortal realm. Since the white, eerie mist hovering above 10,000 Demon Ridge cannot be removed, we might as well cut off a portion of the sky above and then plunder the missing space in the mortal realm. Wasn't our original plan to occupy the mortal realm? Jinpeng finished speaking and stared at the 2 demons. That's true, But changes in the mortal realm are too slow. With the strength of the three of us, we can't manifest it for the time being. Are we supposed to wait? Who knows how long the methods of the suspended mountain conceal this white, eerie mist? The white elephant, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up. I need a specific method of implementation. The green lion said slowly. Seeing the green lion and the white elephant's attitude, Jinping smiled. Big brother, second brother, we only need to do this. The next morning, the streets bustled with people, and Li Heng strolled leisurely through them. The cries of vendors and peddlers filled the air, and the enticing aromas from roadside stalls and restaurants drew the attention of passing children, who stopped and drooled. He nodded in approval. This was the true essence of everyday life. Shopkeeper, give me 5 steamed buns, pork and scallion, please. All right, sir, here you go. The bun shop owner deftly produced a few coins, quickly retrieved 5 steaming hot buns from a steaming basket, placed them on a box-shaped piece of oiled paper, and handed them to Li Heng. Li Heng took them and turned to leave, taking a bite. His mouth was filled with a rich, juicy flavor of pork and scallions. The savory meat filling combined with the soft bun skin was incredibly delicious. He ate while strolling, quickly finishing the buns. He had now arrived at his destination, the western city he frequented, where many strange phenomena had occurred. The eerie white mist had been completely dispelled, and the dense, sinister energy had returned to its pre-anomaly concentration. Although the yin energy was still spreading into the mortal realm, it would take a long time before any changes occurred, so there was no need to worry for the time being. They could breathe a sigh of relief. The lockdown of Begin City had ended. However, last night, while contemplating his future goals, he suddenly sensed an unusual fluctuation in the western city. This fluctuation was fleeting, and he almost thought it was his imagination. This morning, he planned to stroll around the western city, see what he could find, and also buy something to eat, since the food at the Demon Extermination Bureau's canteen was really bad. Suddenly, Li Heng stopped, his brow furrowing slightly. He had just used the power of his Earth Dharma form to sense the surrounding void and detected a fluctuation that didn't belong to the mortal realm, and this fluctuation was still ongoing. Of course, it wasn't a change in the underground yin energy ocean. The yin energy ocean and the souls within it seemed to involve very deep matters. During the previous changes in heaven and earth, the thickening of yin energy, and the appearance of the white, eerie mist, there had been no unusual activity, let alone this somewhat faint fluctuation. He focused his mind, trying to capture this fluctuation. In an instant, Li Heng felt his mind break through the mortal realm and arrive at a void. Looking down from above, he discovered an army marching there, its imposing presence overwhelming. Was this a yin army? The army was heavy with yin energy, and their attire was almost identical to the yin soldiers he had encountered in the western city. They were practically made from the same mold. Was this army also heading somewhere? Li Heng frowned slightly, feeling a pang of regret. This yin army numbered at least tens of thousands. If he were here not as a mental avatar but as his true self, he could potentially make a fortune. Even if each yin soldier was only worth a little source energy, he could still earn tens of thousands. Unfortunately, this void wasn't even a ghost domain, and his true self hadn't comprehended the mysteries of the void or the secret arts of space. Even with the coordinates of this place, he couldn't break through the void to enter. Who goes there? Seemingly sensing Li Heng's probing, a furious roar rang out from within the army, and boundless killing intent rose, directly shaking the void and forcing Li Heng's mind back to reality. In the mortal realm, Li Heng frowned slightly. There were still powerful figures present? Could it be a general of a large army? His strength was so formidable, his words reverberating through the surrounding void. However, he also knew that the void was extremely far from reality, unlike the previous strange occurrences, which were very close to the mortal realm, even faintly overlapping. Even if this general was incredibly strong, he couldn't cross over to the mortal realm. If his senses hadn't been so acute, he probably wouldn't have even noticed this army passing by. Meanwhile, in the void, ahead of the yin army, the general looked around with suspicion. No one was there? Had he sensed something wrong? But that was for the best. It was best if no one was there. He didn't want any accidents during the march. It was best to get there to provide support as soon as possible. Li Heng remained where he was, continuing to sense, and discovered that the fluctuations were gradually receding. Clearly, the army was leaving, probably just passing by normally. But what exactly had happened? Why would such a large number of Yin soldiers embark on an expedition? Li Heng couldn't help but shake his head. The present world was turbulent. It seemed the underworld and all those chaotic realms were no better. There was no pure land, no peace. Only the powerful could create a pure land. Gentlemen, the West City is now under the jurisdiction of our money gang. Understood? At the front, where the crowd had gathered, a young man dressed in gang attire ascended the platform, looking at the murmuring crowd below, and spoke loudly. The giant wave gang was destroyed some time ago, and due to various reasons, our money gang didn't have time to take over. But now we've cleared the space to take over, so you can all rest assured, there's no need to worry about being unprotected. Of course, with a change in leadership, the fees must also change. Our money gang doesn't ask for much, just 1 or 2 taels of silver on top of the giant wave gang's fees. Is that fair? Alright, everyone disperse, and tell your relatives and friends about this. After speaking, the young man stepped down from the platform. Li Heng, hearing these words from a distance, frowned. The money gang was making a public announcement like this? If he hadn't known the gang's background, he would have thought it was the government. Sigh, even though it's only an extra tael of silver, it's still a good thing. Indeed, ever since the giant wave gang was gone, some thugs have been harassing my shops. It's incredibly annoying. Now that things are back on track, it's good. I just don't understand why the money gang is so high profile. Some of the merchants nearby discussed among themselves, mostly agreeing. Li Heng was surprised again. Why so high profile? Could it be that they're taking advantage of Renhai's troubles to control Be'en City? After all, the Demon Extermination Bureau wouldn't get involved in such things. The distance between the mountains and the capital gave these forces an opportunity. Even if the court sends a new magistrate, he'll probably be sidelined by these gangs. He pondered for a moment. When he got back, he'd have to tell old Master Meng about this. He felt this matter wasn't so simple. A gang, not a deeply rooted, respected family, how could they be so arrogant? Money Gang Headquarters. Gang leader Ning Nanshan sat in his armchair, eyes closed in thought. At that moment, a shifty-eyed advisor entered the hall. Gang leader, I've already spread the word in the 4 districts as you instructed, the advisor said happily. However, his expression quickly turned hesitant. But isn't this too high profile? He asked, somewhat doubtfully. This was clearly different from the gang leader's previous cautious approach. No problem, the higher-ups have given me the opportunity. Ning Nanshan smiled slightly, recalling the message sent yesterday from Lord Jin, the 3rd-ranking officer of the county's Demon Extermination Division. Meanwhile, in Be'en County's neighbor, Biguo County, in the center of the city, on a vast altar, stood Chen Jinhei, the magistrate of Biguo County. He looked up at the sky, glancing at his subordinates with a complex expression. The time had come, success or failure hinged on this moment. He took out his 9th-rank magistrate's seal, his expression solemn, mobilizing the county's fortune and his own official luck, and stamped it directly onto the center of the altar, shouting loudly at the same time. Your subject, Chen Jinhei, a 9th-rank county magistrate, hereby mobilizes the fortune of this county to offer a sacrifice to heaven, suppressing the numerous evil spirits and monsters within this county, and dispelling the yin energy. Instantly, the official seal shone with a golden light, expanding rapidly like a small sun, enveloping the entire Biguo city. The county's fortune immediately transformed into golden ripples, spreading outwards from the seal, seemingly covering the entire county. At this moment, the surrounding yin energy suddenly surged, manifesting 2 figures in the air, shouting angrily. Chen Jinhei, how dare you do this? Are you trying to fight to the death? Chen Jinhei looked at the 2 figures and sneered coldly. Tree Demon, Black Mountain, you've finally decided to come out? The 2 demons' expressions were gloomy. It would be strange if they didn't come out. This was the fortune of the entire county, and they couldn't stop it. Chen Jinhei was simply a madman, actually using a desperate measure. Even if your luck is exhausted and your official career is ruined, I will still suppress and kill you. Don't think that just because this county doesn't have a demon extermination division, you can act recklessly. Chen Jin's eyes were filled with madness. The 2 demons didn't answer, rushing towards Chen Jinhei, trying to interrupt the process and devour him alive. At this moment, suddenly, the void began to ripple. A distorted and blurry phantom stepped out from the void, directly shocking Chen Jinhei and the 2 demons. Even the golden ripples formed by luck froze. I want this place. Jin Peng, hovering in the void, said calmly. Chapter 166 Yin World and Yin Key. Inside the Demon Extermination Division of Begin City, Ma Suk-sun was arguing with Meng Lingayan, wanting to bring her back to the prefectural government as soon as possible. After all, Begin City was still just a small county, and staying here for too long would be pointless, even if the county certainly harbored some secrets. Suddenly, Ma Suk-sun paused, stopping her argument with Meng Lingayan. She looked up in the direction of Begyo County, her expression thoughtful, gradually becoming serious, startling Meng Lingayan again. Has something big happened again? He asked tentatively. Ma Suk-sun nodded. Next to Begin County, is that Begyo County? Something might have happened there. There was a powerful force erupting just now. That force gave me a very bad feeling. Meng Lingayan was shocked. He had actually guessed correctly? What exactly happened in Begyo County? Even someone as powerful as Ma Suk-sun called it a powerful force, and it gave her a bad feeling? Could it be that a peerless demon had mysteriously appeared there? But the yin energy in Begyo County was nowhere near as dense as in Begin County. Wait here for a moment, I'll go check it out. Ma Suk-sun said, then leaped into the air and headed north towards Guo County. As the second director of the county's Demon Extermination Division, she had a responsibility to intervene in this situation. She flew along, riding the wind. She quickly arrived at the border between Begyo County and Begin County, and saw a golden figure standing ahead. It was the Golden Light Deity. How did he get here so quickly? She wondered who this Golden Light Deity was. The true identity of the Golden Light Deity remained a mystery. Whether it was the deity or that mysterious powerhouse, they both seemed to prefer appearing in golden form. Ma Suk-sun was surprised and stopped beside the Golden Light Deity. You've finally arrived. Li Heng smiled slightly and spoke calmly. With this sudden change, I had no choice but to come. But Senior is even faster than me, having been waiting here for a long time. Ma Suk-sun said with some emotion. Judging from that last sentence and the nonchalant demeanor he exuded, the golden-haired deity before her seemed more like the mysterious, powerful being who manifested the great Sun Dharma form than the deity Yu. She had many questions about this powerful figure. But since he wouldn't answer, she couldn't be so tactless as to press him. She could only focus on this sudden event. Another sudden anomaly, truly unsettling. Li Heng shook his head, pointing to the area of Begyo County. Look, the yin energy in Begyo is now even denser than in Begin County, even forming waves. Ma Suk-sun observed carefully, her brows furrowing. Senior is right. But this shouldn't be the case. The previous cataclysmic events were all concentrated in Begin County and didn't spread outwards. Begyo County was only slightly affected, so it shouldn't have such a heavy yin energy. And where is the county magistrate? Where is his official seal? He's probably dead. Li Heng said calmly. In his heavenly eye vision, Begyo County not only had a heavy yin energy but also an extremely desolate death energy. The county's overall fortune had become thin. Whether the magistrate is dead or not, I have to go in and see. Ma Suk-sun said with a sigh. This was her duty as the second director of the Demon Extermination Division. Although, given the current concentration of yin energy in Begyo County, it was uncertain whether there were any living people left. Even if there were, they probably wouldn't last long and would likely die soon. Yin energy, known as the nemesis of all spirits, was no joke. To ordinary people, it was the most deadly poison. However, when she spoke up to ask Li Heng's opinion, she found that Li Heng had already flown towards Begyo County. She paused for a moment, then quickly followed. This senior is truly quick-witted and outspoken, Ma Suk-sun thought to herself. In the center of Begyo City, within the massive altar, County Magistrate Chen Jinhei lay on the ground, his body twisted like a rag doll being toyed with. Not far from his right hand lay an official seal, still gleaming. The two demons, Black Mountain and the Tree Demon, were startled by this sight. Just who was this powerful figure who had broken through the void? With a mere flick of his power, he had killed Chen Jinhei, who possessed the protection of an official seal, and even released his yin energy. Could it be that this powerful demon came from the underworld? A 9th-rank county magistrate's seal? Too weak, Jin Peng said calmly, looking at the unbroken seal. He then turned to Black Mountain and the Tree Demon. Your cultivation is not bad either. How about you take a path to the position of Demon King under my command? The two demons were slightly taken aback by his words. This powerful demon was actually extending an olive branch to them? May I ask who you are? Heshen asked, somewhat puzzled. Yinchi, Wanaiao Ridge, Jinpeng. Jinpeng stood with his hands behind his back and spoke again. Of course, you can refuse. However, this Biguo County has become my hunting ground. I'll give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to escape. If you can't escape, then you'll only perish here. His words revealed a deep chill. The two demons were slightly startled, exchanged a glance, and bowed to Jinpeng in unison. Lord Jinpeng's divine might is unparalleled, we naturally submit. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. With their cultivation, it would be a miracle if they could escape Biguo County within an incense stick's time. They could only submit and surrender. Moreover, this might not be a bad thing. They had heard of the reputation of Yinchi Wanaiao Ridge, a powerful force. The three saints of Wanaiao Ridge each possessed astonishing cultivation and unfathomable supernatural powers, making them unattainable for demons. Now they had latched onto a powerful ally. Alright, then I'll give you a task. Hunt down those martial artists and cultivators who are still resisting the yin energy and haven't died within the territory of Biguo County. As long as you complete it well, you will definitely be rewarded. Yes. The two demons responded in unison and quickly left. Watching the two demons leave, Jinpeng narrowed his eyes. He was a peak rate the 8th realm cultivator in the yin world. Logically speaking, unless the yin energy in the present world was dense enough, he couldn't possibly overstep the rules to interfere with the present world. But rules are dead, but living beings are alive. As long as he sacrificed a batch of humans and animals at Wanaiao Ridge, and then used the power of Wanaiao Wangui to guide the yin energy in the yin world to bombard the void barrier, he could temporarily bring the yin energy of the yin world into the present world by paying a price. Just like now. The yin energy of the yin world broke through the void barrier and spread within the territory of Biguo County, allowing his projection to thrive. Although not as powerful as his original body, he could still unleash the combat power of an innate realm cultivator. He dripped a drop of essence blood and muttered incantations. The drops of essence blood fell into the vast yin energy, yet moved without wind, swirling into a crimson vortex, radiating an endless suction force that drew in the souls of the dead ordinary people. He wanted Biguo County, both its land and its people. Heng and his companion entered the territory of Biguo County. After observing the nearby mountains and villages, they couldn't help but shake their heads. Under the corrosive influence of yin energy, everything was dead. In areas where the yin energy was dense, even flesh and blood were eroded, turning into bare white bones. Biguo County is beyond saving, everyone is probably dead, Ma Suk-sun said in a deep voice, revealing her anger. What on earth had happened? The yin energy had erupted in such a short time. This was definitely not a natural disaster but a man-made catastrophe. The surrounding countryside was in this terrible state. Wasn't Biguo City, closer to the source of the yin energy eruption, even worse off? Heng remained silent, his mind sweeping across the surrounding area, while simultaneously flying directly towards Biguo City. There was nothing to lament, this was the way of the weak in this world. Rather than lamenting the tragedy and feeling powerless, it was better to cultivate diligently. All tragedies stem from a lack of strength. At this moment, Heng sensed some unusual activity ahead. He then saw two figures flying towards them from afar, their auras suggesting they were human. Behind them were two more figures, their demonic energy overwhelming and pervasive. A chase ensued, one fleeing, the other pursuing. Ma Suk-sun noticed the situation in the distance, her eyes lighting up. It seems there are still survivors in Biguo County. She was pleasantly surprised and immediately sped towards them. Yan Kachin, Ning Chiksha, you can't escape. Black Mountain and the tree demon chased after them, laughing loudly. Although these two humans could fly, their speed was decreasing in the dense yin energy, and they would soon be overtaken. In the air, a burly man in a Taoist robe with a stubble beard and a pale-faced scholar-like figure stood on an enlarged wooden magic sword, flying forward. Master Ning, what's going on? It's getting slower and slower. This is bad. The yin energy here is too dense. My magic sword isn't a spiritual weapon after all, and it's gradually losing its essence. I estimate it won't be long before it's completely destroyed. Ning Chiksha's expression was grim. We can only leave it to fate. No one expected such a calamity to occur so suddenly. The yin energy directly enveloped Biguo County, and almost everyone died. I'm just curious, how come you, an ordinary person, didn't die? Ning Chiksha looked at Yan Kachin with a puzzled expression. This humble one doesn't understand either. Yan Kaichen was somewhat confused. Gradually, the wooden magic sword began to break down and stopped. Ning Chiksha mobilized his last bit of strength to safely land the two on the ground and gave Yan Kaichen a King Fang sword. Take this. We're at our wits' end, so fight for it. Ning Chiksha said in a deep voice. How, you finally can't run anymore. If you ask me, why are you still running? You clearly know you can't escape. Heng and the tree demon had also caught up, feeling like they were playing cat and mouse. At this moment, Heng and the other person had already arrived in the sky. HMPH, so they're just two half-step and 8th-realm demons, daring to hunt down my human cultivators like this. They're courting death. Ma Suxun snorted coldly, about to strike and kill the two demons. Suddenly, Heng reached out and stopped her. Senior, what are you trying to do? No rush, let's observe further. Heng smiled slightly. In his heavenly eye vision, both the Taoist cultivator and the scholar possessed immense fortune, almost forming a dragon-tiger bond, making them incomparably noble. Would someone with such great fortune die in such a calamity? He wanted to verify his guess. Chapter 167 The Great Fortune Bearer? Ning Chiksha. You didn't expect to fall to me, did you? You were so arrogant when you destroyed Lanruo Temple. Do you regret it now? The tree demon laughed wildly, its demonic aura overwhelming. HMPH, even if time could turn back, if I encountered those malevolent female ghosts of yours, I would surely kill them. Ning Chiksha snorted coldly, her aura surging. But you harmed that ordinary mortal beside you. Heng looked at Yan Kaichen beside Ning Chiksha and said calmly. At the same time, he was also surprised. What happened? The yin energy was so dense now that even demons like them, who lived on yin energy, felt like they couldn't breathe. How could this mortal be safe and sound in the yin energy, unaffected, and looking lively and full of life? Could it be that he is not immortal? Heng couldn't help but feel a trace of apprehension and became even more cautious. Ning Chiksha's expression darkened. Although Yan Kaichen could obviously ignore the invasion of yin energy, he was obviously hiding something. But after spending so much time together, he was clearly just an ordinary person with no strength to even kill a chicken. If it weren't for their connection, he wouldn't have been hunted down. Don't worry, Master Ning, I have no regrets, Yan Kaichen said solemnly, gripping his King Fang sword tightly. As the sage said, since ancient times, who has not died? What is there to fear? What a fine saying. You're just an ordinary mortal, how could you know anything about cultivators and martial artists? Utterly laughable. I have your life in my hands, let's see if you're still afraid. The tree demon sneered and attacked the two. Seeing this, Heng didn't waste any words. His demonic aura surged powerfully, seemingly possessing intelligence, and attacked the two. Ma Suxun was somewhat anxious. Senior, aren't you going to make a move now? That Taoist cultivator named Ning Chiksha might be able to hold out for a while, but that ordinary person will probably be killed by these two demons in a single exchange. No rush, I'll cover you, Heng said calmly. Generally speaking, those with great fortune can turn misfortune into good fortune. These two were incredibly lucky. Logically, they should have easily overcome this calamity. Of course, the factor in their survival likely lay in Ma Suxun's intervention. That's why he stopped her in advance. As for himself, being a transmigrator, he might not be part of this world's destiny, and it might not have been his place to act. Of course, this was uncertain. If this world were truly powerful, he, as a transmigrator, would likely have already been included in its fate. Therefore, to avoid interference, he didn't act immediately. Heng didn't believe he possessed the power of visualization or the ability of the great sun to suppress his mind. He didn't believe this luck could influence his will and make him act impulsively. At this moment, Ning Chiksha, seeing the two demons attack, also brandished his magic sword and fought them, barely managing to hold them off and prevent immortal Yan Kaichen from being killed in a single encounter. However, in a life-or-death struggle, there are always oversights. A slender vine of the tree demon bypassed Ning Chiksha's sword technique, brushing past him and tearing through the air to strike Yan Kaichen, who was gripping his King Fang sword but appeared somewhat bewildered. Heng calmly witnessed everything. He himself might be within the destiny of this world, but his visualization ability was essentially beyond it, which was the basis for his confidence to test and probe this matter. Even if Yan Kaichen was dead, as long as he hadn't been dead for long, he could still save a mortal. Senior. Ma Suxun was astonished at the sight. How could this person disregard the lives of others? He could easily save him, it wasn't a difficult task. Why did he ignore it? She gritted her teeth, disregarding everything else, and wanted to intervene. But the next moment, Heng stopped her, suppressing the surging aura around her and bringing her back to calm. At this moment, the vine reached Yan Kachin. Suddenly, the jade pendant at Yan Kachin's waist emitted a bright light, instantly forming a protective shield that blocked the attack of the vine. At the same time, a graceful figure appeared before Yan Kachin. This figure was elegant and beautiful, a woman. Yan Kachin was stunned for a moment, realizing he had just faced death, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. Seeing the woman's figure, he exclaimed in surprise, "Miss Nai?" Miss Nai smiled slightly. "Young Master Yan, it's been a long time. How have you been?" However, the battlefield is ever-changing. Before the two demons could even begin to reminisce, 5 or 6 iron-hard vines tore through the air and attacked Yan Kachin. Ning Chiksha, who was entangled with the two demons, was about to be overwhelmed and could no longer attend to Yan Kachin. "Alice, Grandma is really pushing me too hard. It seems I can't reminisce with you, young master. Please accept this, it's my last bit of strength. I'm with you, young master." Seeing this, Miss Nai's expression was sorrowful. She then waved her hand, her figure transforming into wisps of light that entered Yan Kachin's body. Surprisingly, it combined with his luck, causing his aura to surge. The vine had barely reached him when Yan Kachin had already upgraded from an ordinary person to a half-step innate realm cultivator. "What?" Ma Suksun, watching from above, exclaimed in surprise. What was this? An ordinary person directly upgraded to half-step innate realm cultivator? Heng remained calm, not even blinking. Calm, this is the basic operation of someone with great luck. As long as there's a sufficient reason, they can soar to the heavens. Even if this Miss Nai's aura was only at the body-tempering realm. Don't ask, it's all about luck. The fact that 2 bolts of lightning didn't strike down and kill the 2 demons was already quite restrained. However, this wasn't what he wanted to verify. Yan Kachin felt a surge of power and immediately spotted the incredibly fast vines that he had previously been unable to react to. He reached out, grabbed and pulled, and the vines snapped instantly. Realizing what had happened, his expression turned sorrowful. "Miss Nai, thank you." He then looked at the tree demon in Black Mountain, who were locked in combat with Ning Chiksha, and roared, "Damn demons, you'll pay with your lives." His hair standing on end in fury, he charged towards the 2 demons. So this is why the senior didn't intervene? This scholar actually possesses such an opportunity. Ma Suksun remarked with admiration. She immediately understood what had happened. This scholar had received a gift from a female ghost. Although the female ghost was weak, and logically shouldn't have allowed this scholar to reach the half-step innate realm. She felt that perhaps this scholar had exceptional talent. Heng remained silent, still observing Yan Kachin. Finally, after Yan Kachin had flown a few steps, his heavenly eye detected the abnormality in Yan Kachin. A strange change occurred in Yan Kachin's aura. He didn't know how to describe it. It wasn't the kind of behavior one would expect from someone favored by fortune. It seemed malicious. Just as this thought arose, Heng saw Yan Kachin, after rushing halfway, kick a small rock and fall flat on his face. Although Yan Kachin quickly got up, the tree demon and the Black Mountain demon, taking advantage of his momentary lapse in attention, launched a combined attack, sending Ning Chiksha flying backward, coughing up blood. Seeing this, Ma Suksun shook her head with some regret. Although scholars have such opportunities, they were still ordinary people just now. Their cultivation has suddenly increased, and they were not used to it. They didn't even notice the rock under their feet. Otherwise, we wouldn't have needed to intervene. Heng's expression was calm. Was Ma Suksun's statement reasonable? Very reasonable. A sudden increase in cultivation, and some discomfort. But combined with a change in fortune seen through his heavenly eye, this was highly unreasonable. It wasn't the behavior of someone favored by fortune. He recalled the drastic changes in his own fortune back then. A thought arose. So something's wrong, or maybe the heavens and earth are malfunctioning? Hell, I didn't expect that little bitch to have a trick up her sleeve. But so what if you have cultivation now? You were just a weakling mortal, completely inexperienced in combat, and in this dense yin energy. How could you possibly defeat us? The tree demon sneered. Black Mountain nodded. In his view, even with cultivation, the two wouldn't be able to escape in such a dense yin energy environment. What was happening now was nothing more than a desperate struggle, like withered bones in a tomb, nothing to worry about. Pretty boy, now that you have cultivation, you should understand its wonders. So let me ask you, are you still willing to die? You say everyone dies eventually, but which cultivator doesn't have a long lifespan? Are you willing to give up that long lifespan? The tree demon laughed. The poor can give up everything because they have nothing. But for the rich to give up everything is much more difficult. Stop talking nonsense, finish off those two quickly. Don't forget what that master said. Black Mountain reminded him from the side. Alright, let's go together. Immediately, Black Mountain and the tree demon charged at the two again. Ningxia, who had coughed up blood, caught his breath and charged forward once more. Yan Kachin gritted his teeth, his face filled with rage, and also charged at the two demons, engaging them in fierce combat. However, the yin energy was so dense that it was the demons' home turf. The two were simply no match for the demons and were repeatedly defeated. The most miserable was Yan Kachin, who had just ascended to the heavenly realm. Because he was unaccustomed to the fighting among cultivators and martial artists, he was severely beaten by the two demons, his body covered in wounds and his vital energy greatly depleted. Ma Suxun shook her head upon seeing this. Although they have such an opportunity, their situation is still too difficult. Senior, shouldn't we make a move? These two can fight two half-step innate demons for so long in such a dense yin energy environment. They are clearly two promising talents. They can't die. Li Heng remained silent. He had seen too much through his heavenly eye. In the previous battle, with each mysterious shift in Ning Kachin's aura, he was injured by the two demons. Some injuries were even unexpected, as if he were being targeted. This further confirmed his earlier suspicions. Something was wrong with the heavens and earth. The overall environment was in turmoil. Suppressing the findings and his various speculations, he slowly spoke. Now it's time to act. Chapter 168 Blood Sacrifice. With permission granted, Ma Suxun acted instantly. The surrounding primordial energy surged, sweeping away and expelling the dense yin energy, while simultaneously pressing down on the tree demon and Black Mountain, rendering them immobile. The tree demon and Black Mountain immediately realized the anomaly, unleashing all their power in a desperate struggle, but to no avail. Two wretches, how dare you kill my human race? The two appeared, and Ma Suxun's expression turned cold as she roared. Ningxia and Yan Kachin were startled and then overjoyed to see the two appear. These two were actually powerful human beings, and judging from their incredibly strong auras, they must be reinforcements. They were saved. The tree demon and Black Mountain's hearts sank. Damn it, what's going on? Why would powerful human beings appear in Biguo County, where the yin energy is so dense? This shouldn't be happening. Even if there were powerful reinforcements, shouldn't they be heading to neighboring Bein County? The situation there is far more serious than here. I advise you to release us, or Lord Jinping will not spare you. He is a terrifying being from the myriad demon ridge in the underworld. There is no peace between demons and humans, so begging is useless. Realizing they couldn't break free, the two demons directly uttered threats, hoping to make the two human powerhouses hesitate. Enough with the nonsense. Li Heng, who had been silent for a long time, spoke calmly. Two streams of true solar fire floated onto the two demons, instantly burning them to ashes. Source power plus 170. Just two half-step innate level demons, killed them without a second thought. But their words were interesting. Could it be that Biguo County became what it is today because of the myriad demon ridge in the underworld? Lord Jinping? One of the three saints of the myriad demon ridge? Ma Suxun's heart skipped a beat upon seeing this. Indeed, it was very similar to Xiao Heng's flames, but even more powerful. It seems this mysterious powerhouse is truly related to Xiao Heng. Li Heng understood Ma Suxun's reaction, but he didn't care. Ma Suxun had already made some guesses, even subtly judging based on her intuition. Whether she concealed it or not, it was all the same. Ningxia and Yan Kachin were stunned, their pupils shrinking in shock. Two half-step Xianshan cultivators were dead just like that? Especially Ningxia, a Taoist cultivator who had traveled far and wide, slaying demons and monsters, and had seen countless storms. He knew the significance of such a thing. Could this be the transcendent, already Dao entered Xianshan realm? Quickly regaining their senses, they bowed deeply. Ningxia, Yan Kachin, thank you both for saving our lives. Li Heng was slightly taken aback upon hearing these two names. These names seemed somewhat familiar. Come to think of it, even the names of the 3 saints of 10,000 Demon Ridge sounded somewhat familiar. His curiosity piqued. He asked, "What are the names of these 2 demons?" The 2 were slightly taken aback, somewhat confused. However, since their saviors had spoken, they naturally answered gladly. Reporting to Senior N, this junior does not know the real names of these 2 demons, but one is known as Black Mountain and the other as Tree Demon. Does Senior know them? Heng pondered upon hearing this. Interesting. Could this world really have some connection to his previous life? However, many things are completely different. For example, the Taoist sects in this world do not worship the 3 pure ones, who are said to be the source of the great Dao. Suppressing his distracting thoughts, Heng inquired about the important matter. "I ask you, what exactly happened in Begao County?" The 2 were taken aback again. Why was the senior's speech so abrupt? However, they could only answer honestly, mentioning the sudden outbreak of yin energy, while secretly wondering about it. Ma Suksun, standing beside him, was startled upon hearing this. "Senior, could it be that the situation in Bein has also occurred in Begao County?" "Senior?" The 2 were startled again upon hearing this. They had thought these 2 powerful figures were of the same generation, but unexpectedly, one was a senior and the other a junior. This somewhat imposing female powerhouse's aura is already so terrifying, then what about this golden armored deity? Was he even above the innate realm? Otherwise, such a relationship spanning generations wouldn't exist, right? Maybe, maybe not, Heng said, uttering a pointless remark. Let's go check out Begao County." He immediately set off, flying towards Begao City, with Ma Suksun following closely behind. As for Ning Chiksha and Yan Kachin, they also wisely followed. With such dense yin energy, the 2 of them couldn't possibly leave Begao County on their own. It was better to cling to powerful force. As for the powerful demons that might exist in the city, they were nothing to worry about. These 2 powerful figures, one was at the innate realm, and the other was suspected to be above the innate realm. In the center of Begao County, before the souls of the ordinary people could be eroded by the yin energy and transformed into strange beings, they were attracted by the gravitational pull of the blood-red vortex and devoured, causing the blood-red vortex to grow continuously. Now, like a tornado, it occupied half the street. Jin Peng stood before the blood-red vortex, a smile on his face. These humans in the present world were indeed of better quality than domesticated livestock. Even their souls exuded a wild aura. No wonder those old guys were desperate to escape to the mortal world. However, with the world undergoing further changes, they can gradually come to the mortal world and interfere with it, so there's no need to worry about a lack of high-quality humans in the future. Although this change is a disaster for both sides. Jin Peng suddenly frowned. His 2 cheap subordinates, whom he had just taken in, were dead. Their auras vanished? Truly useless. Even with such dense yin energy dominating their territory, they could still die? Sensing further, he sensed 2 auras approaching him. No wonder, they were 2 innate realm experts. Jin Peng raised an eyebrow, a look of joy on his face. Today was a great harvest, a truly good omen. Using 2 innate realm experts as a blood sacrifice for the yin world would definitely sweep away the recent bad luck. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel depressed. What could have gone wrong to allow those eerie white mists to reach Wanyao Ridge? It shouldn't be like this. Arriving before Begao County, Heng and his companions saw the enormous, blood-red vortex that occupied half the street, continuously sucking in hundreds of souls who were wailing in agony. Ma Suksun gasped, her face contorted with rage. Soul-stealing. How dare they commit such a violent and cruel act? Finally, the 2 caught up. Ning Chiksha, a Taoist cultivator and a chivalrous demon slayer, roared. Heng remained calm and took a step forward. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes, those who should leave should not remain. A gentle chant echoed throughout Begao County, its sacred sound like a heavenly prayer, radiating extraordinary power that silenced the wailing souls, causing them to ignore the vortex's pull and sink into the ground. Even the souls caught in the vortex were affected. Jin Peng, seeing this, was shocked and roared in anger. Excellent technique. A roar echoed throughout Begao City, attempting to drown out Heng's chanting. Unfortunately, no matter how loud he increased his volume or used his secret methods, the chanting remained clearly audible. Ma Suksun was even more astonished. She had assumed this senior, possessing such flames, was a master of slaughter and not skilled in rituals for the deceased. Even if he did perform rituals, They would be physical. But this technique was even more effective than the Taoist Salvation Sutra. Jin Peng, seeing his methods were useless, grew even more furious. Where did this human powerhouse come from, daring to disrupt his plans? He used his racial supernatural power, his body trembling as he harnessed the dense yin energy of heaven and earth, maneuvering through the wind and sea, arriving before Li Heng and his group in a few breaths. Who are you, daring to disrupt my plans? He glared at Li Heng and his group with a dark expression. He had initially thought these two innate realm cultivators were merely useless trash to feed him, and the two below innate realm could be ignored. But he hadn't expected these humans to possess such abilities. You are Jin Peng, aren't you? How did you come to the mortal world? Li Heng asked calmly. In his estimation, demons and monsters from the underworld shouldn't be able to come to the mortal world so easily, otherwise, the mortal world would have been in chaos long ago, and how could the crumbling Dali have lasted so long? Why should I tell you? Jin Peng smiled disdainfully. Since you've come, then stay. He was about to utter some harsh words and then kill these four humans when suddenly he saw a fist the size of a vinegar jar already in front of him. The punch landed, but it was as if a grand Buddhist and Taoist ritual had been performed, with chimes, cymbals, and gongs ringing all at once, and his body exploded. Everyone was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding what was happening. When they did, their eyes widened in disbelief. What had just happened? This golden light deity had punched this demon in the face and then blasted it apart? This golden light deity was indeed powerful. Ma Suxun secretly marveled. Upon seeing this demon, she sensed its terrifying demonic aura, seemingly capable of soaring into the heavens and blotting out the sun. She knew she was no match for it. But unexpectedly, she was blasted apart by this powerful figure with a single punch. Come out, how much longer must I wait? Li Heng spoke calmly, his expression unwavering. As soon as he finished speaking, the dense yin energy around him surged and churned, forming a vortex from which a sound like a heartbeat could be heard. When the yin energy dissipated, Jin Peng's figure reappeared. So you know my methods? Jin Peng said, slightly surprised. He wasn't his true self in the mortal realm, but a projection. Therefore, he used the dense yin energy around him to continuously regenerate. In other words, as long as the yin energy leaking from the underworld didn't cease, he could regenerate infinitely, exhausting his enemies to death. Furthermore, because the leaked yin energy was so abundant and dense, permeating the entire county, his combat power was extremely strong, only one level weaker than his true self. This was one of the reasons he had just regarded Li Heng and the others as blood sacrifice objects, not because he was arrogant, but because he truly had the strength and confidence. Even now, his thoughts hadn't changed much. He just needed to be more serious. He could resurrect infinitely, but these humans couldn't. Ma Suxun and the others felt a chill in their hearts upon seeing this. Their bodies had been blasted apart, yet they weren't dead, and they continued to resurrect, seemingly without any depletion. How was this possible? What kind of peerless demon was this? Forget it, whether you know it or not, as long as the yin energy continues, I can keep regenerating. I can wear you down to death. Even if your punch is strong enough to blast my body apart, it's useless. Jin Peng sneered and shook his head. You've already penetrated deep into Biguo County, and there's no way you can escape. So despair, tremble. You can try to escape, but I will hunt you down one by one. He continued, laughing loudly. If the blood sacrifice object had strong emotional fluctuations before death, the blood sacrifice effect would be even better. Although he didn't believe these words alone could cause strong emotional fluctuations in the two innate beings, they could sow the seeds of fear, which would be beneficial in the upcoming battle. Enough with the nonsense, just die. Li Heng spoke, and with a thought, the great sun Dharma image manifested. Chapter 169 The Wrath of the Underworld. A blazing sun rose. Its light shone brightly, and wherever it touched, all yin energy retreated and dissolved, instantly clearing the previously gray surroundings. Jin Peng's pupils constricted upon seeing this, and he hurriedly dodged. But even at his fastest speed, he couldn't outrun light. Instantly, the sun's light illuminated his entire body, slowing him. The flow of power within his body became difficult, as if suppressed by something. What was this? He was shocked. Then he vaguely realized that the very foundation of his avatar was being shaken, his entire form on the verge of disintegration. If he hadn't forcefully suppressed it with his powerful cultivation, he would have long since vanished into wisps of yin energy. He had no time to think. He quickly mobilized the surrounding yin energy to surge forward. This suddenly appearing, scorching bright thing clearly had a special effect on suppressing yin energy. Like the sun in the sky, he had to deal with it quickly. Jin Peng admitted that this thing had made him look quite disheveled. But now, the yin energy of the underworld had spread throughout the entire Biguo County, seemingly endless. Furthermore, an endless stream of yin energy surged from the underworld. Under such boundless yin energy, even if this thing could purify and dissipate it, what good would it do? Could it purify it all? Could it withstand the onslaught? Jin Peng didn't think it was possible. If you can't compete in quality, then overwhelm it with sheer quantity. The yin energy, which had already spread and even reached other counties, seemed to hear a summons, suddenly contracting violently, transforming into waves that surged towards Biguo County. If a powerful figure stood high above and looked down upon the entire Biguo County, they would be horrified to discover that it was simply a raging sea of yin energy, with Biguo County itself like a vortex devouring it. I admit your method caught me off guard. But under this overwhelming yin energy, how long can you withstand it? Jin Peng spoke earnestly, attempting to shake Li Heng's resolve. Li Heng smiled slightly upon hearing this, and with a thought, caused the great sun dharma image to tremble, purifying and dissolving an even larger area of yin energy. Not good. Jin Peng was shocked, his expression turning grim. He hurriedly increased the speed at which the surrounding yin energy surged in, attempting to fill the gaps purified by the great sun dharma image. But the next moment, he was even more astonished. The surging, boundless yin energy, before it even reached the empty space, was already purified and dissolved by the light emanating from that thing, making it impossible to fill the gap. Ma Suxun was deeply moved by this sight. Truly worthy of being a dharma image. If she herself were surrounded by such immense yin energy, her yang true flame wouldn't be able to withstand it, and her yuan qi protection would quickly be worn away. She probably wouldn't last long before perishing within it. Ning Chiksha and Yan Kachin, upon first seeing the immense, surging yin energy, felt as if they were ants facing an endless ocean, and both considered closing their eyes and awaiting death. But then Li Heng's great sun dharma image rose. The supreme power of the sun purified and dissolved all yin energy. The vast ocean of yin energy, which would have drowned them, couldn't even get in. It was a case of a tiny object confronting an immense yin energy. This stark contrast in size shocked, even mesmerized, and filled them with longing. Just what level of cultivation did this golden light deity possess? How could he possess such power? You think you can be so fierce? Jin Peng roared, quickly strengthening the connection between his avatar and the underworld, widening the gap and allowing even more yin energy to surge in, like breaching a massive dam. In the underworld, within the 10,000 demon ridge, the azure lion and white elephant demons watched a massive crack in the void, endless yin energy surging towards it and entering the mortal realm. Seeing this, they frowned. What is Jin Peng doing? Why does he need so much yin energy? Didn't he say he only wanted to take one county? At this rate, does he intend to conquer the entire so-called northern prefecture? The azure lion frowned, somewhat displeased. Brother, if this continues, the yin energy near the 10,000 demon ridge will be completely absorbed. How will our men cultivate then? Will they starve? Bai Xiong said in a deep voice. Of course I know that, but that's not what I'm most worried about. What I fear most is something going wrong, and this yin energy not returning to the underworld. Who can fill such a huge gap in yin energy then? Then we'll definitely be targeted by the underworld. Qing Shi said coldly. He regretted agreeing to Jin Peng's suggestion. Brother, should we stop this? Jin Peng is being too reckless, he might cause a disaster. Bai Xiong quickly chimed in. Qing Shi was silent for a moment before speaking. Let's wait and see. After causing such a commotion, his men had expended so much of their essence and even sacrificed a batch of humans and animals. If they didn't gain anything, he would be unwilling to accept it. Dozens of strange domains away from the 10,000 demon ridge. Here stood a huge city, with rouge shops, stores, restaurants, and pawn shops. The city was bustling with people, merchants hawking their wares, a vibrant scene of human life. But at this moment, everyone froze, turning to look towards the direction of 10,000 demon ridge, their expressions uniformly filled with confusion. What are those three stupid demons up to? They all asked in unison. At the same time, some of the demons and monsters scattered around 10,000 demon ridge also cast puzzled glances in that direction, lost in thought. In the mortal realm, Jin Peng sneered. See? I have endless yin energy. How long can you hold out? He continued to use his psychological manipulation techniques, trying to shake Li Heng's confidence. Then he discovered that it was his own confidence that was being shaken. Endless yin energy surged from the underworld. But just like before this yin energy could even approach the great sun dharma image and fill the gaps left by its purification, it was already affected by the light and completely purified and dissolved. In other words, he had expended so much effort, bearing the potentially huge cost, to mobilize the yin energy from the underworld, only to have no effect whatsoever, becoming a laughingstock. He was stunned and fell silent. Li Heng looked at the stubborn boy with pity. Why use yin energy as a means of attack? Even the true fire of the sun can use yin energy as fuel, let alone the great sun dharma form, which is even higher than the true fire of the sun? How can this be dealt with by sheer numbers? What's the use of quantity when the essence is higher? Can a large number of lower dimensional beings defeat higher dimensional beings? However, Jin Peng's actions were exactly what he wanted. He had been pondering how to quickly purify the yin energy in Biguo County. Would he have to make another trip? But now it seemed he didn't need to. Jin Peng directly recalled the yin energy he had dispersed. At this moment, Jin Peng felt a desire to retreat. This human was utterly unreasonable. Such a vast and boundless yin energy had no effect whatsoever. Even his avatar was no match for it. It was better to retreat early and mitigate the losses. He gritted his teeth, and with a thought, tried to recall the yin energy. But Li Heng had already sensed his actions. With a thought, he manifested the power of the Earth Dharma image, suppressing the surrounding void and preventing the yin energy from returning to the yin world. He didn't know what Jin Peng's purpose was, but since his enemy was doing this, he would definitely oppose it. Although this would cause the vast yin energy to linger in the mortal realm, his great sun dharma image could completely purify it, and the earth dharma image could allow all the yin energy to sink underground, becoming nourishment for the mortal realm. As the saying goes, isolated yin cannot produce, isolated yang cannot grow. For the mortal realm, the combination of yin and yang is the right path. This is also why when Begin City activated its great formation, it didn't completely purify the yin energy in the city, but only allowed it to return to normal concentration. It is also the reason why the mortal realm is not called the Yang world, but is the opposite of the Yin world. Jin Peng was somewhat dumbfounded at this moment. The passage connecting the Yin world and the mortal realm was not closed, but these Yin energies were inexplicably unable to return to the Yin world, as if they were being blocked by something. He glanced at Li Heng, who was smiling, and immediately realized that it was definitely these humans who were behind this. Otherwise, the simple transfer of yin energy would not have caused such an accident. What are your intentions, daring to intercept yin energy? Jin Peng roared. If such a vast amount of yin energy were to spread, it could even cause the yin energy concentration to rise sharply over 1,000 miles of the mortal realm, breeding strange phenomena. You humans have ulterior motives. Do you intend to harm the mortal realm? It was a very strange situation. Jin Peng, a demon, was actually explaining the harm of yin energy to everyone, trying to persuade Li Heng to stop intercepting it, and even accusing them of harming the mortal realm. What's so difficult about that? Li Heng said calmly. Then, he pressed down with one hand, and the vast power of the earth dharma appeared, guiding the surging yin energy to slowly sink into the earth's veins, and become nourishment. Jin Peng was dumbfounded. What kind of technique was this? After not coming to the mortal realm for so long, had the humans already acquired such a technique? He frantically tried to control the rising yin energy, preventing it from sinking into the earth. But he found he had lost control. The yin energy no longer obeyed his commands. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed the full power of his avatar, his demonic energy surging, his strength boundless, as he launched a powerful attack at Li Heng. This human before him was absolutely crucial. The attack swept across halfway, carrying the force of winds and thunder, constantly growing stronger, finally forming the shape of a giant rock, its loud cry deafening, possessing unfathomable power. Li Heng remained unmoved. I'm too lazy to even hit you, and you dare to hit me? He shook his head, then slowly, like an old man practicing Tai Chi in a square, threw a punch, colliding with a golden rock. Bang! The rock shattered instantly, breaking into countless fragments like glass falling to the ground. The power of the punch did not diminish, the force of the punch tore through the air, and the golden rock, unable to react, was directly struck. His body caved in instantly, and his mind felt as if the heavens and earth were pressing down on him. Under this immense pressure, his body and mind shattered. Furthermore, because the surrounding yin energy had all sunk into the earth, there was no yin energy to sustain him for rebirth. His avatar perished completely. In the underworld, at the 10,000 Demon Ridge, the Golden Lion and White Elephant were still waiting for news from the Golden Rock when they noticed the clouds in the sky changing, slowly turning blood red, and the sounds of roars and murmurs rising. The two demons' expressions changed drastically. Heaven's wrath? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 179th Rank County Magistrate. Jinpeng, what have you done? The two demons roared instantly, their voices echoing throughout the entire 10,000 Demon Ridge. This eerily heard the many demons and monsters in the ridge, causing them even greater panic. Could it be that the three kings were plotting to usurp the throne? I'm right here, Jinpeng said weakly, tearing through the void, blood trickling from his lips. Prematurely causing chaos in the mortal realm was against the rules, so even the destruction of his projection would backfire on his true form. The two demons were slightly startled by Jinpeng's miserable state. Suppressing their anger, they spoke coldly, "Third brother, what happened? Why are you so badly injured? Why did you incur the wrath of the underworld? You must give us an explanation." Jinpeng fell silent, recalling the radiant, purifying yin energy, something utterly unreasonable, and Li Heng's terrifying punch. Then he slowly began to explain. Soon, the two demons, after hearing Jinpeng's explanation, fell silent. Was Jinpeng lying? Could there be a powerful being in the mortal realm who could purify such a vast and dense yin energy? What a joke. Why don't you just say that a powerful being at the Dharma manifestation realm directly appeared in the mortal world across the underworld and killed your original self? Is this something out of a novel? Third brother, are you telling the truth? The Azure Lion asked in a deep voice. Jinpeng sneered inwardly. He called him Jinpeng earlier, and now he calls him third brother? Does he really think I don't know his dissatisfaction? However, it wasn't the right time to break off relations, so he slowly spoke. If you don't believe me, you can create a projection and see. The underworld leading to the mortal world is gradually healing, and they might still be in the same place. Don't miss this opportunity. The two demons cursed inwardly. Do you think I'm stupid? If such a person really exists, with such methods, they could shatter their projection with a single slap, and they would end up like Jinpeng now. Why would they want to get slapped? Alright, I believe you, third brother. I believe you too, the two demons said, barely accepting Jinpeng's words. After all, the underworld's wrath wouldn't benefit Jinpeng, it would only implicate them. Something unexpected must have really happened. However, they changed their tune again. Third brother, what do you think we should do? Now that the heavens are wrathful, the three of us, and even the demons and monsters of 10,000 Demon Ridge, are likely to be cursed and targeted by the underworld. After all, this whole thing started because of you, the Green Lion said quietly. Just then, a bolt of crimson lightning struck down from the sky, killing a snake demon walking in 10,000 Demon Ridge, its body charred to ashes. The three demons' faces turned grim. This was a blatant warning. If they didn't find a way to make up for the loss of so much yin energy, they would become the people abandoned by fate. At that point, as long as they remained in the underworld, they would be subjected to endless targeting. It was like a fantasy version of Final Destination. Golden Rock suppressed his anxiety and took a deep breath. There's no other way now. We have no way out. We'll do it the same as before, kill what needs to be killed, rob what needs to be robbed. I don't believe we'll ever run into that person again in the mortal world, he said viciously. The second demon was shocked. Could it be? Again? Because of this incident, the underworld has lost so much yin energy that everyone wants to strike them dead with lightning. If they continue to lose, they won't survive either, they'll just have to stay put and be struck by lightning. What, big brother, second brother, you're unwilling. But what can you do if you're unwilling? Do you have a way to make up for all this yin energy loss? Even if we multiply it by 100, we still can't afford to compensate. We can only rob it from the mortal world. We don't necessarily have to rob back that yin energy. As long as we can assist the underworld in turning a part of the mortal world into a ghost realm and pulling it back to the underworld, that would be a great achievement. Jin Peng continued, his eyes filled with madness. The two demons fell silent upon hearing this. It was indeed a solution. After a long while, Qingshi spoke, letting out a deep sigh. I still have a token given to me by Suspended Mountain. Jin Peng, use this token to call together the surrounding forces. This matter cannot be borne by one yodeling alone. As soon as he finished speaking, the crimson color in the sky faded considerably. Within the 10,000 demon ridge, many demons and monsters were so bizarre that they could choke even when drinking water, and would bump into walls while walking. Some starving demons, eating human flesh, exploded from their own hunger. In the present world, in front of Bigo County, Ma Suk-sun and the others, seeing the yin energy recede and the demons die, showed no joy whatsoever. Because no matter what, it couldn't change the fact that Bigo County was completely finished. Li Heng flew to the center of the city, sensing everything around him. There was no life, only lifeless corpses, or skeletons that had been corroded by the yin energy. He shook his head slightly. This was a dangerous world. He descended from the sky and came to the altar where Chen Jinhei had presided over the ceremony. He glanced at it and saw Chen Jinhei's corpse and the constantly flashing official seal. The man was dead, but the official seal still remained? Li Heng was slightly surprised. When Renhai went mad, the official seal shattered. It seemed that Renhai had really encountered something terrible, something more terrifying than death. While secretly speculating, he casually picked up the official seal. Instantly, the official seal shone brightly. Li Heng smiled slightly and arrived in his spiritual sea, where he saw a figure standing before him, Chen Jinhei, the magistrate of Bigo County. You must be the owner of this body? I am a 9th-rank magistrate of the Great Li dynasty. I'm borrowing your body for a while, I'm sure you'll be honored. Chen Jinhei said with a smile, his figure radiating the aura of the official seal as he lunged towards Li Heng. Before his death, he had allowed his soul to reside within the official seal, seeking a sliver of life. He hadn't expected some fool to actually find the seal, granting him a chance at survival. Although he felt guilty about being reborn through possession, what did it matter? As long as he was alive, that was enough. Besides, he was a 9th-rank magistrate of the Great Li dynasty, an honest official, destined to be transferred to the capital, becoming a pillar of the nation, ruling the world, far more prestigious and useful than a commoner without an official title. To allow this useful person to reappear in the world, he could only have this unfortunate fellow suffer. At the same time, he didn't believe Li Heng could withstand his possession and devouring. He himself possessed the aura of the Great Li dynasty's fortune. Even if this person was a Xiantian, innate, cultivator, he couldn't withstand the Great Li's fortune. Moreover, how easy was it to encounter a Xiantian cultivator? A hint of disappointment flashed in Li Heng's eyes. I thought it was some useful information that was let in, but I didn't expect it to be a dead survivor. He shook his head, waved his hand, and a flash of light appeared in his sea of consciousness, instantly turning Chen Jinhei's soul into nothingness. A mere 9th-rank county magistrate dared to possess him? He was simply courting death. Not to mention a 9th-rank county magistrate, even the emperor of the Great Li dynasty couldn't do it. He flashed and disappeared into a sea of consciousness, only vaguely visible beneath the surface of his sea of consciousness, where a magnificent sun rose and fell, ready to rise at any moment, illuminating the heavens and the earth. His spirit returned to reality. He saw Ma Suk-sun and the others flying over closely, landing in front of him, looking around as if searching for survivors. Stop looking, everyone's dead. Li Heng, uninterested, shook his head and tossed the official seal into Ma Suk-sun's hand. At the same time, with a thought, he spread the power of the Great Sun Dharma image throughout the entire city and even the county, using it to deliver the souls of the dead and let them sink into the earth. He noticed that beneath Bigo City, there was also a sea of yin energy, within which human souls floated, all intact. Hearing this, Ma Suk-sun sighed deeply. What had happened recently? Such a degree of anomaly and disaster had occurred. Was this a premonition of an even greater calamity to come? She wondered if the prefectural government had reacted. Thinking of the prefectural government, her expression turned angry. The prefectural government hadn't sent any news yet, which was definitely a deliberate attempt to ignore it. Most likely, someone was interfering and suppressing the news. It was utterly disgusting. Several names flashed through her mind, and she made up her mind that when she returned to the prefectural government, she would settle accounts with them. She came to her senses and found that Li Heng had already left. Bijin Prefectural Government, Jinhua City. 3rd Division Chief Jin Fihei stood before his desk, frowning. He had thought he could exchange the lives of an entire county for Ma Suxun's removal from power, but unexpectedly, this guy was so lucky that he actually managed to save Ben County. He recalled the messages from his subordinates and various intelligence networks, and couldn't help but wonder, who exactly was the powerful figure protecting Ben City? In the midst of the crisis, there was even a so-called radiant sun appearing? Jin Fihei shook his head, finding it too absurd. This was probably just a trick to fool the masses, an illusion. He had never heard of anyone being able to be tainted by the sun. It was common knowledge in the cultivation world, and could only fool ordinary people. However, even so, it wouldn't let Ma Suxun rest easy. If she returned and discovered that he was targeting her, and learned that her subordinates had also been placed under house arrest and their information transmission restricted, she would retaliate against him without hesitation. He naturally didn't care about Ma Suxun's strength. But the Ma family behind her was a real headache. What legitimate method could he use to solve this problem? As he pondered, a sound came from outside again. "Chief, news has come from Ben City again, saying it's something big. Come in." A demon slayer dressed in the uniform of the Demon Extermination Bureau, a golden sword at his waist, entered and handed Jin Fihei a jade slip, its surface covered with a thin seal. Jin Fihei took it. He casually broke the seal, mentally scanning the information within. He was immediately stunned, his pupils shrinking. Everyone in Biguo County, next to Ben County, was dead? Died from a sudden outbreak of yin energy? His face lit up with joy, and he quickly exclaimed 3 times, "Good. This is truly heaven's help." Spread the information from this jade slip throughout the entire prefecture, and add some speculative guesses. For example, why did so few people die in Ben County, where the yin energy was most severe, while everyone in neighboring Biguo County was wiped out? The more such guesses, the better, as soon as possible. He instructed the demon slayer before him, then walked to the window, looking at the sun in the sky, a confident smile on his face. "Let's see how you, Ma Suxun, get out of this situation." Chapter 171 Source Energy Consumption. Ben County. Ma Suxun looked out the window and breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of the outcome, things here were finally settled. It was time to return to the prefectural government to report back and settle accounts with those who had secretly sabotaged her. "Lingayan, what have you decided? Are you going back to the prefectural government?" She turned to look at the silent Meng Lingayan. "Although I won't ask for your opinion on this matter, it would be better if you were willing. After all, forced relationships are never happy." Meng Lingayan spoke in a deep voice. "If I leave, what will happen to Ben City? The yin energy outside the city is still somewhat abnormal. What if another anomaly occurs? You don't need to worry about that. I've already spoken to that deity named you, and he will secretly protect the city. Besides, his cultivation is much higher than yours. Isn't that better than you? You need to think carefully about your future. Staying in such a small place without cultivation opportunities, you won't be able to advance to the innate realm. Without a future, do you really want to grow old and die alone?" Meng Lingayan fell silent again. He had to admit that this was indeed the truth. The appearance of that deity also tore away his last fig leaf. There were others who did a better job protecting Ben City and Ben County than him. Their cultivation was higher. "What about my adopted son, Meng Hao? You can take him. He'll probably wake up today. Then I have to take Xiao Heng with me. He needs to agree," he added. With Li Heng's talent, he couldn't be confined to such a small place. "Don't worry, I already told him that." He agreed and didn't object, unlike you who's so stubborn. Ma Suxun smiled slightly. At this moment, Li Heng was in his courtyard, tallying up his gains over this period. First was source power. Originally, upgrading the appraisal function cost 1,000 source power, leaving him with only 8,975. However, the trip to Biguo County, killing Black Mountain and the Tree Demon, fighting the Golden Rock, and the impact on some strange things in the city, also yielded scattered source power. The total source power had reached 9,500. He had also figured out the source power consumed at each stage of the innate realm. Upgrading cultivation techniques involves manifesting physical manifestations. Progression begins from 0. The lesser innate stage, or standard innate realm, requires 1000 points of origin power, the stronger innate stage requires 3000 points, the greater innate stage requires 5000 points, and the supreme innate stage requires 8000 points. Except for the supreme innate stage, each stage increases by 2000 points. The supreme innate stage requires an additional 3000 points, clearly because it involves a qualitative transformation. As for consuming 10,000 points of origin power, that's probably the level of the Dharma aspect realm. This also shows that although Li Heng currently has a lot of origin power, it's not enough when evenly distributed, since he cultivates more than one technique. However, he doesn't regret this. Cultivating a single technique builds a foundation that is too monotonous and fragile. It's better to use multiple techniques to forge an unshakable foundation. A towering building starts from the ground. If the foundation is flawed, the building will collapse. Fortunately, the consumption of origin power is cumulative. For example, advancing from the lesser innate stage to the stronger innate stage only requires adding 2000 points to the 1000 points, accumulating to 3000 points for the upgrade. If Li Heng had never practiced this technique before, starting from scratch, then he would need a full 3000 points of source energy. The same applies to upgrading techniques or manifesting objects. His Taiyuan scripture, the fragment of the pure Yang scripture, and the martial scripture are all lesser innate level techniques, while the three flowers record, according to his estimation, should be greater innate. As for the two Dharma aspects, the great sun Dharma aspect is lesser innate, while the earth Dharma aspect, without improvement, is still below innate. However, thanks to the arduous efforts of his divine avatar and the improvement of Li Heng's main body's realm, the visualization progress of the earth Dharma aspect has reached 40%. He estimates that reaching 50% will allow him to break through his own critical point, like the great sun Dharma aspect, and consume 1000 points of source energy to upgrade to lesser innate. Based on accumulated source energy, he has enough to extend the upgrade point function to the Dharma aspect level, and then consume his own blood and ki to push the technique to the Dharma aspect level as well. However, he won't choose to do this. If his cultivation can't keep up, even rapid improvement is futile. Even if the technique breaks through to the Dharma aspect level, he himself won't be able to advance. Moreover, the blood and energy consumption for upgrading to the Dharma aspect level is extremely high, beyond his current capabilities. As for the great sun Dharma aspect, his progress is still insufficient. Although he had seen the magnificent sun again, which boosted his great sun visualization progress to 60% and corrected some errors in the great sun visualization diagram, he estimated that without reaching 100% completion and fully comprehending the true meaning of the great sun visualization diagram, he wouldn't be able to advance to the Dharma aspect level. Unless he had a lot of source energy to burn, pouring it all in and relying solely on a vague imagination to reach the Dharma aspect realm, this diagram should belong to the Dharma aspect level. Besides, this would be a gamble that would bankrupt him. Reaching the Dharma aspect realm would leave him penniless. However, he was now somewhat curious. For ordinary martial artists, the Great Sun visualization diagram was merely a miscellaneous diagram, something to look at. Even if they tried to visualize it, it would only be for cultivating their character. It wouldn't combine with their visualization abilities like he did, resulting in a qualitative improvement. But ultimately, it still belonged to the Dharma aspect level. Why would such a thing exist in a small city like Begin? Did a Dharma aspect realm expert ever exist here? He shook his head, suppressing the distracting thoughts in his mind. Whatever, he was leaving anyway, heading to that so-called prefectural capital. This Begin County region probably harbored some great secrets, but it wasn't something he could explore now. He'd investigate when he was stronger. Besides, his divine avatar wouldn't leave, it was still at the Three Mountains gathering. He also had a divine avatar in Begin City, capable of monitoring any unusual activity there. His initial intention in creating the avatar was to have it reside in a region and assist him. He pondered for a moment. He decided to improve himself first. Heading to the prefectural capital would mean encountering more powerful figures and geniuses, so he needed to be well prepared. Although he couldn't gamble everything on using his source energy, he would use it evenly, in accordance with his cultivation progress. For example, he could first upgrade his lesser innate level cultivation technique to greater innate. Fortunately, he had the foresight to create an upgrade and point addition function. Otherwise, if every cultivation technique required the use of source energy to upgrade, he would have been spitting blood from the losses. He burned 4,000 points of source energy. The upgrade and point addition function's upper limit expanded from the lesser innate to the greater innate, and more mysterious and complex patterns appeared on the data panel, radiating a profound and mysterious aura. Li Heng didn't even blink when he threw away 4,000 points. No choice, he had the money. He then sensed the cultivation technique upgrade and deduced the blood and ki consumption required for the greater innate level, and was immediately shocked. Good heavens, it actually took nearly 80% of his blood and ki. You must know that he is now the great sun's sacred body, and his explosive power can even suppress a greater innate expert. His combat strength has probably reached the Tai Zianshan level, but it still requires so much? This is trying to weaken him. However, it's fortunate that he is the great sun's sacred body, and his blood and ki recovery speed is extremely fast. So what if he's weak? It'll only be weak for a while. First, he needs to upgrade the Tai Yuan scripture. Clicking the plus sign at the end caused most of his ki and blood to decrease from a causal perspective, and a long progress bar appeared after the Tai Yuan scripture, clearly indicating that it was in the process of upgrading and deducing. Then he felt weak. Li Heng circulated his great sun's sacred body, refining the surrounding heaven and earth ki to replenish himself, and he recovered quickly, continuing to improve the subsequent techniques. He did the same with the martial scripture and the pure yang scripture remnant. Of course, after so many repetitions, even he, as the great sun's sacred body, was a little overwhelmed, almost shaking his life essence and completely damaging his ki. He shook his head. It seemed that the improvement of the Three Flowers record was slightly delayed. However, the Three Flowers record was already at the great innate level, and it didn't need to consume time for deduction like other techniques. It upgraded instantly, so there was no need to worry too much. But could this deduction process be permanently shortened? Or even completed instantly? He remembered a thought from before, and used his mind to sense how much source power would be required to achieve this function. Then he sensed at least 6 figures of source power. Sorry to bother you. Li Heng fell into deep thought. What exactly is the principle behind this? You're only sensing at the bare minimum, yet you need so much source energy? Do you need time acceleration to shorten the process of deducing the technique? Who do you think you are? You think I'm poor? You ignore me today, but tomorrow you'll be begging for my attention. Just you wait. He snorted coldly. He pondered where there were more demons and monsters. Bang! The courtyard gate opened again. Meng Lingyant strode in, his expression somewhat complicated, finally managing only a mocking laugh. You brat, you're actually backstabbing me. Grandpa, how am I backstabbing you? Don't you want to go back to the prefectural government? Do you still want to stay in this small place? Do you know how much I've sacrificed to help you? But I went to the prefectural government with you. Li Heng smiled slightly, sighing earnestly. For this, shouldn't you compensate me? Any technique, any divine weapon, you can have it all. Meng Lingyant paused upon hearing this. You came here to confront me, and you actually tried to rob me? If you've robbed the wrong person, I'm penniless. If I had any high-level cultivation techniques, divine weapons, or treasures, would I still be here? He shook his head and laughed, then continued, Xiao Hao is waking up. Would you like to go see him? Cold, trembling. Meng Hao felt his body sinking into a dark ocean, drifting with the current. Only his consciousness could perceive this, yet he could do nothing, eternally immersed in it. It felt like 10,000 years had passed, yet also like only a moment. Until a light shone in the endless darkness, he suddenly could move. He abruptly opened his eyes, abruptly sat up, and looked around in a daze until he could see everything clearly. At the same time, he saw 2 people in front of him. One was his adoptive father, Meng Lingyant, and the other was that guy, Li Heng. Li Heng looked at the awakened Meng Hao and pondered slightly. Just as he had expected, his bad luck had changed. Chapter 172 Gathering at 10,000 Demon Ridge. Meng Hao's initial coma was due to 2 reasons. Firstly, injuries to his soul, and secondly, the intrusion of bad luck into his body. The monk and Taoist priest had largely repaired his soul's injuries, and the bad luck had mostly dissipated over time. This was the main reason Meng Hao was able to awaken now. However, for some unknown reason, the world underwent a change, and the flow of fortune seemed to be reversing. The bad luck that had almost dissipated within Meng Hao was transforming into good fortune, nourishing him. Fortunately, the remaining good fortune was not much, returning him to the level of an ordinary person. Moreover, The damage to his soul caused by the intrusion of bad luck still existed, and it seemed that this was the limit of his potential. What happened to me? What happened? Meng Hao asked with some confusion and difficulty. He could feel the terrible state within his body, like a meticulously built house whose foundation had been destroyed, leaving only ruins to support its cultivation. A deep sorrow flashed in Meng Lingain's eyes. He explained the events that had occurred during this time to Meng Hao. After listening to Meng Lingain's explanation for a long time, Meng Hao fell into deep thought. Finally, he spoke in a low voice. So that's how it is. Am I crippled? His expression was devoid of joy or sorrow, as if he weren't recounting his own experience, but rather the story of a passerby on the street. Xiao Hao, don't be too sad. I'll take you to the prefectural government. Perhaps there's a peerless healer there who can cure you, Meng Lingain said slowly. Of course, even he himself didn't quite believe this. Hao, don't try to comfort me. He shook his head, then looked up at Li Heng beside him. Heaven has forsaken me, not my fault in battle. You've won now, but I'm not convinced. My background is higher than yours, my potential is greater than yours, I can reach a higher peak than you. Meng Hao's voice became incredibly agitated. But the next moment, it lowered again. But what can I do even if I'm not convinced? You've won after all. His voice was barely audible. Old man, you don't need to take me to the prefectural government. Let me stay here. At least I'm doing all right here, but what about the prefectural government? So going there is pointless. Is that all right? He looked at Meng Lingain. He was well aware of the severity of his injuries. A simple injury to his soul was bad enough, but it was caused by bad luck invading his body. Li Heng watched all this without a change in expression. Whether these words were genuine expressions of emotion or a glimmer of hope for a comeback, he didn't care. The gap between the two was already too wide. What truly concerned him was this strange shift in fortune. But was this change in fortune an isolated case or a widespread phenomenon? If it was an isolated case, all the people with great fortune he had encountered seemed to have experienced this change, more or less. But if it was a widespread phenomenon, the 5 points of fortune he possessed hadn't changed. He shook his head. With his current strength, he couldn't verify it. It seemed he had another reason to go to the prefectural government. It was the center of the prefecture. He could probably encounter more powerful individuals and geniuses there, perhaps gaining information or conducting practical verification. He was too lazy to watch the father-son drama that was about to unfold. He simply made an excuse and left. His purpose had already been achieved. He strolled through the Demon Extermination Bureau when suddenly he heard a deafening clamor of gongs and drums, followed by mournful music. Curiosity piqued, he quickened his pace towards the sound. After many twists and turns, he finally arrived at a small square. Li Heng raised an eyebrow. So that's it. Some exorcists were mourning the victims of this calamity, erecting tombstones for them in this square. Accompanied by mournful music, the atmosphere was one of profound sorrow. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but sigh. He then joined the crowd, looking at the tombstones before him. Most of these tombstones were inscribed with information about the deceased's life. However, almost all of them were strangers to Li Heng. Until he glanced at a name, He Qing. He Qing? He was slightly taken aback, carefully examining the information inscribed on the tombstone. He Qing, a native of Bian, died on the 5th day of the 7th month of the 3rd year of Antong, outside the city of Bian. Li Heng remained silent for a long time, thinking of the victims he had investigated outside the city. He shook his head, took 3 incense sticks from the offering table beside him, lit them casually, and placed them on the tombstone. Wisps of smoke rose, swirling upwards as if they could float to the heavens. Although their relationship wasn't deep, it wouldn't cause him much sadness. At most, it would just leave him with mixed feelings. But since they had met and happened to be there, he would use these 3 sticks of incense to end their connection, as a farewell. At the same time, the surviving exorcists were also mourning their relatives and friends in different ways. After offering 3 sticks of incense, he left the exorcism bureau, intending to go to Bian City. As soon as he left the inner city, he could faintly hear mournful music coming from all directions. He was startled, then understood something, and became thoughtful. After all, living people were not cold numbers, they all had their own relatives and friends. Although not many people in the city had died, everyone in the countryside outside the city, except for the 3 mountains gathering area, had perished. It would be strange if there was no reaction to so many deaths. Brother Li? What a coincidence. A surprised voice rang out. Li Heng turned his head and saw Xingyuang, the constable, carrying a blue bundle and dressed in plain-colored close-fitting clothes, walking out of the inner city. What's going on? Oh, that Ren the Skinflint got into trouble, didn't he? That's a relief for me. I resigned from my position as a constable and plan to venture out and make my own way in the world. I don't want to stay in Bian County anymore. Xingyuang said with a smile. So where are you planning to go? Probably head towards the prefectural capital. I might visit some of the counties along the way to see the local customs and culture. After all, I can't stay guarding the gate forever. He scratched his head. That's good. Have a safe journey, Constable Xing. Hey, I'm not a constable anymore. Just call me Xingyuang. But thank you for your kind words, Brother Li. I'll be going now. After a brief exchange, Xingyuang bid farewell to Li Heng and strode away. His steps were so light, as if he had unloaded a lot of burdens. What was this? Was it a bittersweet feeling? Li Heng smiled slightly, feeling a little relieved. He began to stroll around the outer city, eating snacks, buying souvenirs, and playing with the children running by the roadside, immersing himself in the world. This was also a farewell to Bian City. In the underworld, at the 10,000 Demon Ridge, these past few days have been anything but peaceful for the many demons and monsters of the ridge. They trip over stones while walking, get food stuck in their teeth while drinking cold water, and even laugh themselves to death. Coupled with the almost blood-red sky above, some demon kings couldn't help but wonder if the three great kings had done something to incur divine wrath. They considered fleeing. Their promising futures couldn't be ruined by bad luck. But before they could even decide to flee, powerful figures from surrounding areas, roughly equal to those of the ridge, gathered there, seemingly for some meeting. This forced the demons to run around serving these guests. And these guests were incredibly difficult to please. Some preferred human intestines, especially those with a hint of yellow. Others preferred human livers, which had to glow according to the diner's mood. What a ridiculous situation. Damn it, what are they even eating? Pigsy, the demon king and cook of the 10,000 Demon Ridge, listened to the little demons report the names of the dishes, the menu, and the ingredients. With a forceful slash, he split open the braised head, embedding it deeply into the cutting board. I don't care, I only know how to make this much anyway. Take it or leave it. Damn it, these days even drinking cold water is a struggle, and these outsiders dare to cause me trouble? Pigsy snorted. King Coco said there will be a generous reward for good food. That's all bullshit. Anyone can make empty promises. I've been with them for so many years, don't I know what they were up to? Pigsy, looking around at the kitchen helpers, shouted again. What are you looking at? Hurry up and serve the food. Oh, yes, yes, yes. The little demons and kitchen helpers quickly responded, arranging the various dishes on plates and creating different shapes. For example, a steamed human face had to simultaneously display all 6 expressions: joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, and grief. Then, the little demons delivered this dish to the banquet. Pig 3 calmed down. He pondered that those 3 guys had made 10,000 Demon Ridge worse and worse. If it weren't for the help of Suspended Mountain, it would probably have collapsed long ago. Should he also find a chance to escape? Besides, he'd heard that going to the mortal world would be much easier soon. At the banquet, the Azure Lion, White Elephant, and Golden Rock sat in the main seats. The eldest, the Azure Lion, looked at the guests who had traveled from afar and laughed loudly. Thank you all for coming from afar. This banquet is specially prepared to welcome you and wash away the dust of your journey. Please don't be shy. This is all wild human meat, not domesticated livestock. The people from these powerful factions were surprised to hear this. They had long heard that 10,000 Demon Ridge and Suspended Mountain had established a relationship, and it seemed to be true. A while ago, they had obtained a bunch of people and livestock from Suspended Mountain and held a grand banquet. How impressive. Now, this banquet even used wild human meat? It seemed their relationship was quite deep. The Golden Rock Demon Saint has come with a floating mountain token to invite us. How could we dare not come? But what exactly happened that requires activation, and why are there so many of us? A ghost dressed in a merchant's robe said in a sinister tone. The atmosphere froze upon hearing this. It was the truth. Without the floating mountain token, they really wouldn't have given the 3 demons any face. This was a direct attack on their true intentions, and they didn't know how to respond. This shopkeeper is indeed outspoken. May I ask which agent of the life-buying fee you are? Goldenrock asked calmly. I'm afraid I cannot disclose that, Goldenrock Demon Saint. Let's get down to business. Everyone is busy, don't invite so many of us over such a small matter. Could it really just be for a meal? Goldenrock frowned slightly upon hearing this, secretly communicating with the Azure Lion and White Elephant, finally reaching a conclusion. Oh, this shopkeeper is quite outspoken. Well then, I can only speak the truth without further ado. The purpose of my invitation is to ask you all to launch an attack on the mortal realm ahead of schedule. What do you say? He stood up, looked at the strange demons present, and smiled. Chapter 173 The Peacock Clan. The numerous demons and monsters were astonished upon hearing Jinping's words. At this moment, a demon resembling a mountain of flesh, occupying a large open space and with its fat constantly writhing, sneered. Are you joking? Asking us to attack reality ahead of schedule? This doesn't fit the agreed-upon timeline. Following this mountain of flesh demon's words, other powerful demons joined the opposition. The yin energy in reality isn't concentrated enough yet. You want us to attack the mortal world ahead of schedule? I want to ask, how are we supposed to attack? Are we going to deliver food to someone else's home turf? Jinping smiled slightly. I know you're all waiting for the right moment, waiting for the yin energy concentration in the mortal world to gradually increase, for the yin and yang realms to get closer, even for the ghostly realms to overlap. But have you considered that this is too slow? Upon hearing this, the demons were stunned again. Too slow? What a joke. They'd waited hundreds of years, what did a little more time matter? Jinping continued. The mortal world is a piece of delicious meat. However, the mortal world is too vast for one person to devour alone, and different parts have varying degrees of deliciousness. Everyone wants to eat the most delicious bite. If you want to achieve this, you must take the first bite. You may all be thinking that when the time is right, you can invade the mortal world and feast. But have you considered that opportunities are not waited for, but created? Rather than waiting for the yin energy to gradually increase, it's better to accelerate its increase. If you just wait there foolishly and another force gets there first, you won't even get to eat the meat. Can you afford to gamble that? After these words, the demons fell into an eerie silence. Admittedly, although Jinping's words were very blunt and crude, they had successfully stirred up anxiety in their hearts. If a force really did invade the mortal world ahead of time at a great cost, seizing the advantage, wouldn't those of them who were waiting for the right moment to invade be left with nothing? Still hesitating? Don't worry, we at 10,000 Demon Ridge have a way to get you to invade the mortal world ahead of time. We have experience in this. Jinping smiled slightly, trying to drag these forces into the scheme. At worst, they'd all face divine punishment together, die together. Otherwise, the three of them wouldn't be able to maintain their balance. So, amidst the questioning gazes of the various forces, Jinping revealed his method, causing them to hesitate and ponder, their resolve beginning to waver. In the underworld, in the kitchen of 10,000 Demon Ridge, Zhu San deftly stuck his cleaver into the chopping board, casually picked up a plate of braised peacock, and strained his hearing to its limit, listening intently as Jinping convincingly ate his food. When he heard Jinping trying to persuade the forces to join him, he was startled and exclaimed, "Good heavens! These three scourges weren't content with just causing them misfortune, they were going to bring misfortune upon others too. They were truly three great scourges." He immediately realized that he couldn't stay in 10,000 Demon Ridge any longer. Fortunately, over the years his cultivation had reached the peak of the strong innate realm, only a step away from the great innate realm and the great demon realm. He had every right to escape the 10,000 Demon Ridge and live a good life. He had always concealed his cultivation level because he knew the personalities of those three and the strength of their subordinates very well. If they threatened him, they would definitely eliminate him without hesitation. Of course, if their strength was equal, they would negotiate politely and he might even become the fourth saint of the 10,000 Demon Ridge. However, his strength was awkward. He was at the peak of the strong innate realm, not the great innate realm. He belonged to the category of those who would be eliminated without hesitation. So even if this hadn't happened, he had always wanted to find an opportunity to escape, preferably to the mortal world. After all, if he suddenly escaped and stayed in the underworld, he might be wanted by the 10,000 Demon Ridge. Now he could take advantage of this chaotic situation to escape. If he didn't escape now, even if those three didn't attack him, the entire 10,000 Demon Ridge would be killed by these three. Pig 3 viciously tore off the last piece of flesh. Fortunately, when they were ordered by that scrawny bird to slaughter the flock of dead birds, they discovered a weak point in the space. 5 days later, the situation in Bian City was peaceful. Meng Lingayan finally couldn't resist Ma Suxun's persuasion and bid farewell to the place where he had lived for decades, setting off for Jinhou City, the capital of Bijin Prefecture. However, Li Heng did not travel with them, planning to set off in a few days. They were initially somewhat doubtful and even worried. After all, this county was far from the prefecture, with countless demons and monsters lurking in the mountains, making it extremely dangerous and unsuitable for traveling alone. But when they thought about Li Heng's mysterious cultivation level, they immediately felt relieved. They feared that if they were in danger, Li Heng wouldn't be able to get out either. Helpless, Ma Suxun could only give Li Heng a token, instructing him to use it to exorcise demons and find him after arriving at the prefecture, guaranteeing unimpeded passage. At this moment, Li Heng put the token into his pocket and smiled as he watched Meng Lingayan and Ma Suxun leave. The reason he didn't choose to travel with Meng Lingayan and Ma Suxun was that he truly had matters to attend to. He also wanted to travel along the way, like Xingyuang, stopping occasionally to kill some demons and monsters lurking in the mountains. The two, however, headed straight for the prefectural government, their purpose different from his. Standing at the gate of Bian City, looking back at the city, he smiled slightly and drifted towards the three mountains gathering. He naturally harnessed the energy of heaven and earth, traveling on the wind. He quickly arrived at the three mountains gathering. The gathering was sparsely populated, with few vendors hawking their wares. Withered yellow leaves lay scattered on the ground, unswept. A gust of wind swept them up, producing a desolate, crisp sound. The three mountains gathering was now desolate. After all, the previous commotion had emptied a large number of people, and this strange event had killed even more. Virtually 1 in 10 remained. Peacock, come out and see me. Li Heng stood with his hands behind his back, speaking softly. His voice echoed throughout the three mountains gathering, but strangely, no one else noticed. Only Peacock's ears. Peacock stood on a high cliff, gazing at the scenery on the horizon, lost in thought. At this moment, Li Heng's voice came, and she was slightly taken aback. Her master had come to find her? Her figure moved gracefully, stepping on a few fallen leaves in the air, her steps light and ethereal, like a celestial being descending from a high place, the surrounding scenery blurring and receding, as she swiftly rushed towards Li Heng. Soon, she arrived before Li Heng. She bowed, about to kneel, and was about to speak. Greetings, master. But before she could finish speaking, her body did not fall. Li Heng used the energy of heaven and earth to lift her up. No need to kneel, I don't follow such formalities. Li Heng said calmly. You did well this time. Although so many people died at the Three Mountains gathering, it was still within your capabilities. This time I plan to leave Bian County and go to the prefectural capital. Will you choose to stay, or will you come with me? Upon hearing this, Kong looked up in surprise, then lowered her head again. I will obey master's orders. I want you to say it yourself. Hearing that Li Heng wanted her to choose, Kong fell silent for a moment. If master wants me to choose, I choose to follow master. She looked up at Li Heng and said softly. Since she had made her choice, she couldn't give up halfway and just give up. Li Heng remained calm upon hearing this. Alright, then you'll come with me. However, you said your clan was stranded in the myriad demon ridge of the underworld because the spirit realm shattered. How is your clan now? Li Heng suddenly brought up this topic again. I haven't been back for a long time, so I don't know. Kong shook her head, a look of confusion on her beautiful face. Li Heng pondered for a moment and continued, then can you sense the real-world coordinates of where your clan is located? I can only vaguely sense it, but I can determine the direction. Kong said softly. In which direction? Kong pointed south. Li Heng raised an eyebrow slightly. It was still in the direction of the prefecture capital? What a coincidence. Bian County was located in the northern part of Bijin, while the prefecture capital, Jinhou City, was in the center of Bijin. Therefore, relative to Bian City, the prefecture capital was to the south. This was convenient, he could go and take a look. During his trip to Biguo County, he had met Jinpeng once. Although he was a demon, he didn't seem to be obsessed with beauty. Peacock, however, said that Jinpeng was extremely attentive to her and never angered her. This made Li Heng suspicious. Jinpeng wasn't after beauty, but something else. Considering that the Peacock clan resided in a spiritual realm, which was a blessed land abundant with rare treasures, Li Heng deduced that Jinping might be after the Peacock clan's treasures. No one would complain about having too many treasures, which was why Li Heng suddenly brought this up. He had initially thought that if things were too troublesome, he wouldn't bother and would just go directly to the prefectural government. But now it seemed there was a real chance. If he could find the physical coordinates corresponding to the Peacock clan's location, Li Heng might be able to use some method to break through space and reach the Peacock clan. He didn't normally have this ability. However, the data panel showed that the several cultivation techniques were almost fully deduced. The upgraded cultivation technique, once fully refined, might be able to evolve into a wondrous special technique based on Li Heng's will. This is the power of the upgrade and point addition function. Master, what are you doing? Conk wondered, somewhat puzzled. Did her master want to visit her clan? But how was that possible? Her clan was currently all in the underworld. Could her master possibly break through space and the mortal realm and go to the underworld? This thought startled her. Was it really possible? But if it was her master, perhaps it really could be done? You're right. I'm going to visit your home. Didn't you say you haven't been back for a long time? This will satisfy your homesickness and save you from nagging about it later. Li Heng smiled faintly. Conk was overjoyed upon hearing this. Thank you, master, she said excitedly. Although she didn't know if this would succeed, the intention alone was enough for her gratitude. The hateful golden rock used to refuse her requests outright. Let's not delay, let's go. The peacock immediately transformed into its true form, carrying Li Heng on its back as they departed. Chapter 174 Your cooking skills are terrible. Standing atop the peacock, Li Heng looked down from the sky. Before him stretched towering, pristine mountains and a network of waterways formed by the various branches of the Tongshan River, with boats occasionally bobbing and fishermen casting their lines. Li Heng estimated the distance. They had already left Beiyang County, crossing at least 3 counties. However, according to the peacock, they were getting closer to their destination, so it wouldn't be long. Looking at the land beneath his feet, Li Heng felt a pang of emotion. The counties beyond Beiyang and Biguo were surprisingly peaceful. He hadn't even sensed many demons or monsters. If there were any, they were minor creatures, worth at most a little source energy. Of course, this might also be related to his movement path. A straight line couldn't possibly cover the whole picture. Even so, it was much better than Beiyang and Biguo. However, given the extent of Dali's inaction, problems were bound to arise sooner or later. After all, the crises faced by Biguo and Beiyang counties had received no assistance whatsoever, demonstrating just how indolent they were. Master, we've arrived at our destination, the peacock said. Upon hearing this, Li Heng raised an eyebrow slightly and looked directly below. There was a road, and judging by its size, it was clearly an official road, frequently used by people, with few weeds growing. The Peacock clan's corresponding coordinates in the mortal world are here? This seemed far too obvious. If some powerful expert suddenly had a whim here and casually broke through space, they could probably reach the Peacock clan's location. Wasn't the location a bit too random? Yes, master, the peacock replied softly. However, as if afraid Li Heng would misunderstand, she added, although I didn't know my clan's mortal coordinates were on a busy road, the location of the Peacock clan in the underworld is also significant. Oh, what significance? Li Heng became interested. Back then, the world underwent a cataclysmic change, the spirit realm shattered, and the Peacock clan fell into the underworld. A nearby fragment also embedded itself in the underworld, creating a weak point in space. Our clan settled at this weak point. We intended to escape through this spatial weakness, but before our plan could be implemented, the 10,000 Demon Ridge discovered us. Although the clan survived, our strongest elder was killed, and the rest were powerless to break through the space. As he spoke, the peacock's eyes dimmed. Download, Li Heng nodded, speaking calmly. He didn't want to dwell on the peacock's painful past. That's just how the world is, the past cannot be changed. If you don't learn to adapt, you'll regret it later. The peacock, hearing this, snapped out of its reverie and landed on the road. Li Heng looked around, raising an eyebrow. This section of the road was a fork in the road, surrounded by dense forests. Ahead stood a small inn, clearly providing rest and food for travelers. He looked closely and smiled. Let's go take a look. He beckoned to the peacock, who had transformed into human form, to follow. Soon, The two arrived at the inn. The inn wasn't large, appearing to have only 2 floors, probably with a lower floor for dining and the upper floor for rest, standing between 2 forked roads. A large sign hung in front of the door. "There's an inn." The peacock was slightly taken aback. What was her master up to now? Wasn't he supposed to be searching for her client? While she was still wondering, Heng had already entered the inn. Upon entering, one was greeted by a spacious and bright lobby, with a dozen or so tables and chairs in the center. 3 or 4 tables were already occupied by merchants and commoners, drinking and eating. "Esteemed guest, are you here for a meal or to stay the night?" A greeting made Heng turn his head to the right. There was a counter to the right of the entrance, with dozens of jars of wine on it. A man who looked like a manager was fiddling with an abacus and asked. At this moment, the peacock also hurriedly entered, looking around anxiously. Heng spoke calmly, "I'm afraid there's not enough time to stay at the inn. Let's have a meal. Bring us your finest wine and various dishes, we don't mind having too much." With that, he sat down at a table to the left of the entrance. Peacock quickly sat down next to Heng, behaving very obediently. "All right, fine wine and dishes, please wait a moment." The innkeeper didn't even ask if Heng would be stuffed by so much food, replying indifferently and continuing to mechanically manipulate the abacus. While waiting for the food, more people arrived at the inn. 5 burly men walked in, each carrying a gleaming ring pummel sword, their fierce faces making them look like outlaws about to act on behalf of heaven. Strangely, the innkeeper wasn't afraid. He spoke again, "Gentlemen, would you like a meal or a room?" The 5 burly men all looked at the innkeeper. One of the more imposing men stepped forward, coldly snorting, "Manager Key, long time no see. You've gotten so arrogant? You dare speak to us like that? Yesterday, one of my brothers came down the mountain to get some wine, but he didn't return all night. I suspect you're the ones who killed my brother." With that, the man's expression grew even more ferocious. He walked to the counter, raised his broadsword, and brought it down heavily. Then, with a bang, the sword bounced off the counter. The man felt a jolt in his hand, almost losing his grip. He was bewildered. What happened? He couldn't cut through it? The counter was made of wood, not iron. The manager remained calm and composed. "Are you here for a meal or to stay the night? Oh, you dare to play me? You really think I wouldn't dare kill you?" The man was stunned again, then quickly feigned anger. They knew each other well, they were acquaintances. Why pretend? "Speak properly, sir. Isn't your brother right here?" At this moment, the inn's chef brought out dishes from the kitchen. Seeing the burly man about to kill, he quickly intervened, pointing to a man eating at a nearby table. The burly man was startled and turned to look. Good heavens, it really was his missing brother. He strode over to his brother, slapped him hard on the shoulder, and shouted angrily, "Feng-san, what are you doing? We told you to get some wine, you've been missing all night, and you're still eating?" Seeing this, the other 4 burly men laughed. "Boss, you know him. This guy can't resist food. He probably drank some last night and passed out here, then woke up and kept eating like a pig." But Feng-san didn't respond and continued eating. Meanwhile, the chef presented the dishes to Heng. Looking at the fragrant, delicious food before him, Heng couldn't help but smile. Such excellent cooking skills. "Chef, could you tell me how you made this?" "What, sir, you want to learn?" The chef chuckled, his fleshy face bulging, about to continue explaining. But then the burly man at the head of the group kicked Feng-san, who was still eating, to the ground. However, Feng-san continued to pick up the food from the ground and eat it. The burly man frowned, and with a fierce swing of his broadsword, he decapitated Feng-san. But strangely, no blood spurted from the severed head and body. He was stunned, then looked around, understood something, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Good, no wonder this inn felt strange. The burly man grinned maliciously, his aura surging, unleashing a powerful burst of blood energy, clearly at the blood exchange realm, where blood energy was like a furnace. The innkeeper remained expressionless, mechanically turning the abacus. Only the chef sighed, giving up on explaining the wonders of the dishes to Heng, and directly picked up a stack of dishes and walked to the burly man. He casually picked up a few slices of meat and stuffed them into the burly man's mouth. He smiled and said, "Delicious, isn't it? Then eat a few more times." The burly man chewed mechanically, his expression changing drastically, but finally settling into a deathly stillness, his life force fading, and he began eating the food on the table like the other guests in the inn. The other burly men followed suit. After these men calmed down, the chef approached Li Heng again. "Esteemed guest, I apologize for the commotion earlier. Come, this is my carefully prepared twice-cooked pork, please don't be shy. This twice-cooked pork is indeed excellent, fragrant yet not greasy. It's just that the ingredients are wrong," Li Heng said with a smile. "Wrong ingredients? How could that be? This isn't farmed meat, it's wild meat, very succulent." The chef shook his head. No, still no. Even if it's wild, it's too ordinary. Do you have one that has sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty flavors? Ideally, it would be able to change the taste according to one's mood," Li Heng said calmly. Upon hearing this, the chef's face stiffened. "Esteemed guest, are you mocking me? Where would you find a dish that changes flavor according to your mood? If you can't make it, it's because your cooking skills are too low. How could you not?" Li Heng said disdainfully. The chef's expression immediately turned fierce and extremely gloomy. "Esteemed guest, I'm just asking you, are you going to eat it or not? Your ingredients are good, of course I'll eat it." Li Heng spoke up, then picked up his chopsticks, casually grabbed a slice of meat, then dropped the chopsticks, letting it fall to the ground. "See, the ingredients aren't high-grade enough, not springy enough, it didn't even bounce back to the table." The chef went crazy. "You expect bouncy meat slices? Do you think they were meatballs?" Li Heng then threw the plate of vegetables on the table to the ground. "Look, these vegetables can't even dance, inedible." He pointed to a bunch of vegetables on the ground and said calmly, "You're ruining my food, aren't you?" The chef directly pulled out a cleaver from his waist, the blade stained with blood, as if it had witnessed decades of killing and was soaked in blood. "You say the ingredients aren't high-grade enough? Fine, I think your meat is high-grade." With that, the chef brandished his cleaver, aiming to chop off Li Heng's head. Pig 3, had been cooking for so many years, and this was the first time he'd ever encountered such a picky fellow. Why had he escaped from 10,000 Demon Ridge? First, to survive. Second, because he didn't want to please those picky guys. This foolish human dared to make demands? He'd originally wanted to let him live a little longer, but now he'd just kill him. With a slight thought, a wisp of true solar fire appeared before Pig 3's eyes. "What did you say?" "Say it again now," Li Heng said calmly. Chapter 175 5-Color Divine Light. The true fire of the sun constantly shifted, leaping and flashing. Before Pig 3 could even bring his knife down, he felt the scorching heat. The nearest piece of pig skin began to contract violently, forcing out fat. He was instantly terrified, cold sweat pouring down his face, his body stiffening. "Chop it." "Why aren't you chopping it?" Li Heng said calmly. Pig 3 looked at the true fire of the sun, realizing he'd kicked a hornet's nest. What was this flame that could make him so terrified just by looking at it? He felt a pang of panic, regretting not leaving this place. He had followed that weak point in space, breaking through the void to arrive in the mortal world, and happened to find an inn here. He wanted to work as a chef and experience what it was like to be a human cook. But he hadn't even been here a few days before encountering such a powerful figure? Were such powerful figures commonplace in reality? Seeing Pig 3's silence, Li Heng snatched his knife and pressed the back of the blade against Pig 3's forehead. "I gave you a chance, but you were useless. I gave you a chance, but you were useless." Pig 3 panicked and immediately knelt down with a thud. "Please forgive my rudeness, sir." He forced a smile, his fat face jiggling, but because of the excessive fat, he managed a rather strange smile. Li Heng shook his head, loosened his grip, and the cleaver plunged between Pig 3's legs, the blade embedded halfway into the stone ground, startling him so much that his legs trembled. "Speak, who are you? Where did you come from?" He didn't care whether it was an act or not, and asked about the important matter. "My name is Pig 3. I was originally a pig demon from the nearby mountains. Later, I became a spirit and came to this inn to work as a chef." Pig 3 spoke tremulously. "Oh, it seems the spiritual energy in the mountains around here is quite abundant, actually able to nurture a pig demon at the peak of the innate realm. Interesting. Do you think pork of this level would taste even better?" Li Heng smiled slightly. Pig 3 immediately shuddered, his heart filled with even more panic. What's going on? This person actually knows his true cultivation level? He had concealed it with a secret technique, even those 3 guys from 10,000 Demon Ridge couldn't detect it. Perhaps I've misremembered. The fat hand wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. A peak innate realm expert misremembered, huh? Peacock, chop it down. A pig brain like that doesn't deserve to live in this world. Yes, master. Peacock nodded and picked up the kitchen knife stuck in the ground. Although she wasn't even an innate realm expert, she would definitely obey her master's orders. Wait, tell the truth. Suddenly, Pig 3 shouted loudly, rattling off a string of words, not giving Peacock a chance to chop down. I am the Demon King of 10,000 Demon Ridge in the underworld, sent to the mortal realm by order of the Golden Rock Demon Saint. Heng was slightly surprised upon hearing this. He could roughly guess that this pig demon was a demon from the underworld, but it was actually from 10,000 Demon Ridge, and sent by that Golden Rock Scout? Interesting. At this moment, Pig 3 felt a chill in his heart. He had used Jinping from 10,000 Demon Ridge as a shield, but the human expert before him showed no fear whatsoever, failing to intimidate him at all. Was he really supposed to suddenly erupt and flee? But this human expert's strength was impossible to discern. He was shrouded in mystery, and those terrifying flames were right in front of him. Any slight movement would likely burn him. The woman beside him, however, seemed to have very weak cultivation. Wait, why did this woman's face look so familiar? He suddenly felt a chill, quickly searching his memory, and finally, with a look of astonishment, blurted out, Princess Peacock? Peacock, startled, quickly recognized him as well. Master, he seems to be telling the truth. He is indeed from 10,000 Demon Ridge. In my memory, he seems to be the cook of 10,000 Demon Ridge, and also a Demon King, she said. The cook from 10,000 Demon Ridge, huh? No wonder. No wonder he's so good at cooking human flesh. He looked at the dishes on the table. In his divine eye, these dishes had already revealed their true form. The ingredients were all human flesh and bones, a great tonic for demons and monsters. Upon hearing this, Pig 3's heart sank. This was it. This was a powerful human, and now that he knew his dishes were made with human flesh, how could he possibly forgive him for eating human flesh? So, he immediately spoke up again. I have important information to report, please don't kill me. Heng smiled slightly upon hearing this. What important information isn't urgent, but I have a question. Why didn't the cook from 10,000 Demon Ridge cook? Why did he become the vanguard and come to scout ahead? Can you explain that? He looked at the panicked Pig 3 and said calmly. Peacock, this should be the mortal coordinates corresponding to the Peacock clan. This pig demon probably came to the mortal world through that special weakness. But as you said, the 3 saints of 10,000 Demon Ridge don't know about this special weakness, but this pig demon does. I don't doubt your loyalty, but do you know what this means? Heng said, and Peacock's face turned pale. There were only a few possibilities. But each possibility meant that something was wrong with the clan. Speak, what happened to the Peacock clan? Pig 3 froze upon hearing this. He absolutely couldn't say this, not saying it might save his life, but saying it would definitely mean death. Especially if the Peacock Princess knew that he was one of the executors who slaughtered the peacocks to get hired. Especially since he had even made a plate of braised peacocks. My lord, the 3 demon saints of 10,000 Demon Ridge are going to join forces with other forces to attack the mortal world. The situation in the mortal world will become extremely dangerous. If you are interested. He answered irrelevantly, trying to demonstrate his value to Heng. Sigh. Heng shook his head with a sigh. The true fire of the sun instantly ignited Zhu Sen, and within a few breaths, his body and soul were burned to ashes, his source power increased by 800. They were all going to die anyway, why struggle? Let's go, let's get out. Heng, along with the silent peacock, walked outside the inn. A burst of true fire of the sun flew into the inn, burning it to ashes. Everyone inside the inn was already dead, including the innkeeper. Since you're worried, let's go take a look. Heng spoke, his mind expanding, already pinpointing the weak point in space. With this weak point, no secret technique was needed, a mere punch shattered space, creating a passage leading directly to the underworld, where the Peacock clan resided. Let's go. We must face the facts eventually. He stepped into the passage, Peacock following behind. Arriving in the underworld, the surroundings were dark and gloomy, like being in a ghostly realm, or perhaps the underworld itself was a vast ghostly realm. As a mortal, Heng felt the underworld repelling him. He raised an eyebrow, using his traditional skill of visualizing yin energy to transform himself into a strange, living dead, thus overcoming the rejection and merging into the surroundings. Having done this, he looked around. All around were ruins, broken buildings, and mottled bloodstains on the ground, their color now a dark red. Judging from the traces, these ruins were from several years ago, not recent events. Peacock stared blankly at everything around her. This was the town where her tribe lived. When she left, it was thriving, but why had it become like this? Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Sorrow is greatest when it is silent. No wonder the golden rock wouldn't let her return. Endless grief and overwhelming anger surged forth. Li Heng looked at everything before him, seeing the heartbroken peacock without offering any comfort. Just as he had expected, this was unsurprising. It could only be said that this was how the world was for the weak. Perhaps this phenomenon was wrong. But if one wasn't strong, one couldn't change it. Therefore, only by constantly becoming stronger, and even stronger, can one avert all tragedies. To allow oneself to be trapped in sorrow and grief is to be a weakling with insufficient purity. After an unknown amount of time, Peacock stopped crying. She spoke softly. Master, I roughly understand the root cause of our clan's annihilation, a treasure passed down through generations. I request that you kill the murderers who destroyed our clan, and destroy the 10,000 Demon Ridge. In return, you can obtain the treasure, Peacock said firmly. Destroy the 10,000 Demon Ridge? Li Heng smiled slightly upon hearing this. Then let's go along with it. All right. Having received Li Heng's consent, Peacock spoke softly. Master, please follow me. Li Heng followed Peacock's guidance, traversing the vast ruins. The further they went, the more shocking the surrounding debris became, even revealing the remains of the Peacock clan. One could imagine the slaughter this clan had suffered. Finally, the Peacock stopped in a wide open space, before which stood a dilapidated altar, no longer even a ruin. The altar was piled high with the bones of the Peacock clan, including some small ones. The Peacock's expression turned indifferent. She ignored them and walked onto the altar. Master, the 10,000 Demon Ridge desires my clan's treasures, but they will never obtain them. Because I disagree. As she spoke, her eyes burned with boundless hatred. She then cut her finger, dripping all her blood essence onto the altar. The drops rippled across the altar like drops of water. Li Heng sensed a subtle shift in space-time. He saw a golden sphere of light appear in the center of the altar, then float silently in the Peacock's hand. The sphere shimmered and shifted, seemingly possessing boundless mystical power, and from it flew a beam of light. This light was multicolored, constantly flashing and flickering. Master, this is the treasure of my Peacock clan. With a wave of her hand, the five-colored light floated into Li Heng's hand, hovering silently. Li Heng raised an eyebrow. With his innate level mental perception, he actually only perceived it as ordinary light? It seemed he would have to use the appraisal panel. He summoned the data panel and used the appraisal function. The first thing that caught his eye was the words five-colored divine light. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.